Alright, hello and welcome back to the Zodiac trial. Last time I had to end things a bit early because I was dropping way too many frames. It was impossible to follow, so I figured I'll just have to continue where we left off last time. Now, if you're... quick recap. It seems that major trinkets for this game completely changed the rules and forced into conflict. During the first episode, we got the whip, taming whip, which caused the games to go into a complete disarray. Yeah, the next one we got basically an item that allowed us to play a game of Among Us, and as far as I could tell, there was no timeline in that particular game where we could avoid losing, because I guess Mouse refusing to speak up made her look too sus no matter what. And thus, we have no choice but to... And now this game has a split into, for lack of a term, packs, and a dragon is intending to win through good old-fashioned combat, since she's not exactly good at the more technical stuff, and she's hoping to go more, so... Hopefully we can figure out what's going on here. I believe we have much to discuss. Sure, come in. Mouse, you sure? What's the question? They're on our side? Do they know that? Oh, we do. We went far from horse when we chased after you. We kept our distance, for safety reasons. We saw what was happening. Sheesh, how many spectators were hiding in the sidelines when we were burning to death. Sorry, we thought that even if we tried to help, we'd just get knocked away by dragon or a bunny. That is probably correct. Afterwards, we checked on horse. She wasn't able to finish her statement. She didn't need to. I'm sorry, we didn't know. We thought it was horse. We aren't here to pass judgment on you. You must grapple with what happened on your own. Then why are you here? Are you here to join the fight? In a way, but not how you think, huh? Did you guys think about what would happen after Horse died? What do you mean? Let me put it simply. Horse in a state where he'd be unable to input actions as a tablet. If he doesn't input an action, he'll be executed. If anyone other than him, he will be. Even his partners cannot use it. That means, with these new rules, when one member of a pack is executed, the whole is. Put it simply, Sheep and I are dead women walking. No. Kill one member of the pack, you effectively take out the group. That can't be right. You guys haven't done anything wrong. It's not like this is unfair. Life is unfair. You can't seriously be okay with this, can you? I can't speak for Sheep. However, I spent much of my life coming to terms with their mortality and limitations. It is unfortunate that my spiritual journey must come to an end here, but as a whole, I am at peace. Faced with the inevitable, I'm able to feel some sense of tranquility. I really don't want to die, but maybe it's right that I do. As long as I am a victim, then forget it. Oh, I see. Sheep's worried about having to be forced to attack someone else, and she doesn't want to cause them. Not inherently a bad way to feel. Well, strictly speaking, empathy isn't a problem as long as it doesn't get in the way, and as we've seen, she does at least seem to know what to take action when the chips are down, so to speak. I can't do anything about it, but I have no choice. Sheep monkey. Felt tears. These two did nothing wrong, yet they'd end up like this. I had no idea how they were taking things so well. So did you just come to tell us you're going to die? Ox? No. I want to avenge Horse, so for our last round, I want to ask if there's anything we could do. Using my ability, I can move your group 4 spaces forwards. With that, maybe you can win the race. Assuming Dragon doesn't kill you guys first. Assuming. You're offering to help. I appreciate your help, Monkey, I really do. However, could I ask you to use on Pig's pack? Pigs? They want to come in last place. We're already set to win the race for the pace we're going. Even if other groups use Minor, they'll just speed us up. Problem is the defeated pack comes in very last. There's 2 ways to prevent that. 1, we could steal tablets from the defeated pack members and force them to move quicker. Or 2, push one of them past the other packs. The 2 of them have to move 1 space every turn. If we combine it with Monkey copying Roosters, we can push them past dragons. Good thinking, Mouse. However, we should think of some backup plans. Backup plans? Then the sound of a pin dropping is and blindness. Oh, so we know... Right, we remember Dog has a flashbang. All of the cafeteria, everyone was assaulting the group. Immediately noticed Snake holding a scalpel. I dodged away and started putting as much distance as I could. Ox wasn't really targeted. Sheep, however, sorry about this. Dog plunged some bladed weapon to Sheep's chest. I knew she was going to die anyways, but up like that was horrible. But Dog wasn't the only one among us. Rooster grabbed at Monkey to pin her down. However, thought of seeming like good luck, Monkey was somehow able to slip out of Rooster's grapple. Immediately, she started sprinting down the hall. Rooster chased. The biggest fight, however, was Bunny and Dragon against Tiger. Tiger was still affected by the flashbang, but even still, her wild swing was keeping to a bay. However, she was definitely losing. Alright, enough playing around. She pulled out a knife. Time to eat dirt. She charged at Tiger and swung her down. However, luckily, Tiger caught Dragon's wrist. Ha, what a laugh. Wanna know I'm the last crazy prick that came out with a knife? Not really. Yeah. Dropped the knife to Array and then stabbed on Tiger's shoulder. She landed on solid gash and Tiger cried out. Using the momentum, Dragon slashed. Tiger moved, but still got nicked. Tiger was pissed. She screamed out, began swinging. I'll kill you! Tiger, quit it! She's been paused when I said it. You're too injured. We need to retreat. Bunny ran with a knife of his own. Tiger knocked him away by arm cut. Fine. Tiger ran over to me. She cussed. Snake would probably stop his pursuit. Ox also ran towards me. Three of us ran together, repeating until we were a safe distance. And we sat down, held our breath, and hoped the others wouldn't see where we were. After a bit, it became clear we weren't being chased. Well, thank goodness for that. We were in a wreck state. What the hell was that? How did someone get a flashbang? How should I know? I don't even know how Brian was to get his hands on something like that. Honestly, all things considered, that didn't go down as bad as it could have. Sheep's brutal murder aside, the rest of us got out alive. Tiger was already deeply injured, though, and that was a serious drawback. She managed to bandage her wounds with pieces of her own shirt as much as she could, but she was injured. In a fallen fight, Dragon and Bunny both had real shots of taking her down now. Things were looking grim. Ah, shit, what are we gonna do now? I don't know, but it's unlikely we'll be able to win just by participating in the race. We need to take their tablets. And how are we gonna do that? Bunny, Dragon, Snake, Rig, Booster, Dog. They're all united at the front at this point. Meanwhile, it's the three of us against them. It makes me wonder. There's six, there's three. Was it right to fight us? Sure, I was angry at them, but at this point, twice as many people would live if we let them work together. We just sat down and died. What do you think? No. I'm just gonna lie down and let them kill me. They were the ones who made a turf war, didn't they? Hey, Dragon was the one who made this stupid thing and locked us in a burning room, poisoned horse, and Bunny lied. The dog's pack allied with her. The dog was the one who took out Sheep. They didn't get to do horrible. They didn't get to just do. Say, have innocent people roll over because they were outnumbered. Shouldn't have to give up just so more people might live. I don't even know any of these other people. What I've seen, they all appear to be assholes willing to do whatever to survive. That's most likely an emotional response on Mouse's part. At the end of the day, it's hard to blame someone for wanting to do the basics of surviving. Of course, that can also be said about us. So, indeed, no point in rolling over. Not today. We can't give up. Yeah, no one's suggesting we should. Good, because I'm not. Good, because we're not. Oh, good. So do you have a point to this, sir? Here's the plan. Step 1, we split into different rooms and input our actions. Step 2, we look for the others. Step 3, we kick their asses. Okay, but how? I don't know. You figured out. Okay, so we don't have a plan. Well, whatever. You're right. We need to act this round again. Let's use the 3 trinkets. That should put us very close. I saw Monkey get away. Hopefully she'll do what we told before he gets it before dying. Harsh. I'm being pragmatic. Tiger, stay for now and heal. We need you to be up and able as soon as possible. Try to recover. Despite the ridiculous request, Tiger nodded determinedly. I assume she then decided to concentrate hard on healing. Ox and I split up different classrooms and input our actions. This would put us close to the finish line, but we aren't done yet. We met up in the classrooms. So what do we do now? Well, like you said, we should scout. Surprisingly enough, I think the victorious defeated alliance has to be on the offense. How so? With Monkey's push and both the dog and pig needing to move at least one space a turn, it's actually going to be somewhat difficult for the defeated pack to guaranteed come in last. Especially if we're on interference. I can think of a few plans to try and make sure they don't come in last. What are the plans? Doesn't matter, because to stop us from doing them, they're going to have to try and prevent us. Right now, they might just be looking for us. If I was them, I'd have everyone split up and act as scouts. Then they'd find where we're hiding and then run back to the base and report it. Oh, so if we're quiet, we might be able to ambush a scout. We don't have any weapons. The cafeteria has knives, right? Let's each grab a knife. Okay. It's extremely basic, but bladed weapons are how humanity's arms race began, so to speak. Like Ox suggests, well, I think technically it might have been sharpened rocks, but, well, you get my point. Slings, sharpened rocks, this end of sticks. It all began from there. We went to the cafeteria and grabbed 2 sharp, one for each of us. They weren't the best of weapons, but they're suitable for self-defense. Well, was this? No, now isn't the time to get up in moral quandaries. I already worked on determination. After that, time passed. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that no matter what I chose, everyone would have come to the same conclusion. Because even if Mouse decided to just quit, the others would have not let her. Because, that would have... yeah, like I said, it's very difficult to just go against the core concept of, well, the basic instinct of everything is survival. It's very difficult to put the blame on someone when they're in a life and death situation like that. And of course, we can't let any of this distract us from the fact that Jade Emperor is the reason this is all happening to begin with. We were well into round 6 when I ran into the first enemy. Ox and I had already begun our silent prowl around the school. We moved silently in tandem. We decided to stay on the first floor. That's what they probably look after all. The idea someone would be coming after us was a long slot. As time dragged on, I became more and more skeptical that it would actually happen, but after a while, I suddenly came across a figure, Rooster. As soon as he spotted me, I rushed toward him and covered his mouth. Started to struggle before Evis knew Ox had stabbed him behind. His eyes shot open, but I had to keep his mouth to prevent him from alerting anyone nearby. But having someone die is disgusting, horrifying. Eventually, Rooster stopped moving. He was just a corpse, leaning against my hands. Pushed him over and he dropped to the floor, and I promptly walked over to the nearby group and threw up. No, I'm not cool with this. Even if I wasn't the one who stabbed him, I was responsible for killing another person. Rooster, he wasn't the best person, but he did deserve. Mouse, you okay? I'm fine. I just need a minute. Ox's face seemed slightly flush. However, he was holding things together relatively well. Was he seriously not disgusted? No, he was just better at holding together. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure he's bothered as well, and he's just hiding it better. Rooster was trying to find it so he could murder us. I don't have time to feel bad for this. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Calming down, I walked it back to the hallway. Better? I guess. Come on, let's move it by the cafeteria. Why? You want lying in the middle of the hallway? Dragging a body's a lot more work than it looks like. Luckily, Ox and I split the workload. Each of us grabbed a leg and dragged him over. There we met Tiger, who had recovered someone who was keeping cafeteria on lockdown. Hey, you guys are back. Wait, is that? Yeah. That's good work. You don't need to try and make us feel better about this. Let's focus on making the most of it. Or at least we got his tablet now, right? It means we can use his ability, which should be useful. We now had 6 tablets. Pack previously had the 3 we started with. Sheep grabbed Horse's tablet off his body. We collected Sheep and Horse's tablet, and now we had Roosters. We can now move people 4 spaces at a time. It'll be great for preventing Dog's pack from coming in last. That's not the problem here. We could already prevent Dog's pack coming in last. The real benefit is taking out someone from the defeated pack. That means we can instantly get Dog and Pig by using this tablet, since it would be one other than Rooster using it. Dang, instant execution? They really shouldn't have split up like that. They didn't expect us to be waiting for them. The plan was likely to spot our group and report back. You're just gonna kill them now? It's unfortunate, but it's war. What else are you going to do? Wait, won't that be a huge problem for us? If that happens, Dragon's Pact will realize what happened. They probably know Rooster was scouting, and they'll be prepared for him. Those 3 will probably come in a group, armed to the teeth with weapons, looking to kill us at sight. Obviously, that's not good. However, it's always going to come to that. But if it comes to that, I don't think we can win. If Tiger was better, maybe we'd stand a chance, but she's still in no fighting shape. Yeah, I can still rumble. Tiger pumping her arm in encouragement, but instantly recoil. No, she definitely wasn't ready to rumble. The only reason she wasn't already on the floor was pure adrenaline. Snake isn't exactly a scary fighter, but Dragon's clearly experienced, and Bunny's an actual cop. Ox is far from an intimidating figure, and I'm a girl still in college. If it's a straight-up brawl, we lose. What are you suggesting? I don't know, I'm saying we should think about things while we still have the initiative. Right now, we control the battle's gonna continue. We should use that. Man, if I can get Dog to try fighting Snake. I bet Dog could take him. Well, Dog's already lost. He was gonna die anyways. Maybe we can convince him? I don't think so. He's too... Ox trailed off instantly. Oh, this is gonna be good. What is? Ox. He's had an idea. I bet he's gonna turn things around. Oh, that's great. What's the idea? Hold on, let him write it out. These things don't come fully baked. Okay, I have an idea. Yeah, we know. Huh? Wasn't listening. Ox, what's our idea? Oh, well, this might sound really dumb, but hear me out. Sure thing. Why don't we try holding Rooster hostage? So I have a few questions. Obviously, I don't mean Rooster. Dead means nothing. But if we pretend he's not dead yet and we use him to blackmail Dog into killing someone... Yeah, I still have a few questions. How are we gonna pretend we have Rooster hostage? He's dead and Dog's gonna suspect that unless we show otherwise. We'll simply show otherwise. Ox went around Rooster's body and ruffled around. Then he pulled out a key item. Rooster's mask? Yep. So why are you showing me this? Look, we have his mask, we have his clothes. I think the implication's pretty obvious. Hold on a minute. I'm suggesting we pretend. Kind of. How stupid do you think they are? Look, I'm not saying the fake Rooster goes up and talks to them. From a distance, with the right clothes, we can pass somebody off. Well, how do you get someone from Rooster at the distance? Here's what I was thinking. First, one of us will drop into Rooster's clothes and put on the mask. We tie that person to a chair like they're a hostage. That person can try and struggle. It'll be a grand old time. Then another one of us can stand by the fake hostage and look like we're threatening Rooster. A third of us can get Dog and show him the scene. Say if he wants Rooster alive, he has to bring the body of someone from Dragon's Pack. We release Rooster, and the final act will be a 3v3 fair duel. Doesn't that negotiation come with a whole host of problems? Yeah, but I think we could probably bluff our way out of it. Maybe. He's a prosecutor, so he's good at convincing people of stuff. But... Dog is an ex-cop and a bartender, which means he can detect when people are lying. He can read people like books, basically. So what do we have to lose? We're already in a pretty bad situation. If we don't do anything else, we're gonna get killed or executed. I say try it. I say it's a harebrained scheme, the likes of which you'd only see in a Looney Tunes cartoon. I'd say it's more like something out of Weekend at Bernie's. For anyone who's never seen that movie, basically it's about a guy who died, but for the sake of insurance fraud, the characters need to make it look like he's still alive. So basically they spend the movie trying to convince everyone that a person who's already dead is actually still alive, which leads to some various shenanigans. It's kind of a black comedy. What at this point? Why not? Want to do a funny fake hostage prank with disguises? Might as well. Doesn't sound the most enthused, Mouse. Took a hard turn to apathy at some point between the start of the show and right about now. Not the best emotion to turn to, but I guess it'll do. Who's gonna be the hostage? Obviously it can't be me. It's clearly gonna have to be Mouse. Why clearly me? In case you couldn't tell, I'm a different race than Rooster. In case you couldn't tell, I'm a different gender. I already said he'll be at a distance, he'll be tied up. I don't like your implications. Oh yeah, he means his skin color is a bit too dark. They'll know it can't possibly be Rooster when he suddenly has a weird tan. There's no way we can fully hide skin to the point where someone doesn't notice. I think we can sell you as a convincing rooster, however. Come on, you've got the easiest job here. Oh, well, fine. Alright, now we're talking. Tiger, you're gonna be the hostage holder. All you have to do is stand threateningly over Mouse with a knife. Think you manage that? I cheat. I just want to be a hostage taker. Weird aspiration, but we'll work with that. I think she's just hanging that to keep everyone positive, but whatever. I'll try and get Dog to come down his own so we can do negotiations. What are the odds we'll successfully pull this off? I put out a generous 10%. I'll take it. And so we begin perhaps the most ambitious Scooby-Doo caper so far. I stripped Rooster and changed his clothes in the restroom. He wore way too much stuff. I also took the opportunity to put it in action. I wasn't sure when I'd have a chance to do it after this, and better safe than sorry. We agreed to simply run, since we didn't want to risk Dog's group actually ended up in last place, and we already had such a lead. It took a bit of convincing to tie me up. We found some jump ropes, so we used those to tie me up. The process of being bound was not enjoyable. Only the fact I was tied up by Brian only hours ago. Jeez, that felt like a lifetime ago. I completely lost myself in the stupid race we all had. I was going to be a completely different person when this is all over. No, don't think about that. I feel like if I dwell on that for too long, I'm liable to start having a wavering heart. I don't need that to survive. Ox also stuffed my mouth with a rag. I asked him why this is necessary if I'm already wearing a mask, but Dog said he might make me say something. He doubted I could convincingly sound gagged. He probably wasn't wrong, but I suspect that wasn't the real reason. Eventually, we had a setup. Seeing the mask was difficult. It was also incredibly uncomfortable. Still, I had the easy part of the job. It was up to Ox to somehow sell this bluff to Dog. If he could find Dog, a big if. It was possible Dog was going to stay firmly with the big group. I was worried of the chance of this plan's success. Luckily, I don't need to be too concerned. After a while, Ox did in fact bring Dog down near the cafeteria. He kept Dog at the end of the hallway, but still held the conversation. I'll be damned. I knew the guy was an idiot, but he gave himself captured. How'd you even tie him up like that? He was pretty out of it when we knocked him over the head. And you're saying still alive? Good as ever. I took this opportunity to prove my aliveness. I struggled in trying to escape while making muffled screams. Quiet, prisoner! Smacked me in the back of the head in what I'm sure was her in a joking manner, but actually hurt quite a bit. She was a little too into character. All I could say was thank goodness it was Ox doing negotiations. Alright, I get what you're saying. You really got us by the balls, don't you? We do. So what do you want? We want someone from Dragon's Pack. Someone did, huh? Yeah, and we want proof. Provide us the body and we'll return Rooster and his tablet. Then we'll settle things Pack v Pack. And how do I know you'll honor things? If I bring you Snake's head, you just stab Rooster and you instantly win. We'll have to work out some sort of system. Maybe if you bring someone unconscious or you drag them to the side of the room in the hallway. Then we'll let Rooster come to you, while I went there to finish the unconscious person off. That would make betrayal harder, wouldn't you say? Whoa, now you're talking about unconscious people? You realize it's a lot harder than killing someone, right? Sounds an awful lot like your problem. I promise you if you hold up your end, you will hold ours. But if you can't trust us, then come up with a solution you can accept. But I don't think you exactly have the best bargaining power right now. Fine, I'll think of something. Just don't kill him, alright? We won't. For now. Good, and no... Geez, you don't even make threats like that. I'm already going along with this. You've got to be more understanding than that. Well, I'll get it while I still can. See to it that you do. Wish me luck. Good luck. I don't need luck. Just like that, Dog walked towards the stairwell. Ox made sure he left them to the side. The negotiations actually worked. Oh yeah, great job, Ox. I hope he bought it. Totally bought it. Exactly right, Mouse. Calm down, we'll get you untied. After all, we're gonna need to make a hostage swap. It'll be easier to discuss if we just free you for now. Hostage swap. Here are the negotiations. We're gonna have to send you over there. Then they have me as a hostage. Oh, don't worry, I've got a plan. Just help a knife. Then he stuck the knife in my jacket pocket. Knife? As soon as you're over there, you're going to have to stab Dog. Stab him? You don't need to kill him. He'll die on his own soon enough. You just need to injure him. Think you can handle that? Yeah, whatever. I'm set. I'm prepared to win. My issue with this plan is the fact, I'll be tied up. Oh, don't worry about that. You picked up some jump rope and began to tie. A little warning might be nice. Sorry. Now look, feels like you're tied up right now, right? But if you pull here, he got in my hand, helping me pull apart the rope. The moment I yanked, the rope fell apart. Voila! Not bad at all. Pretty impressive rope work. Where'd you learn these types of knots? I was a Boy Scout for many years. Boy Scout? Ha! Of course you're a Boy Scout. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing at all. You know what? We need to get ready in case Dog comes back all of a sudden. Back to being the hostage you go. Hey, wait a minute. They tied me up again, stuffed my mouth, and covered my face with the rooster mask. Here we go. Now you got looking like a prosper hostage mouse. I just hope Dog actually follows through. Oh, of course he will. Why wouldn't he? I wish I could approach life with the same amount of optimism you always seem to have. I truly do. It took a while before anything noteworthy happened. I just stood there, bound and gagged. My mind started to wander how I got to this point. Luckily, the sound of thuds broke. I think that's him. Sure enough, Dog dragged a dragon's-like body. Seriously, this is actually working? Ugh. No matter how many bodies you drag, you never get used to it. You drag a lot of bodies? I was a bartender. A lot of people tend to pass out. Oh. Also, I used to be a cop. Anyway, here's your unconscious pack member. See that? You got Dragon? Well, Snake would have been easier, but where's the fun in that? Oh dear, we have to be careful. I think if it's Dragon, I think they specifically used her because they know that for the same reason we can. We're expecting our mouse to simply injure Dog and then run off. but they're using dragons so that she can prove that she was fake knocked out and then attack them whenever the blatant double cross occurs. It's actually because I highly doubt Dog is going to fall for this. How are you able to pull that off with a little help from this? Metal chain and swung in a circle. Strangling someone to the point they pass out, but not much where they die? It's an art form. Disturbing, but I'm not going to argue with you. Alright then, bring her the room over here. Dog nodded and proceeded to drag Dragon's body. I held up mine. You gonna do the same? Yeah. Tiger, let him go. On it. Tiger's hands were on my shoulders go. I had to act like a frantic hostage now. Indignantly, I ran over to Dog. Made sure not to face him. I wouldn't take a close look. It would take a close look for him to realize I wasn't Rooster. Luckily, Dog was focused on Ox and began to make his way to the room Dragon was knocked out in. I was about to finish the job, murdering Dragon. I'm sorry, Bunny and Snake, but if it's you or me, I choose me. I knew what I had to do. I started pulling the rope, beginning to untie it. However, before I could finish, Dog turned over. Glad to have you back, Rooster. Now that you're here, mind doing me a favor? Die. He held out the chain for my neck. Cover clearly blown, I pulled off the mask and spouted the rag. What the hell? Oh my gosh, Mouse, what an unexpected twist. What's going on? Ox burst out of the room, injured, knife in hand, fully awake, sporting metal pipe of vengeance. Think you can kill me while I'm asleep? Good news, asshole, you can't. So it was a setup. I figured as much. I saw a tiger as well being attacked. Bunny, sorry about this tiger, know how it is, know our feelings? Think you can take me down just because I'm injured? Ha! I admire the spirit, but if you think that's enough, you're totally out of luck. Fortunately, everything is against us with this. I don't think we can. Your injuries, Tiger said some wide swings, keeping at bay. Still was clear without interference. Bunny was probably big outlast. So focusing on that, however, I had to deal with Dog, who stood before me with a deathly serious expression. Guess we both planned to double-cross the other. How ironic. What are you on? You just tried to kill your own pack member. Mine? No. Dog swung his chain, narrowly avoiding it. It was pretty obvious the whole just Dick was a rouge. I admire the creativity, but come on, there were a dozen red flags about the whole fishy setup, and I'm not a complete rube. You didn't even buy it a little, huh? I admire the artistry went into it, but sorry, that's a hollow attempt. Further down the hallway, Ox tried to fight up with a little luck. Ah, you call yourself a man, and that's the best you can fight? Hey, how did someone like you survive for so long? Well, first of all, I'm still pretty young, all things considered, so it hasn't been that long. Secondly, in case you missed a few centuries, we're not a bunch of barbarians, so unlike a sewer rat, I never had to beat people up. Of course you have. Instead of punching people, you call people sewer. For good night, I wouldn't bother. I prosecute dozens of cases for lowlives. He was like you. I know how your stories start and how they end. How about I teach you how your story ends right now? Dragon lunged at him, but Ox ran away. Not like a little bit. He started sprinting. Illa, shit, you just want to you're not getting away that easily. Dragon chased him down, a little uncomfortable with that exchange for a few reasons, but I had bigger things to worry about. Dog was still coming at me with his chain. Even though Dog wasn't exactly a bodybuilder, I couldn't take down a fully grown man with police training on a good day. However, I had a knife. I could just close the distance. So this time you're just gonna kill us? Well, to be fair, it kind of killed me. At this point, you're gonna die anyways. Why are you going through all this effort? Do you really care that much about Dragon's Pack winning? Oh, Mouse, who said anything about Dragon's Pack winning? He swung once more the chain, this time I'm able to duck under it. The momentum I had, but he backed up and shortly began using it. I had to quickly get my approach to prevent him swinging. Obviously, you're trying to help Dragon's Pack. That's why you told her about a fake plan. Why are you trying to kill me now? You want Dragon's Pack to be last one standing. You misunderstand me. Of course, I don't want your pack to live through this, but I don't want Dragons to live either. What do you mean? Monkey's pack is already dead, and yours will be as well. Who do you want to win? Nobody's. Dog swung again, another miss. You can't honestly mean that. You're just trying to throw me off my game. Well, it won't work. You obviously don't mean that. Dragon's team is entirely on track to win. You sure about that? Yeah. Then where's Snake? Wait, what? I'd wager rounds end in a couple more minutes. I don't think Snake entered his action when I met with him, in case there were strategic differences. The Dragon's group would be in for a rather nasty surprise. Wait, then you can't be serious. I don't care enough to lie. Why would you want that? A bit of a gambler, Mouse. I'd like to bet horses from time to time. And know how you win by betting on horse races? Dog swung the chain. You bet on all of them. Blocked the knife. It hurt like hell and I dropped the knife to the floor. Dog pulled the chain back. Well, that's a saying anyways. In actuality, if you do that, you end up losing money. But that's beside the point. I started swinging the chain again. I couldn't go on. I didn't know what was up. This was crazy. I had to beat him here now. I ran forward, pick up the knife, and backhandedly stabbed him. All the while, he continued to swing the chain. It stung like hell, nearly knocked all my breath away. But it didn't knock me out. The same couldn't be said. He fell to the floor, reeling. His breathing got heavy. It dawned on me what I'd just done. I'd executed someone. I'd killed Dog. I should feel bad, but the moment there's a lot going on, so I don't have time for the guilt. Dog, quit being confusing. Why are you doing this? Maybe it's a mistake, but it's a cop's instincts. Okay, so you're useless. I was probably insensitive considering he was literally dying, but aren't we all? It seems if he's not working directly with the Jade Emperor, it seems he's definitely trying to cause everyone to lose. Assault fight, it's always shifted Bunny's advantage. Injuries are catching up to Tiger. It's not over. Please don't make this hard. Please don't make this harder than it has to be. Wait, you're just gonna have me ask me to sit down and die, if possible? No. Okay then. Wait, Bunny, you don't have to do this. I'm sorry, Mouse, but I really do. No, I mean you really don't. You guys already lost. What are you talking about? Snake is dead. What? How? You're trying to deceive me. Bunny, look at me. These eyes, these look like the eyes of a liar. It can't be. You're just trying to trick me. Really, then where's Snake? Ah! Bunny turned around and ran away. He was likely trying to check if he was telling the truth. After all, it was pretty important. He listened to reason. I went over and helped Tiger sit down. Hey, take it easy. I'm fine, trust me. No, you're not. Come, sit down. You need some rest. If you insist. Just then, two people ran in. Ox, looking exhausted, tried to put distance between himself and Dragon. Dragon, however, wasn't looking tired and was gaining on him. Dragon, cut it out. Why the hell would I? This prick needs to die. No, he doesn't. Dragon, I don't know how to tell this, but you've already lost. What? How in the world? What do you say? Dog killed Snake. He didn't intend for anyone to live. Ha! Is that really the best bluff you can come out with? Why on earth would something that stupid? I don't know, he's crazy. The only crazy one is you. I'm gonna buy that bullshit story. No, I'm taking the bait. Well, it's not bait. Hey, shut up. Before I could complain, Dragon rushed at me. Dragon was a lot better at this than Dog. He clobbered me. Didn't immediately recover what's it done for. Yeah, it's gonna say some raging beast. She can't be beat or reasonable. Mouse is a good speaker. I killed. My favorite group is already dead. What? What? Ox, don't blow this. She's not going to buy the dog, so I have to sell her a story. I don't believe you. Oh, really? When's the last time you saw Snake? Dragon started looking nervous. He hadn't entered his move to the round when he died, which means he's going to be executed this round. That means you're going to be executed this round. So why take us down with you? You're saying I'm gonna die too? No, there's no way. Dragon was like, no, screw that. Dragon stormed away in a rage. No, she didn't storm away. She stormed over the kitchen. Mouse, are you serious? Kind of. Actually, Dog did it. What? Oh yeah, she won't believe us when we say Dog did it because, as far as she's aware, he has no reason to betray us, and he likely hasn't shown. He doesn't know from other. We know from the other timelines that he can't be trusted under any circumstances, but Dragon doesn't know that. So simply by saying that Mouse killed it, that deals with it. For now, what's Dragon doing? She's collecting strange. She was grabbing a bunch of knives. She took over one and put it in the collar. Only barely fit, but yeah, using thing distance, she was able to stuff a knife between the two. Then she grabbed another knife and repeated. It was a pretty sight. The Endeavor left her neck with a bunch of cuts and her breathing was constricted. But what was the point? Dragon, what's going on? Screw you! She looked. Had nothing to do with us. I guess in a sense she didn't. Right now her objective had shifted from attacking us to whatever she was doing now. I was confused into what exactly I heard until the television began to speak, because the signal round was over. Dragon's execution would be starting. Sure enough, I heard the sword in the sound of her collar starting to cut inwards. However, something funny happened. I guess the collars weren't shining examples of engineering, because somehow the knife stuck between Dragon's neck and the collar had interference. Something about the solid steel defense blocking off the encroaching knives caused the mechanics malfunction, causing all sorts of sounds that shouldn't be coming out of collar. Was it working? After a bit of time, I stopped hearing sounds that come from the collar, and yet Dragon still stood. Her neck looked like a bloody, constricted mess. You could hear her breath was raspy, uneven. Her head looked slightly off collar. But she stood. The execution couldn't take her down. Dragon the unyielding. Dragon, are you okay? Ox, you gonna be okay? I honestly don't know. Maybe if we can get to a medical team quickly, it's probably possible for her to get out of this unscathed. For now, though, Dragon, sit down, don't move much. You don't want to disturb the delicate situation. We have at least a round before we can get out. Instead of taking Ox is incredibly reasonable. Dragon alternative plan. You assholes, you think you kill 6 people and get away with it? Dragon's voice was raspy, but it was full of rage. Dragon, I feel like maybe we should talk about this. Instead, she started attacking. I blocked. Ow! Mouse, I'm fine. I had to do something. What do I say? Alright, this is gonna be another negotiation thing. She's too angry for the no point in killing to matter. Killing us, she died. It doesn't matter because she survived it. I didn't actually kill Snake. Dog did. What? She stopped her tracks. I don't know why he did. He was babbling about making sure none of us survived if he could do it. But thinking about it, I was pretending hostage when I was pretending to be the hostage when could I have gone all the way over to wherever Snake is and kill him? Ox, Tiger, and myself didn't actually want to kill anyone. You have still acted against us. So alright. Oopsie. Let's see the death here. It might disrupt the Celtic balance. Plus, if we die, it's gonna be a lot harder. A risk I'm willing to take. Oh yeah, we're going through this. Alright, I can't go back this way. Didn't actually kill anyone. You still act against us, trying to kill us. What do you say? I had to help Ox and Tiger too. They didn't deserve any of this. I was up here, maybe I would have given up. That would mean letting them die when they counted on me, and that's a line I'm not willing to cross. Dragon glared at me. The raging enemy... the raging energy had depleted. Okay, yeah. I figured going out... Since she went to the pack mentality, I figured saying I have my own pack to protect would appeal to her sorts of morals. Instead of fighting anymore, Dragon stormed off to nearby calm and leaned against it. It was clear she was low on energy. Frankly, it's a miracle she was alive, even with her makeshift neck shield. If she exerted herself any further, who knows what would have happened. I turned away, angsty to Ox. What now? It's over. Next round, we'll pass the finish line. With everyone else dead, we can use the tablets to make sure Dog's pack is in last place. Then we'll be free. Tiger, who'd been resting, walked over. Seriously? Just like that, we go free? We won? I doubt anything will be just like that, but on the whole, yeah, we won. The Monarch said that I started to break down and cry. Mouse, what's wrong? So much happened in so little time, so many deaths, some I was responsible for. Was I a murderer now? It's hard to tell. Either way, I wouldn't be getting any sleep for weeks to come. For something extreme like this, being kidnapped and forced in a death game, I'm pretty sure the people involved would not face any major repercussions. There might be some, but I can't imagine it'd be as severe. But I guess I'm not expert of law. Brian had completely driven us against each other. Ultimately, myself, Tiger, and somehow Dragon would survive this game, but none of us would really win it. We went to war, and as usual, all the left was mysteries and misery. If Dragon finds a group whistle, she'll use it. Grouping together seems better to her than having individual traders. Unless the two special personalities are in the same pack, all grouping whistle group games will look the same. They're massacres. Casualties on all sides. If lucky, 3 will get out alive. This path ends in incredibly unfavorable. Avoid at all costs. We're getting a decent amount of death cards here, yeah. That reminds me, let's go here real quick. What this race done to me, was I considering putting my life? It doesn't matter how we got, if only we wins. Obligation, had much obligation. Made self choice. We should maybe give up? What? Okay, good, what are you talking about? Are you referring to like we were planning on doing? That's Mouse. As humans have obligation. We have obligation to my life, so does Tiger, don't you? Even if I do, they don't justify. You're thinking too much about the abstract. Giving up now means you specifically will die. Knives on your... So you choke on blood and pass out. Once you fall asleep, never get to experience a single thing again. Your existence is permanent. Weep. Are you prepared for that? I'd rather die as me than go out of here murderer. Tiger, are you hearing this? Mouse, you're making a mistake. I totally get the urge to be a team player, but we're your team. Plus, those totally stabbed me. I'm so angry. I'm not letting get you might not agree with me. Oh, so then I'll die with my head held high. This isn't... You, Mouse, will die too. I'm sorry. No, I'm not letting you... We'll leave her until you start thinking straight. You don't have to stop me. Okay, then. Tiger, help me put her to sleep. Sorry about this. We'll discuss more later. Oh, tearing a mask. What am I wearing? I look down as Rooster's clothes. Oh, he's being executed. That's what I wanted, right? Okay, I figured this was the, Okay, yeah, this is what I wanted. It's noble to put the group over the self. It's not a decision to take lightly. If Mouse wants to sacrifice herself, she will die, but is that really the best outcome? Okay, that's what I wanted. The last death card for this particular timeline. Yeah, this is the Among Us one. But I couldn't get the other two, I guess. Well, it's not a big deal, I guess. Alright. Alright, so it looks like I missed 2 of the Among Us outcomes, so let's see how I can do this one. Weird, I didn't see any of that timeline, but it says everything has 4 endings. Should probably start voting, I'll go first. Wait, something changed? Cycle ended. Once again, a tablet with a total of 3. I've dragged down Dog! Oh, because I said I trusted Dragon, she decided not to vote. Wait, what? The normal disinterested eyes, a look of panic spear spread across. It looked like he had more to say before another word could exit. He began familiar. I couldn't bear to watch it again. It was horrifying. When I turned back around when I heard the thud of body, Bunny picked up and started interacting it. Arrogant, didn't read it seem coming. You just chuckle someone dying. What's wrong with you? Don't get too offended yet, Mouse. I don't think any of us are going to be mourning him. What do you mean? Take Luke's tablet. His personality's defeated. Wait, so that means we finally hit a traitor. Okay, so it looks like, yeah, he's the traitor, which unfortunately does mean that Bunny is the victorious one. We know it because... okay, so yeah. Oh, thank goodness. I shouldn't be feeling good about someone dying, but couldn't help myself. For once, the death was in vain. But after the initial joy, I turned to being puzzled. I mean, yeah, I voted. Was Hero the type of kill just to get his way? Who could have voted him, motivated him to commit such acts? It was all in the name of self-preservation? While I was hung on this, the Grist group celebrated. Yeah, we finally got someone. I knew something was off. For the record, who actually voted? I sure as hell did. I also voted for him. I voted for Dog. I see. You're all convinced. Well, we were right, weren't we? I guess that's true. Dog must have been the one who behind Ox's death. He likely lied about who he voted in the second cycle. He was also probably the one who collected tablets off the dead people. Crafty little bastards, indeed. While he was forced into unfortunate circumstances, I cannot condone his actions. Still, I'll pray for his soul. Hopefully his actions, spared by the cruel heart of the boy, spurred on by the cruel heart, can be forgiven. Well, I won't. Screw him and anyone who tries to step up to the Slugger Queen. So what now, huh? Surely you didn't forget there are two. Just because one's dead doesn't mean things are over. Ah, shit, you're right. Not necessarily. Think about it, we don't know the personality of a number of deceased. We theorize it's possible, but we never got information on the two traitors contradicting each other. That idea was actually far-fetched. Very possible, then all the hubbub, the other traitor's already dead. But how likely is that? Well, think about it. If both were alive, don't you think there could have been more moves? Ever since Snake's death, all the votes have certainly been explainable. There haven't really been any liars or anything. Yeah, it's all good, but we actually don't know they're dead. Or is it possible just take on faith? Well, what's the other option? Start killing each other and hope the traitor's still alive? Seems like a recipe for pointless slaughter. Guys, I have an idea. What? We just have to tie again. What's the plan? No, trust me, it'll work this time, because there's only 5. That means anyone breaking the plan will be super obvious. Well, Mouse is right. Mouse myself can vote for Horse and Dragon can vote for me, and Monkey can vote no one. If we do this, no one will die. A clever plan. I suppose that makes sense. We also need to input this round's action. Grimly enough, with all the deaths, the minor trinkets we have now are enough. Let's spread them out and activate them. So we each held a minor trinket and took turns entering the rest with our tablets. I used mine and prayed for... I didn't actually pray for that, but it's a button I pressed on my tablet. It was the first time I actually went with one of these things confident. There's too few people for a traitor to make a move. In fact, the other traitor was probably already dead. By the end of the cycle, we gathered around cafeteria. Television announcer, however, was drowned out by the announcements on our tablets. A total of 3 wished down Horse. Just as what? How is... Horse's face scrunched up. We knew it was about to happen. I turned around. Despair. Took longer to thud than usual, but a thud still came. Horses died just like the rest of them. 4 were left. What the hell? What the hell? How'd this happen? No, I thought this was over. Such something unexpected. Monkey, the traitor's gotta be you. What? Didn't you hear? Horse got 3. You must have voted alongside Bunny and killed him. There has to be some sort of other explanation. How? Maybe a dead person's tablet was used. Seriously? We would have seen if an extra tablet with them. There were no tablets in the bathroom. What a desperate excuse. Then it was Dragon, huh? Playing coy, the standard maneuver of liars. Instead of voting for Bunny, would she vote a Horse? Simple as that. No, wait, it's me. Just stop trying to put the blame elsewhere. I'm looking for the most logical explanation. The most logical, though, is that you did it. Everyone shut up. I shouted around with all the emotions I'm pulling up. They turned to me and disturbed by my outburst. I didn't care. I had enough with the traitor and this shit. I'm sick of this. The traitor's obvious. I'm pretty sure it's Bunny, unfortunately. It's definitely Bunny. What? Mouse, what are you talking about? Bunny could have made Horse 3 votes. He was always supposed to vote. Yeah, arguments me and Monkey. That's exactly what Bunny intended to happen. Why he did things like this. Did things like what? Mouse, you're being ridiculous. You voted for Horse. Use a dead man's tablet. How? So I only brought my own. You didn't need to bring a tablet to a different room. You voted in front of our eyes, huh? Bunny, when you're checking a dog's tablet, you used to vote for Horse without any of us noticing, were you? And as the other traitor, you must have realized you were in an unfavorable position since there were only 5 of us left. It doesn't surprise me you had a plan for that round. After voting Horse, you guided the conversation, so Horse was one of the options we were voting on to tie it. Also, you could be innocent in this debate. That all makes sense to me. Ah, you tried to set us up, didn't you? Whoa, hold on a second. Mouse is totally off base. I didn't do anything like that. You think that's evidence? This isn't a game about evidence, unfortunately. It's who the likeliest traitor, and we're talking about who's suspicious. There's piles of red flags with you. Starting the formation of the library group. But what about it? You said Pig founded that group. No way, she wasn't proactive enough. In fact, it looked to me like she was the last to join. She surprised me too, but she was super enthused about it. No, she wasn't. You formed the group by taking the most desperate people and gathering them. You hoped to take control of the group by staying in the majority, but Dog interrupted that plan by overwhelming your group with numbers, which is probably why you convinced the same people to reform and bring in Dragon. I seriously don't know what you're talking about. For a time, you used that to vote people out, but for some reason, you sensed it was a sinking ship and decided to pivot. By offering a hand, you gained the trust while taking out another big competitor. That was the point it devolved into a complete contest of the group voting out most suspicious. Being a social manipulator you are, that's the social you were aiming for. At that point, you were fairly confident Dog was the other traitor. Since you knew which actions you were responsible for, you could more easily narrow down who the other must be. That's why you contacted him there, didn't you? A contact with him? Mouse, you speak nonsense. I was right in front of you guys all the time. The random like a Carl Leone. That was some sort of code, wasn't it? A code only fellow cops would get. Now you're just being ridiculous. Carl Leone's a very respected actor, I'll have you know. Really? Name 3 movies he was in. He doesn't do movie work, he acts in television, TV shows. Hoyle's Hands of Danger and Frankenstein Cop. I haven't heard a single one of those. How's that my fault? I would know about Frankenstein Cop if that was a thing. Clearly you wouldn't. You and Dog conspired to put pin suspicion on Sheep. You're saying I work with Dog? Then why'd I vote for him? You voted for him because you realized public sentiment was against him. He had the most votes. Yeah, unfortunately, even the imposters will have to turn against each other if there's too much there. Sometimes you have to throw one under the bus. So yeah, I think we won the Among Us round this time. Then we heard Dragon talking about him being suspicious, you decided best to jump aboard. This is so ridiculous. Oh, then who do you think? I don't know, Monkey, Dragon, it's not me. Sure as hell ain't me. You're both right, because it's Bunny. You're totally right, Mouse. This guy's scummy no matter how you look at it, but in all but one vote, he's always been in the majority side. That's the kind of situation that only occurs if you're deliberately pulling some strings. The traitor in this case is likely someone who possesses an acute amount of social awareness. That does not appear to be Dragon's style. It is, however, consistent with the personality Bunny displayed. It's over, Bunny, admit it. With an angered look, he started walking towards me. He also stuffed his left hand in his pocket. He was walking past. Inspected, so that means just golden knife. He slashed. I slammed into him. I almost forgotten the last move available to him. With just 4 left, he had only 3. If he could just ambush Dragon with a weapon, he might have been able to get away with it. After knocking him to the ground, I started to rerun. Bunny sprang back and tried to grab. His Dragon reeled back and gave a solid kick. Dragon attacked Bunny, tumbling. Ah! That's what you get for trying to mess with me. So these are true colors. Disgusting. But what the hell is it supposed to? Curl over and die? So much shit, done so much, and all led to me die in some shitty high school? Screw this whole thing's totally unfair. Why am I being punished? For arresting the right guy? For doing my job? It's bullshit, you know, Brian. Tell me, why do I have to go? I don't deserve this. And anyone else did? If they didn't want to die, they should have done something about it like I did. And how'd that work out for you? It's unfair. Why am I pitching criminal doing my job? Is that why you're here? What? I didn't think it particularly pertinent, so I didn't bring it up, but I saw there was an article ripped out and posted on the board in Global Studies. I talked about a controversial police shooting. The police officer in it had a very little justification for firing and killing a low-level felon who later revealed to be unharmed, but ultimately nothing came of it. I'm talking about you, isn't it? Jerry Braxton. For real? That's you? I heard that story. It's another instance of the city system being completely messed up. That's you? I heard the story. It's another instance of the city system being completely screwed. Ha! Listen, the trash will be open to reckless murder. Funny? Nice. She's been the one called, ya pig. That wasn't me. What? Yeah, I was the officer that talked about the story, but the story's wrong. I didn't shoot anyone. You think we'll buy that? Look, I learned how to make people like me from a young age. I got a lot of practice learning to appease my parents. Secret is just go along with whatever other people want. Let them take control, they appreciate you. In school, I was pretty popular, had a lot of friends, everyone liked me. I was actually feeling pretty good about myself. Then I heard some of my closer friends are actually acting like dicks to other kids at school. I confronted them about it. Just like that, it all fractured. The slightest bit of opposition, all of a sudden I was the enemy. I thought there were people I thought were close turned on me, believe me incessantly. It's not like I had allies from other kids, because in their eyes, they were my friends for a long time. I was complicit. In an instant, I fell from heaven to hell. Why are you telling us this? Because it's important to know how I learned how cruel things were when society turns against you. How quickly your relationships can break. I spent about 2.5 hellish years learning that lesson, so when I finally joined the police force, I knew not to screw things up. By being candid, the force is in a pretty shitty state. There's a lot of corruption, malpractice, and frankly, shitty people working there. Chief Police Bowen's either incredibly incompetent or behind the atmosphere. It's a station full of assholes, but to fit in, you have to assimilate. I learned my lesson by making my move early. I went along with them. Maybe I went along too much, to the point they got camera joining in things like planting illegal drugs. That wasn't my idea. I just had to go along with my senior. I knew it was awful. I was only working there because I thought I could help combat in the long run, but in the end, one of Bowen's top men screwed up. They shot someone they shouldn't have, and I was asked to take the fall. You went along? I was sure nothing would come of it, and I went against the force. No telling what footage might come out, how the media might spin things. Are you saying the chief police is blackmailing? Why didn't you fight this? Who do you think has more influence? Who would win this fight? And you kept working there? And leaving the force would have fixed anything? Staying definitely wasn't the right option. I don't think you get how things work, Mouse, unless you let the group let groups control you. You don't get to control the group. It's a give and take relationship. You go along with what other people say, they're far more likely to be influenced by you. But that wasn't really a choice for me. I don't know if you thought your story would have made me sympathetic to you, but it only made me hate your guts more. Let's end this. Wait, what? You don't have to do this. Yes, we do. No, you don't. I'll admit I'm victorious, which means I can win with 2 other people. Monkey, Mouse is 2 of you. Turn against Dragon, the rest of us come out together. Are you seriously proposing that? Why would I want to work with a murderer? What do we so dramatic? All I do is push some buttons. Dragon's an actual criminal, a gang leader. I'm a cop who's trying to reform a broken system. Who should really get out of here? Oh, go screw yourself. Dragon picked up the knife. Wait. Dragon protests, walked up and started threatening. In response, Bunny threw a punch. It missed. Stuck the knife. She pulled it out. The wound, however, punctured some part as well. All I could do was sputter. In the final brutal movement, not execution but lynching. Dragon stood over Bunny, covered in blood. She stood over me and Monkey. We looked at each other and said nothing. Could hardly condone what just happened, but I still wasn't going to do anything about it. The rest of the race went by quickly. We used the minor trinkets towards the end. It would have been close if it was just the 3 of us used trinkets. However, we operated the dead people's tablets and had them use trinkets as well. It took 3 rounds to finish the line. There wasn't much discussion or celebration amongst the survivors. How could there be? There were only 3 of us. My eyes kept wandering to the sad corpse. Fought hard to survive, and for what? Monkey, Dragon, and myself were the only survivors. Bet Brian was cackling in his viewing room right now. Oh, we had well and truly broke down and taken each other until there was no one left. Exactly what he wanted. Almost no one left. Exactly what he wanted. This was no victory. We had too many people to call it that. Only one satisfying was Brian. And Brian, that means we lost. The second cause found in the first 3 rounds. Bunny will be assigned a role that forces him to act. If he finds a prayer statue, he will definitely use it. Oh, so he did activate it. He's an incredibly sly social player, and he'd be able to make the most of the voting system. On a good day, Mice may be able to deduce the 2 traitors and stop Bunny from dominating. However, any race the prayer statue is activated is a race that will end incredibly bloodily. That's not the story we're aiming for. Alright, we're gonna have to continue here to get the 3rd one here, because I want to get all of them. Yeah, I guess at this point we should have clear. If it wasn't made obvious from the other timelines, this one probably is what made it clear to me that we can't trust Bunny, because the fact there was 5 votes for Mouse means that he had to be the deciding vote. There's no way he would simply allow it to tie, because he needs to get rid of people. It's, different track. Oh, you mean Sarah's? Horse was just executed. What could... Obviously, that's Monkey's doing. No, I don't buy that. Why not? She's been shady all game, perhaps, but I know her better than anyone. She's my therapist, and I know she can... Oh, you seriously buy that? I know more than a violent gang leader like you, even quick to orchestrate groups, start fights. Sorry to say, Dragon, but I agree with Mouse. As do I. Well, from my point of view, your guilt is confirmed. You shouldn't have... Sloppy. That's her criticism? What the hell? Mouse, you moron, you get us all killed. Try to think of things for a second, don't you? No, I'm sick of tired of you lying. Come on, let's vote this witch. I angrily walked off. I had enough of these games. I was going to vote her out. Took my tablet. 5 of Hearts. The one with the victorious personality is very sly. Their game is one built for a long game. The fewer people left, the easier it is to blitz a victory. Mouse must see through the facades and let logic guide her. Alright, this time... Alright, I think we've exhausted all the Ox and Dragon timelines. All the Bunny and Dog timelines, so Ox and Dragon it is. I'll go with Ox and Dragon. There's something else. Oh, right. Yeah, we're still on the PAX timelines, so, yeah, let's go here. Ox and Dragon. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, let's go searching. We can totally do this. Now, Spear. Let's kick Brian's ass with thinking we can be messed with. Yeah, whatever. Let's get searching. We don't have time for this. Just like that, our group splits up. Where do we want to look? Does it really matter? Not really. We have to come to some sort of decision. Well, no shit, Sherlock. I'm just saying, need to waste time with a big discussion. Let's start looking around. Fine, there are classrooms on the 1st floor. I haven't had a chance to search through. Let's start there. Alright, that's all we'll go. Great teamwork. Is that what it was? Didn't we just talk about wasting time? Alright, let's get started. And get started we did. We began working on the 1st floor, searching classrooms as a group. When the 3 of us worked together, we were able to cover a lot more space than we've been able to. Working with the Dragon Ox made scrounging them a cinch. However, there was a problem. We weren't actually finding any miners. Couldn't be helped. The school's unusually large, so we were able to run around a number of rifts. whiffs. Still, I couldn't help being annoyed we were seemingly wasting time. I had to tell myself there wasn't a right way of thinking about it. I wasn't wasting time, I was eliminating possibilities. Dragon didn't seem to share my optimistic spirit. Oh, for love of heck. We've been searching this whole while and we haven't found jack shit. Calm down, would you? I don't see what shouting about's gonna do for the problem. It's gonna stop me from hitting things. Then shout away. Actually, better idea. Let's take a momentary break from the search. What? Ox can't be giving up already. Where's your spirit? I'm not giving up on anything. I'm saying we should stop, split up, and our actions for this round. Yeah, there's still a fair amount of time left, but it wouldn't want to hurt to get out of there sooner than later. At this rate, it's highly unlikely we'll be able to use minor trinkets, so I don't see the harm in just predicting run for now. Fine by me. Not just to implement the actions now, instead wait until the end. Yeah, good thinking, Ox. I'll stay in this room and you can use neighboring classrooms. Why do I have to move? Seriously, does every decision have to be a thing with you? I'm just... Oh, forget it. I'll move on to the next classroom, okay? Hey, don't misunderstand me. I'm fine moving. I just was cool with you bossing me around like that. Who cares? Hey, didn't we talk about not wasting time on pointless conversations earlier? Which rooms we use for the half a minute we'll take to operate our tablet seems to fall under the pointless conversation umbrella. Whatever. Without another word, Dragon stormed out. Ox followed her. Alright, so there was room improvement on the whole teamwork front. We could work with that. Anyway, since those two were gone, we could use this opportunity to choose an action on the tablet. There wasn't much to think about. I just hit run. Then wait for the true turn. Didn't take long at all for Dragon. However, Ox did take a bit. When he did, he looked perturbed. Ox, what's wrong? I might die soon. What? Yeah, I think most of us are kind of in that situation about now. It's tense for all of us. Obviously don't mean just because of the general death game. Look, when I went to the other room and turned on my tablet, message pop up. The message? It said you've been poisoned. Your veins are now infected with... who's Kafka's toxin? The deadly venom will kill you at the end of the next round. Your only chance of survival is to drink the antidote. What's the antidote? Blood from the dead body of the one who poisoned you. Cold shiver. That can't be. Are you serious? Whoa, metal. Metal? That's your first reaction? I call it how I see it. I shudder and think the machination's your mind. Well, screw you too, Dragon. Ox has been poisoned. There isn't time for this. You know what? You're right. I'm sorry. I already promised I wasn't going to do any pointless death. Have any pointless death on my watch, so I guess I gotta help figure out what's going on. Thank you. Anyway, what's the deal? You're talking about venom, right? So that's just something to do with Snake? Didn't that prick refuse to tell us what his ability was? Maybe this was it. I doubt it. This is entirely different to the other abilities. An effect on this scale seems more in tune with a major trinket, wouldn't you say? Yeah, that sounds about right. Jade Emperor said each animal was represented in a minor and major trinket. This must be the work of Snake's major trinket. Additionally, it's a fair assumption the person who used it is either the person with the victorious personality or one that defeated. After all, they benefit from deaths more than anyone. On the other hand, the fact you two apparently didn't receive this notification means the trinket has its limits. The culprit would likely have poisoned everyone given the chance. Perhaps a trinket can only poison one at a time, or maybe it's a one-time use. One could somehow even gotten their hands on a major trinket. I made a search in groups to prevent something like this from happening. Someone could have found it before the end of the third round, and they decided to keep it hidden for some unclear reason. Wow, Ox, even though you were in a horrifying position, you remained composed. We were on the verge of death the moment we got here. This merely speeds up the timetable. Hell of a way to view things. I don't think most would see it the way you do. Well, from a distance, it might not seem it, but a prosecutor is actually one of the most stress-inducing jobs there is. Every day I'm involved one way with numerous cases that will define other people's entire lives. One slip-up, I let justice falter. One overexertion, and an innocent man might be put to death. One careless statement, and a person working for me will snatch my position. I don't take my work lightly. I've put the past 4 years into a state of non-stop tension. I've spent the past 4 years in a state of non-stop tension. At this point, I'm numb to it. Wow, that's, sad? Yeah, I think that's sad's the word for it. I would have preferred impressive, but whatever. Still, I envy you. Not many are in a position where they can hold their own death so lightly. Oh, don't get mistaken. I have no way to hold my life in low gravity does. I do not intend on passing on without a fight. I'll find who's poisoned me, and I'll not show them mercy. Oh, how dramatic. I'm loving your energy, Ox. Speakers of the room came back to life, then Jade Emperor... Oh, right, I was going for the Zero from Zero Escape 1 voice for him. Brian, why are you chiming now? Simply to mock me? Pretty much. I've got to say, I'm glad to get you to swarm. Don't get me wrong, Mouse and Dragon, all of you deserve to be here. But you, Ox, you really need a kick in the teeth. I was looking forward to see how a hamster fodder like you would hold up in this place, and now it looks like your death will be the cause by total corruption, the one that carried out under the malicious cover-up that killed... How's that for irony? Irony? Anyways, I should leave you to your little mysteries. Find out who poisoned you, or don't and die. I'm hoping for the latter, personally. Ciao. And with that, he's gone. What a smarmy prick. The kids need a kick in the groin. Needs a lot more than that, but what does he mean about the total corruption? A cover-up? He was just trying to get in your head. I don't think so. Why bluff about something like that? But no, he can't be right. Morris was guilty, no matter what angle you looked at it. Evidence, testimony, motive, common sense, they all align perfectly. There's no way it could be faked. Ox, snip out of it. That's what. He'd bluff about it. He knew he'd get in your head. Or if there truly was some cover-up, and if the person cover-up poisoned me, this could be a clue. I'm with Mouse on this one. Don't get overly worked up. Hey, I'm not getting worked up. Okay, fine. I'm sorry for you too, but for the sake of my life, I'm gonna have to ask that I abandon the search. The poison won't kick in until the end of the next round, and that means plenty of time to investigate on my own. I trust you understand. Of course, do what you need to do. Try and figure out. Yeah, man, go for it. I doubt you're the type to be Who dangerous left his own devices anyways? No problem with you going on your own. I take offense to that. I could be in quite a bit of trouble of my own if I choose to be. Oh, so that's how you want us to tail you? No, that won't be necessary. That's what I think. Alright, then I'll be off. I'll excuse himself for this quest for self-preservation. With that, Dragon and I were left in an empty classroom. What a shit situation for him. I can understand why he'd be I can understand why the Jade Emperor would be particularly ready to go after the corrupt cops that were involved with his father's, as well as the prosecutor, but it does seem a bit weird. I mean, we know that Pig is just a reporter who reported on the story, so as far as we're aware, she just seems to be a random one out of all the people who did. The Dragon's just some gang leader, as far as we know. Mouse, we know Mouse is here. He just wants to punish Mouse because the actual person, her father who failed to get his father off properly, has already died, and so he decided to go for the next best thing. Situation. Yeah, I don't see this ending well. True. Better than me, I suppose. Let's go looking for the Maya trinkets. Is that the right move? What are you talking about? I mean, don't we want to make sure most people live through this, right? It seems this poisoner's a big deal. Shouldn't we try and find out who it is? Alex said he had it. I could say that, but who knows if he actually does. Sure, if he had enough time, he could probably figure it out, but he's on a time crunch. Our help may provide some insight he wouldn't be able to. This seems like a plan. Guess it'd be searching the empty classrooms, huh? Alright, why the hell not? Let's play detective. I was always good at sniffing out the rats in my crew. This shouldn't be too different. Sniffing out rats? You know, birds. I don't know if that word is allowed on YouTube or whatever, but yeah, basically someone who tells on the others. Can't have them around, no, makes us look weak. Maintaining control is about every link of the chain being strong. I might ask, how do you figure out who the rats were? Oh, I didn't do anything special, really. Bit of intimidation, violence, really, whatever worked. Yeah, I think we might need a different strategy here. Really? We might get pushed back from groups if we get that extreme. Fine, whatever, you can lead our investigation. You're a lawyer, whatever, law student. Same difference, you're smart, you can lead. Alright, I'll be your backup. You know what? I like the sound of it. That's a Mouse and Dragon, the dynamic duo of partners in justice. And that's enough of that. Okay, so how do we start this investigation? Alright, at this point we have reason to believe Dog and Bunny are the two main ones, especially since in both timelines, as far as we're all timelines, they seem to be the main ones, so. Let's go and talk to Bunny. Bunny, huh? I guess that wouldn't be so bad idea. Well, you sure he's gonna actually give us useful information? Even if he does know something, he'll be evasive at it. Well, that's where you come in, right? If he's being shady, I'll just have to come in and apply some good old-fashioned pressure. If you think he's being shady, you can come in and apply some good old-fashioned pressure. I bet if you get up in his face, he'll fold in an instant. I'm not sure things will go that smoothly. What the hell? Now we have a better plan? That's the spirit. Is that it? So we look forward to where Bunny was searching. Eventually, we stumbled across him on the third floor. He was investigating student commons. He and Pig were working together, while Dog searched the other side of the room. We approached Bunny and Pig. Hey, Bunny, Pig. Mouse! Noting us, Bunny came over and stood next to Pig. Oh, hi, guys. What brings you here? Yeah, why are you here? Can't we be checking to see how you're doing? Of course, can. We'd love that. But Ox isn't with you, and we're looking for trinkets. Isn't that super weird? You got us, Pig. We're actually here to talk about something pretty important. You see, someone uses a really scary trinket on Ox. He's going to die unless we can figure out who used it. Oh, you don't say. Really? Well, gosh, that sounds horrible. Who wouldn't do something that evil? Yeah, who? Whoever did something like that should be ashamed themselves. How evil and villainous. I just wanted to ask if you two knew anything. Know something else? Sorry to say, we've been focusing on finding minor trinkets. We don't know anything about what you're talking about. What Bunny said. We know nothing about any trinkets or poison or anything. So we don't need to bother. Okay, Pig just said something extremely notable. Oh, well. Oh no, did we say poison? Oh, no, we didn't actually. We only said someone used a really scary trinket, which means Pig knows about it, which is interesting because we know from the other timelines Pig is not one of the people with a traitorous personalities. So why would she be aware of it? What do you know about the Corruption Morse case? Corruption Morse case? It doesn't exist. Really? You're telling me everything was by the books? As far as I'm concerned, yeah. Look, I'm the cop who arrested that killer Morse, and I made the accusation based off a solid trail of reliable evidence. After the arrest, the other members of the force found more evidence involved, more witnesses came forward. We ended up having a rock-solid case against him. For some reason, Morse wanted to take it to trial, and then he lost. It was all incredibly standard, so you don't know anything funky about it. Well, it's a high-profile case, but I don't think it affected anything. And you, Pig? Corruption, what of it? I mean, I guess I did notice something of media bias against Mr. Morse. The conversation on the internet seemed, I don't want to say forced, but forced maybe? Of course, I have nothing to do with that. All my pieces were written honest and fairly based off information I had. Of course. Well, that's all you guys. I guess that's that. Good luck searching. We'll just keep searching for trinkets until this is over, right, Pig? Yeah, Bunny said. Mouse, so we really leave like this? We've asked all we can. We shouldn't waste more time. But we went back. That could have gone better. I knew we weren't getting anything useful. Those two know nothing about anything. What a waste of time. I still think Pig was acting weird, but maybe that's how she comes across. I think you're overthinking things. Best for us to keep going. She took out a silver lighter with a dragon pan, spinning it. If there's ever time for a smoke, it'd be now. I wish I had some cigarettes on me. You know those are horrible for your health, right? Oh, really? I think you're the first person to tell me that. Sorry. There's already enough occupational hazards to my health. I don't think the risk of smoking is scale up too much. You stare at the flame for a bit. It's a neat lighter. Here's my boyfriend. You have a boyfriend? I had one. Oh. Did you wake up with him? Back in the unlit the lighter. He's not with us anymore. Oh, I'm sorry. It's fine, I'm over it. But you know, I still get those thoughts. If I hadn't, those damn scorpions get so uppity. You know, Mouse, all of life is struggle control. Who has the most amount of it? If you're not controlling other people, you're being controlled. And if you don't actively try to gain control, it's your fault when you're powerless in life. There's a fight that never stops. Let up in a fight for a second, your opponent can gain ground. In that spirit, there's more. The more time we stand here or talk about Jackal, the more time the poisoner gets left to make their next move. Let's go back. Sure thing. As for who to investigate next, let's talk to Dog this time. Dad, dude, are you sure that's a good idea? I don't know whether he's even paying attention if his life's on the line just like ours. You'd think he'd be a good source of info? I think a big clue is coming from the Jade Emperor's seemingly mocking speech. We need to investigate what this tool of corruption is. Dog's an ex-cop, he's friends with the chief of police, that makes him a good lead. Really? And and we actually, as silly as it seems, we did actually get a genuinely good lead out of this in the end. Because we found out, because we only said a scary trinket, we at no point mentioned poison. And yet Pig knew specifically what it was. And that's the thing, if it was Bunny, that would be easy. It'd just be, okay, yeah, Bunny's, once again, is acting against us while going with the group. But no, it was Pig who mentioned the poison. Look, let's just find him. We began looking for where Dog was searching. Eventually, we stumbled across him on the 3rd floor. He was investigating the student commons. Bunny and Pig were searching together on the other side of things of a large area. We approached Dog. Hey, Dog. Mouse, Dragon. I guess you're here now. That we are. Neat. Not curious as to why? I figure if you wanted to know, you'd tell me. If you wouldn't, even if I asked. We're trying to figure something out. Do you know anything about Ox being poisoned? Oh, that old thing? Ox is already here. Made a big fuss about it. What'd you tell him? Told him the truth. I got no idea what it's about. Anything else? Nope. That's the gist of it. Hope it sorts out. I like Ox. You seem pretty bothered by a thing that's going to end in death one way or another. Oh, I am bothered, but I don't see what crying's going to do for us now. Figured it'd be more useful continuing my job. How about you told us about you, the chief of police? You were close with him, right? Bowen? Yeah, I know a thing or two about him. Why should I tell you, though? Because it could be really useful? I suppose. You know what? I'm bored. It's been too long since I've gambled. I took out a pair of dice and put them on the table. Well, where'd you get that? There's a whole bin of these in one of the mathematics classrooms. Let's play a little game. A game? Hey, how are you talking about? Real simple. First, I'll roll one die and cover with my hand. Next, I'll roll another. Take a look at the die and guess if it's a higher or lower than any you can see. Guess right, you win. Wrong, you lose. If the numbers are the same, I win by default. But hey, that's only 1/6 chance, you know? I guess. Alright, let's play. Wait, you can't be serious. Why can't I be? I'm bored. If Mouse wins a gamble, I'll say whatever you want to know. Why can't you just help us normally? I'm a very private person, Mouse. You can't just ask me to spill private details for nothing. Besides, rules of gambling favor you, so you know you'll probably win. I guess don't have a choice. Alright, bring it. Aye, as we'd love to see. Spare this one. I can't believe you're wasting your time with this. Kick his ass, Mouse. Alright, we have to remember, Dog is extremely familiar with gambling. He's not going to be tricked by... It's never going to be as simple as it seems. And like that, Dog began his waste of time. First he rolled one. Like a fair roll. Coming to stop, he slammed his left hand. Alright, my die is set. Let's see what yours is. With his hand, he rolled the second die. Our attention was completely pulled in as it bounced up the end of the table. 5. Ah, damn, not great for me. What formality say call higher or lower? This is never simple. Higher. Mouse, what are you doing? Trust me. Dog looks stone-faced. His die was indeed a 6. Well, how about that? Seriously, what are the odds? It's not a matter of odds. It's a matter of Dog being a shady bastard. What are you possibly talking about, Mouse? Oh, don't play coy. The game is too simple and too dumb for it to be pure luck. You're definitely cheating somehow, even if I don't know the specifics. Well, you know, maybe when people's attention are distracted by one, turning over the dice in your hand undetected isn't the hardest feat. You serious? You know, if you try to pull that shit in some place, you get shot. Which is why I don't pull those shit in those places, just the drunkards. Anyway, you won the bet. Hit me with what you want to know. What can you tell us about Brian's case? Was there anything off about it? Oh, there was plenty off about it, I'll tell you that. Rare we get such clear-cut answers as to who the killer is. That Morris guy could have used a bit more time to plan a scheme. Are you certain he did it? Mouse, everyone's certain. It's painfully obvious. Still, it didn't stop the chief of police from going in on the suspect. I heard plenty from him, but the late nights he'd spent interrogating. Morris didn't crack, though, never got a confession. Did Chief Bowen act strange at all during the case? Of course he did. It was his brother who was murdered, although I suppose his attitude did start to shift at one point. Oh? Yeah, now that I'm remembering, it was strange. As time went on, Bowen got less angry and more, what's the word, antsy. He just seemed antsy about it. I remember him talking to himself one night at the bar. He said something strange. Either way, I just need to put Brett in jail publicly in the case. Yeah, it's not something a fair defender of justice is probably supposed to say, huh? I'd say, thank you, dog. That's exactly what I was looking for. Well, glad to be of service. You know, as you're a surprisingly good gambler, I need to play again. We both got out alive. I promise to take you up on that offer. And you know, a good reason to try. Dog went back to the search. Alright, we probably got the bad end out of this. We probably should have done Dog first. That way, when Bunny insists that it was an up-and-up case, we could point that out. And when he says, oh, come on, what are the odds there? We could point out, oh, we never mentioned poison and to Pig, which means, yeah, they're absolutely hiding something. That certainly seems insightful. Maybe. Still, if I had good info, it pissed me off they toyed with us by making us play that stupid game. Dragon stretched her arm and cracked her knuckles. She drummed her fingers on the nearby cabinet. What's our time looking like? It's definitely the 5th round already, but there's a little bit before the round ends, so we have a bit more time to investigate. And after that, we're gonna come in on a choice. You mean about taking out someone. You know, if we're wrong, we're just committing murder for no reason. The person who poisoned Ox has to one of the traitorous, right? If we do nothing, we're gonna let that person... We're not going to be able to get through this without any violence. We just need to make sure the violence is directed toward the right targets, and be as little as possible. Damn, that's cold blood. I didn't think you had it in you. I was one of the fewest number of deaths to occur cold blood. Maybe cold blood ain't the right word for it. It's pragmatic, very realistic take on the situation. I was worried you were going to be one of those hippie, we need to get everyone out alive jokes. I mean, I'd like it if everyone could get out alive. Yeah, well, that ain't happening. Now things like this. Yeah, you're right. You said we had some more time to investigate. Alright then, where should we go? How about we try to talk to Miss Sheep? Sheep? What on earth is... You should talk to someone like her. She's very honest. I don't think she'll hide anything. She was also Amadeus Bowen's secretary, correct? If there's any shady business, she'd be the first one to know. I think it's a decent place. Well, you're the one calling the shots. Fine, we'll talk with Sheep. Great, thanks. And with that decided, the two of us began our search. It didn't take long. We quickly found her searching a classroom on the first floor of the Horse and Monkey. Oh, Mouse Dragon, what are you two doing here? Hi, Sheep. Hello there. I echo Sheep's question. What are you two doing here? Hey, watch with the attitude, will you? You're lecturing me about attitude. The two of you knock it off. Dragon and I were here to ask questions. I'll ask whatever you like. First of all, do you know anything about Kafka toxin? 3 blanks. You know what, forget it. Wait, I'd want to know what you're talking about. Trust me, you don't. How about this? Do you know anything about the corruption involving Amadeus Bowen and the trial of Mr. Morris? This question actually provokes mental reaction. Corruption? I must apologize, I do not know anything about the matter. However, speaking as Brian's therapist, I can say he certainly believed things were not right in the trial of his father. I suppose this is the breaking client confidentiality, but circumstances warrant this, I would imagine. Indeed, they do. Brought from Brian go on about things weren't right with his father's arrest and execution. He was convinced there was something more to it. I'll admit things seemed happy. Speedy than they were normally. However, there's no evidence to suggest that this would result in any malice. The evidence of his father's guilt was almost plain as day. Brian just never accepted it. I feel his pain. Many boys idolize their father. Father's words can be deeply ingrained in a young boy's psyche, permeating their conscience. If Brian's father honestly told Brian he was innocent, it's likely Brian will believe it no matter what. What an irresponsible father leaving his son in that state. It must have been rough for Brian to go through so much at a young age. When a family member dies when they're so young, it can definitely affect how you live your life. Alright, what about you, Sheep? Me, I don't... What do you know about the corruption? Corruption? Oh, Ress. Well, I know I shouldn't speak ill of the dead, but Mr. Bowen wasn't exactly... There are a lot of bad rumors, some of which may have indeed been true. He's a powerful man with many famous connections, but some say he got those connections through a creative use of leverage, shall we say? So, blackmail. I can't say anything about that nature, but nothing I learned from my position would exactly refute those allegations. He definitely made a lot of enemies, but that's not to say Morris isn't the killer. Morris had a deep amount of resentment for Bowen and the way he ran things. The two would often get into arguments, and it's clear from the case Morris had to be. I mean, I was there the whole time, and Morris was the only one who met with Bowen at the time of death. I don't think the trial was in any way corrupt, if that's what you're saying. I cannot speak to any of this. I was only a minor witness. I have very little involvement with either man. Okay, then, well, this is very useful to hear. Thank you for sharing. No problem. You still haven't told us why you came to ask. Why are you not with Ox? Okay, see you guys later. Like that, I grabbed Dragon's wrist and walk away. Despite Dragon's protest, I didn't stop until we got to the classroom we came from. Did you let go of me? Sheesh, you got a grip. Who do you think grab onto me like that? Oh, relax. Anyways, would say it was a fruitful investigation. We got lots of information on Bowen. Really? Personally, I didn't hear anything I didn't pretty much already know. There definitely wasn't anything I'd call game-changing and all that. I'll have to agree to disagree then, I guess. Dragon leaned against the wall. After zoning out for a couple seconds, she looked back at me. So what now? We're running out of time. I'm not sure we have much more time to investigate. And at the moment, Ox entered. I found you two. That's convenient. Ox, would you mind joining me in the cafeteria as soon as you can? I'm trying to gather the whole group. Sure thing. If you have any... Input your actions this round. I'm not sure how long the meeting will last, but it might go through the end of the round. Cool. How you doing the whole poison front? I've made some progress on that front. There's a partial solution. What do you mean? We'll talk in the cafeteria. Without a word, he left. Well, that was odd. Agreed. Let's put in our actions and join up with the others. Got it. And so we did just that. As usual, I pressed run. Then I went to the cafeteria. Dragon, dog, bunny, pig, horse, sheep, and monkey were all there. Except from the group, Ox stood. Mouse, Dragon, how kind of you join us here. Oh, don't mention it. I can't but notice we're missing some people. I wasn't able to locate Snake's group in a quick fashion. However, I believe this should be enough. So, what are we doing here? Ask him. Horse gestured Ox. He's clearly the one running his show. Oh, right. Ox, I mean to be pushy. Could you tell us why we're gathered? Well, first off, I thought we already agreed to meet up in the cafeteria anyway. Oh, that's right. We did say that. Kind of forgot. We did too. It just slipped our minds. How clumsy. Well, whatever. As you know, a trinket's been used on me. At the end of this round, I'll be executed. No. However, I can still survive if I find out who poisoned me. Really? How are you going to figure out who poisoned you? You know already you're psychic? Ox breathed a sigh with heavy responsibility. I've spent much of my time acting as a leader or a former. Even back in middle school, I turned my class delinquents into mall students. I grew up a rough part of the high tower. I saw how out of control it was, and that's why I became a prosecutor. By helping shape the judicial system, I could control society. It's admittedly a hard and uneven job. Control is a difficult thing to maintain, but it has to be maintained or else people will fall to their vices. It's a natural progression of things. With that in mind, I'll now be taking control of this group. Oh dang, Ox pulled out a pistol with a silencer. Whoa, what the hell? Where'd you get that? On the second floor is hidden particularly well in one of the classrooms. Unfortunately, this was a thing on the, Unfortunately, this is the image on the Steam page for the game, so it does spoil a bit, which is unfortunate, but then again, I guess the rules of Scooby-Doo suggest that the person who's nicest to you isn't always most trustworthy. It's disturbing to me that I was able to find it, and it makes me worry what else may be stored in this building. However, none of that matters at this point. After all, a mere pistol elevates me the biggest threat in the room. What are you going to do with that? Perhaps this is selfish of me, but I don't wish to die yet. If I can live by killing my poisoner, that's what I shall do. So let's begin. Ox, hold on a minute. Do you know who poisoned? Admittedly, I'm not yet clear on the identity. However, that won't stop me trying to save myself. What does that mean? It means I'll have to take some guesses. Oh, hold on. Are we just gonna start killing people willy-nilly? You maniac. Ox, hey buddy, you can't just do something like that. You're not seriously gonna start just killing people at random, are you? Now, surely you'd understand. I'm not simply gonna guess at random. There are many deductive practices I can use to narrow the suspects. For example, Horse, as strong as he is, would no need to resort to such tricks. Sheep is scared and consequently spent most of her time in the presence of someone else, limiting that she could have found the trinket. Dog lacks strong convictions. He wouldn't grip to life so desperately. Combining all the factors, most likely candidate, and the first I will take out is Bunny. Ox, you can't be serious, can you? Logically speaking, you're the most likely suspect. You can't just say that. I apologize for this, Bunny. An instant, his face hardened. You're not gonna just kill me like this. Held out a knife and dodged left. I'd already gotten out of the way. I turned around and realized Bunny moved behind me, using me as something as a shield. No, not me. The person behind me, which would be... The thing about being shot is the moment you start to wonder where the sound came from, you stop wondering about it. Finding the poison will be a difficult task. Correctly interpreting the hints, however, even harder. Or, if you're devoid of hints, Ox take his best guess. That's not a particularly effective tactic, but interrogating the right people may lead to a more useful outcome. Yeah, Now, which one's that? The first one, oh my, so there's 4 from here. I think his deduction isn't wrong, but at the same time, we know he hasn't weapons. I think I chose the right people, but I guess we can try Snake for the moment. Let's go and try and find Snake. I mean, Ox is poison, right? It might have something to do with Snake. That makes sense. And I always thought that dude was shady. Woke up in the same room. He didn't even panic, like, at all. He could have totally sensed another person death without batting an eye. Well, I don't know about that, but regardless, we should find him. Just like that, we had our interrogation target. Didn't take long to find Snake. He was in classroom on the 2nd floor. He was in the same room as Rooster. Snake, would you mind if we talk with you? Ah, Mouse. What a nice surprise to be Miss McNamara's classroom. You may absolutely talk to me, whatever about. Hold on, where's El Tiger? Her, I believe she's examining one of the neighboring rooms. I mean, not all together during the search? We had a system, you assholes. Gotta follow it. Please, no need to get dramatic. I'm making sure no one in our group goes too far. However, allowing a bit of spread improves our searching prowess by quite a bit. Well, I don't like. Then you have my apologies. Now you have something to ask me. Right, Ox has been poisoned. That's not literally, but in the game. Someone used some sort of trinket, and we need to figure out he'll die. Do you know anything about it? Ah, yes, Ox is pretty convinced. Funny, he's actually already approached me about this. I suppose it's a poison I'm to be suspected. Ox truly become modern-day Damocles, hasn't he? Damocles is that. Damocles is a man who wished to sit on Dionysus' throne. Dionysus granted that wish. However, due to a bizarre leap in logic, Dionysus had previously set up his throne, so a giant sword hung directly above it, held by only a single horsehair. It is to represent the weight and danger of being a king, supposedly. After a short period, begged Dionysus to let him off the throne, having been burned with being a leader. However, the sword of Damocles more generally references to an inevitable seeming impending doom. It metaphorically functions much the way the pendulum does in Edgar Allan Poe's The Pitch in the Pendulum. Okay, I get it. As for an explanation, not an English lecture, I was simply providing with an appropriate amount of context. I feel like knowing the full story may let you further appreciate how my comparison was. I don't give a shit how apt the comparison was. I care about Ox. Now start giving me useful information. I'm afraid you're gonna have to start breaking things. Unfortunately, I know nothing about the poison. I don't know what I can do to help. I don't believe you. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Snake, there's nothing you know about it? You haven't heard of the toxin? Kafka's toxin, you say? Yeah, apparently that's what went through Ox, according to the tablet. Do you recognize it? I recognize the phrase. It's a very interesting name for Brian to have given the ability. Why? It references the famous question proposition by Gregory S. Kafka in 1983. Oh great, another diatribe. He proposed the following puzzle. An eccentric billionaire places you before a vial of toxin that, if you drink it, will make you painfully ill for a day, but not threaten your life or have any lasting effects. The billionaire will pay $1 million tomorrow if at midnight tonight you intend to drink the toxin tomorrow afternoon. Places a vial of toxin that if you drink it will make you painfully ill, but not threaten your life or have lasting effects. Pay $1 million tomorrow morning if at midnight tonight you intend to drink the toxin. To be clear, you need not drink the toxin. In fact, the money will be in your bank account hours worth of time if you succeed. Now all you have to do is intend at midnight to drink this stuff tomorrow afternoon. Naturally, you would prefer not to. However, if it's for $1 million, you're willing to deal with pain for a day. Quite an interesting puzzle, isn't it? Puzzle? Where's the puzzle? So you know what to do in this situation? Ain't it obvious? Just convince the dude you drank the poison. Then once you get the money, don't. Ah, but this billionaire is perceptive and will know whether or not you truly intend to drink the toxin. No one could really say that with guaranteed certainty. This man can. Simple as it might seem, some people actually argue it's impossible to get the money even if you would drink the toxin for it. What? Why? Kafka claims since drinking the poison is never to your advantage regardless of whether or not you're paid. No rational person would intend once the money is received. Thus, your only option is to drink it without payment or refuse to drink without payment. That's bullshit. Many would agree with you. In contrast, philosopher David Gautier argues that once a person intends on drinking the poison, one cannot entertain ideas of not drinking it. To him, there are three options: drink without payment, and drink without payment. Still, others have argued against this. Even if you will intend to drink it, there's no way the resolve would collapse once the poison's been drunk. Wow, that's pretty interesting stuff, but does this mean you don't have any useful? Oh no, we clearly got something useful out of this. We now know Snake's trying to waste much of our time for going random bullshit. It wounds me. You would dismiss all I say as random bullshit. There's no way the poison called Kafka's toxin without reason. It's a phrase simply too charged with meaning. I'm confident in some way understanding the name's origin could provide a clue. Well, whatever you say. Come on, Master, done here. Dragon, just don't Snake in general. Thanks for trying to help. Don't mention it. That's a waste of time. I don't know, the information could be useful. You think so? I slightly doubted it. Dragon sighed. She drummed her fingers. What's the time looking at? Money. Corruption Morris's case. Corruption doesn't exist, really. Tell me everything's by the book as far as I'm concerned. Look, I was the couple arrested and made based on... I don't think affected any paid corruption, what happened? Okay, so we messed up there somewhere. Alright, we're gonna save this over the old one here, so that should be perfectly fine. Alright. I think Bunny is needed because we know that... Strange, these three seem the most promising. Sheep and the others don't mention much. They do mention a lot of enemies. I guess we can target Tiger, see which helps. How about we try and talk to Tiger? She might have something useful. Might be the word to focus on. Sure, don't get any bitters, why not? We're in agreement then. The target in mind, we head on out. After Bait ran into her, she was searching the classroom by herself. It's Drag, great to see you two. How's the trinket search going? Could be better, that's for sure. I'm sure it will be. By the way, it's not that I mind the visit, but there's a reason. Hold on a second. Snake, where's Snake and Rooster? Those two? They're searching the classroom next door. You're not staying as a group? Or mostly staying as a group, but everyone needs to be a space, no? I don't think we need three people to search the same room. But there's a reason. You know what? Never mind. Back to what I was trying to say. There's something to ask you. Do you know anything about Kafka's toxin? Tiger's face went blank. Single phrase I couldn't. She could tell. Figures. Well, even if that was a dead end, we're actually two avenues. You know what? Bad question. Okay, forgotten. What I want to ask you is know about corruption. We have reason to believe there's a foul play somewhere with Brian's dad. Know anything about it? Foul play, don't know much about that. I talked about the events before Brian's dad came. How the trial was handled? Either, both, we're not really sure. It's pretty vague, Mouse. I know, I'm sorry. I was pretty uninvolved with all that stuff. How to say anything, I guess the chief prosecutor. I had a bit of legal trouble in the past. I met with the chief prosecutor, and let me tell you, that lady was ferocious. The chief prosecutor pretty much has complete authority over all criminal matters. Prosecution side. I think if that were foul play, that would have something to do with it. But you're a law student, aren't you? So I guess it's pretty much old news to you. It's still nice to hear. You're in trouble with the law? Seriously? I know, great story. Once in a lifetime experience. Good thing one of my just go to the chief of the police. That smooth thing is out. What does that have to do with anything? You don't know? Chief prosecutor and chief police were incredibly close. It's beyond a working relationship. Like I think they're close friends or something. And chief police wants, the chief prosecutor can handle, and vice versa. That sounds like corruption. Of course, corruption. I think it's nice to be loyal friends. Anyways, I know this is probably useless, but the best I can say. I actually think that's pretty helpful, Tiger. Thanks. No problem. Asking why you're trying to figure this out. Let's say there's something immediate to sort this stuff out. Mind trinkets until some stuff comes up. Until we can clear some stuff up, the mind trinkets gotta be put on ice. On ice? There's ice involved? That's expression, moron. Oh, right. You're all muscles or brains, aren't you? Whatever. Come on, Mouse, we're done here. Thanks for the help. Good luck with whatever it is you're searching for. No waste of time. I don't think so. Did it really open your eyes? It might have. At any rate, I don't know the connection between her and the chief police. That could be relevant. I thought Tiger had legal troubles in the past. It's surprising. I wonder what that's about. Who knows? Crazy. Alright, it's just Silver Lighter. Alright, yeah, let's talk to our boyfriend there. Dog has the most relevant information. Yeah, the corruption is what we need to know about. Well, I think I have something. I'm not sure how helpful it'll be, but help me out. Go for it. So I tried to investigate who put a poison to you. Dragon I did. In particular, I was looking for what Brian meant when he said something about a tool of corruption. He said your death would come about by the one who helped malicious cover-up. And he called ironic, which I thought was particularly strange. How could it be ironic? There's a lot of distancing words there. Your death will be caused by the one. Now, why not you'll be killed by? What are you getting at, Mouse? As I investigated, I found many interesting things. For one, I heard the chief police, Chief Bowen, want to close the case quickly, without incident, no matter what. That he did. I don't know about you, but that sounds fishy. I also heard the chief police and the chief prosecutor are very close. Close to the point where they cover for each other. I'm not supposed to lend credence to such rumors, however I cannot deny the rumors per se. And then it clicked. I realized why Brian called the person a tool of corruption, because they weren't the ringleader. There was just someone using a larger scheme. They were Ewoks. What? In the grand scheme of things, you're fairly young for a prosecutor, and this happened a few years ago. So how did such a fresh-paced prosecutor land a prosecuting role in such a hairy profile? Well, I should have promised my young age. I guess I was top of my ego talking. No one in the real world cares about that. How would you know? You're still a student. Ox, I hate to tell you this, but you're chosen because you're easily controlled. You're naive and inexperienced enough that the chief prosecutor was easily able to rig the trial in your favor without you even noticing. What? There's no way that's true. Why would a trial even need rigging? Everything pointed. Exactly. I haven't heard a single case which is trial with a plea bargain that was such an open and shut case. Defy someone like this, because, the defense sees the weakness in the prosecution's case, and my father was not a dumb defense attorney. So how is everything smoothed over? I don't know, but it doesn't mean I did anything wrong. Ox, I can't claim to know what's going on with the trial. However, something fishy, and like or not, you helped cover it up. It can't be. I felt bad it was the truth. Wait, you said Brian said the poisoner was this tool of corruption, and now you're saying it's Ox? That doesn't make much sense. I didn't say that. Hold on, I didn't say that. Brian could have been speaking metaphorically. Could be, say, so how do we even know Ox is poisoned? What? I'm saying, no one else saw the announcement on your tablet. Bunny began to approach Ox. What if this whole thing was just a ploy? Camouflage your real intention of killing us one by one till it's too late. That's not true. Really. And was your plan if Mouse didn't have this? I don't see how that's a relevant question. I call it supremely relevant. The two were really in each other's faces. Then I heard snickering. I turned around to see Dog laughing. But he didn't know. Not a force, but a bullet. Oh, as I did now? Strange. Of Hearts. The Jade Emperor's hints are very informative. However, they aren't actually that helpful. If Mouse doesn't actually know who the poisoner is, they do more to just lead the group than unify it. Okay, so I can do this to find out the true story. Yeah, the main story, but this doesn't help much in terms of the poisoner stuff. Alright, so we did find out something important through this. I already did Snake, Dog, and Bunny, and that didn't do anything. Snake knowing the origins. Since drinking the poison is never your advantage, no person would intend. Argue it's impossible to get the money even if you drink the toxin for it. Claims that drinking poison is never to your advantage regardless of whether you're paid, so no rational person would truly intend to drink it once the money's received. That's your only option to either drink without payment or refuse to drink though. Alright, so somehow the person has to inherently know if the person will drink it or not. Alright, we're gonna talk with Sheep again, I guess. Yeah, she says the poison line no matter what. Where we search for trinkets already. What rooms we've worked in? Spanish classroom. Yes, we looked through here as well as the French and German classroom. We also looked at some offices here and there. We've been looking through the student comm as well. Let's say we're making good progress. Yeah, we definitely have. Have you found anything? Fortunately, yeah, to strike anything useful. You'd think that would found something by now. Weird, huh? Yes, weird indeed. Will do. Mouse, is that really it? Yeah, I want to check something. I walked down the second floor. Then I went to the Spanish classroom. What are we doing here? Pig was acting super suspiciously, then blurted out this room. I began to search the classroom for anything suspicious. Before too long, I found it. Here it is. What? Safe. Poorly hidden some textbooks. I pulled out a small, cheap-looking safe. Obviously locked the passcode, but that didn't matter. Merely finding was enough. Come on, let's go. Oh, we just found a safe. There probably won't be anything in there anyways. I walked the dragon back to the classroom where it started at. We got through... Question, what was that about? Bunny and Pig lied. They said they haven't found anything, and yet there was a locked safe perfectly poorly hidden in the room they claim they searched. There's no way the group there misses that. Why'd they lie? I can think of one reason. Then you think, in all likelihood, that's what happened. Shit. So I think there's more to the story we need to find out. Brian's words in particular struck me as odd. Let's not give up the search. Yeah, I guess you're right. Oh, what now? We're running out of time. We have much more time. I found you too. That's convenient. There's no need for you to worry. I've already solved who poisoned you. Really? Go on, please tell me. Bunny, Pig, you two told me where a group had searched. Would you agree those were fairly comprehensive? Mostly, yeah. I say we did a fair job. Then I assume you stumbled across the locked safe. Locked safe? Oh, that locked safe. Yeah, we tried to crack it, but no clues. Ultimately, we just dismissed it as a red herring. No, you didn't. There's no way you thought a locked safe was a red herring. You know what I think? What? I think that you already opened that safe, and I think you found Snake's major trinket, which let you poison other participants, and then you relocked that safe when you poisoned Ox. Well, that's ridiculous, Mouse. We searched that room as a group. If I did something like that, Pig and Dog would have seen it. Oh, but they did. That's why you were keeping Pig at arm's reach at all times. Because you threatened her to keep quiet, or you'd attack her with a knife. Ridiculous. You're the victorious personality, right? The type you can win with two other people. That's what you promised Pig and Dog if they cooperated, right? Such wild theories. Pig, Ox has a gun right now. If Bunny tries anything, he'll be shot. Tell us, is he threatening you? He totally is, but traitorous and poisoned Ox and told me if I said a word, he'd take his knife. So scared. Okay, we get the gist. But what do you have to say about Bunny? So, did you do it? I knew it. Ox angrily stormed. As soon as I heard corrupt tool, I knew it had to be you. What are you talking about? Brian said I'd be done by a tool of corruption, someone who participated in malicious cover-up. I should have known you were just as dirty as a cop as the whole damn precinct. What did you do? This is ridiculous. I don't know anything about cover-up. Oh, no, you definitely do. Come clean for I beat it out of you. I'd love to see you try. I just made a arrest based on the evidence I found. If Brian should be blaming anyone, it should be you. After all, didn't you push for the death penalty? That's... Instinct. Bunny rushed in. No! I moved towards her to stop him. Before I could do anything, he plunged. Bunny caught the gun in midair. Then he towards me, the person to stop him. Oh no, this can't be right. Mouse should be able to find the poisoner's identity. However, correctly interpreting hints is an even harder task. Do this wrong, and confusion would aggravate. People are sloppy. Alright, so yeah, I need to do a proper investigation here. Yeah, so 3. Alright, so I did have it right the first time. Yeah, that didn't work then. I need to find a proper... You don't have access to the interview room yet. Alright, so I do need to do tiger, dog, and bunny. Alright, is this gonna be the same? Then don't worry, I know everything. Well, this is about hyper everything. Okay, then. Now I'll explain. You have the floor. Thank you. So I tried to investigate who could have poisoned you. Him or Dragon Eye did. In particular, I was looking into what Brian meant when he said a tool of corruption. He said your death had come by the one who helped malicious cover-up. Then he called ironic, which I thought was a particularly strange word choice. How could something like this be ironic? There's a lot of distancing words there. Death will be caused by the one, not killed by. What are you getting at, Mouse? As I investigated, I found many interesting things. For one, the chief of police wanted to close the case quickly. That he did. I don't know about you, it sounds fishy. I also heard the chief of police and prosecutor are very close, to a point they'd cover. I'm not supposed to lend credence to such rumors, but I can't deny them. Anyways, that's when it clicked with me. I realized why Brian called tool corruption, because they weren't the ringleader. They just used someone on a larger scheme. They were you. In the grand scheme of things, you're fairly young prosecutor, and that happened a few years ago, which is why such a fresh face. I'll show a lot of proof. I was top of my ego talking, no one cares. How would you know? You're still a student. Oxytil that's chosen to ease control. You were an even experienced chief prosecutor, able to rig the... What? There's no way that's true. Why would the trial even be rigging? Everything points to Morris. Exactly. After a single case. To fight someone like this, it's because the defense sees a weakness, and my father's not a dumb defense attorney. That's why everything's smoothed over. I don't know, but I mean, Ox, I can't claim to know what really went on. However, there's something fishy, and whether or not you helped to cover it up, that can't be. Felt bad was the truth. So then why did Brian say he'd killed by himself? So why did Brian say he'd be killed? So wait, then why did Brian say he'd be killed by himself? No, that's not what he said. He said it would be Ox's fault. His potential killer, however, is someone different. That would be the poisoner. I also know who that is. For real? Bunny, Pig, you told me where your group had searched. Would you agree those searches were comprehensive? Yeah. Then I assume you stumbled across the safe. Locked safe? Yeah, well, tried to crack it, but I had no clues how to open it. Ultimately, just dismissed as red herring. No, you didn't. There's something you thought. Herring. You know what I think? What? I think you already opened that safe. Alright, we searched the room as a group. If I did something like that, Big and I would have seen it. Oh, but they did. That's why you're keeping Pig at arm's reach. Because you're threatening her to keep quiet or else you'll stab her with a knife. Ridiculous. You're victorious, correct? The type who can win with two others. That's why you promised Pig and Dog that cooperated. Just 12 theories. Pig, Ox has a gun right now. If Bunny tries anything, he'll be shot. Tell us, is he threatening you? Yes, he totally is. Bunny has the traitorous personality and poison Ox and told me if I said a word. Okay, we get the gist. Well, what do you have to say to that, Bunny? Alright, maybe I have a traitor personality, but I wasn't the poisoner. Wait, what? I made Pig use Kafka's poison. She was the one who evaded the major trinket, so she's the one who needs to die. That's untrue. Think about it. Why would he bother going through with that? He knew he'd be dead one way or the other if he was caught anyways. It's a nonsense claim. I did it so you'd be fully on board. Don't try to wheeze your way out of this, or do you want Ox to die? Well, I don't want to die either, so admit you're lying. No, that's not what I want. Okay, I have a confession to make. I pressed the button. That's right, it was me. So bullet through me and we'll be done with this. This is certainly turning out unpredictably. What should we do, Mouse? Believe. Yeah. Bunny has everything to lose. Bunny could have easily coerced Pig into doing it, so we probably have some more here. I don't know why Bunny expects us to trust him would be crazy too. He's obviously coming up with every story he can divert blame. I'm inclined to agree with you. There's absolutely no guarantee. Then again, I guess he could easily be... It's hard to say. He absolutely could have coerced her into doing it. So, and he's a very sly one. So I think he did, but let's see the ending impossible. It's Ty possibly saying what he can to delay his death by a slice bit. That's not the case, I swear. It totally is. I'm telling you, I'm the poisoner. Dog ever had a hard time understanding why he went along with this in the first place. Why me? It seemed like something you do. Like hell, that's your reason. You got the other, don't you? Oh no, you caught me. Would you shut up? Oh, but think about Ox. They're gonna kill me either way, right? Of course you are. You can't let someone with my personality survive. So why would I bother lying to you right now? Obviously the only reason so I could atone by saving you. You're right. I'm gonna... Fired. I immediately turned away, but I could hear the body hit the floor. Ox turned to dog and fired again. Deathly silence. Lurping? What, he was drinking? That's horrible. Hopefully that should do it. That was horrible. How could you do such things with a straight face? He stopped speaking. No, it's more like he couldn't get the words out. All of a sudden, face started a strange color. Hold on a minute. He's being executed? Enough, another announcement. But wait, Ox had drunk. Why was he dying? I'm sorry, Ox. Pig had tears. I'm sorry. I promised to make up to you somehow. Pig. Done. What was I supposed to do, Mouse? It was him or me. Was I supposed to try not to survive? All my work to try and save Ox for nothing. Pig ended up to save her own skin, had lied through her teeth, and because of that, Ox died in her place. There's nothing I could do about it. That settled the race very plainly. Dog and Bunny turned out to be the ones with deviants. There wasn't any need to be suspicious of one another. We only needed to find a total of 9 with those 3 dead, so we reached our goal much faster. After that, we all used the trinkets. Should have been a happy ending. 9 of us got out alive. No, it was a happy ending, right? But I felt cold. It's hard to be events involving straight. Let's face it, I kept my distance from the other members, and after we escaped, I was determined not to talk with any of the others again. In the end, most of us got out alive, but Bunny Ox died. I couldn't help but wonder if I could be happy with this ending. For your spades, if someone with a deviant personality gets their hands on the toxin, they will start by targeting the perceived threat. In this case, that would be Ox. However, Mouse will be able to determine the identity despite appearance. In that case, deaths present in this will be minimal. Unfortunately, they won't be the right deaths, so we search for another path. I think Bunny's argument makes the most sense. It's a sensible precaution. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I told you it was me. Dog, I've had a hard time understanding why you went along with this. Why me? It seemed like something to do. Like hell, that's your reason. You got the other traitor personality. Oh no, you got me. Why are you debating this, Ox? I already told you if you need to survive, you want the group. I already know who I have to. I immediately turned away. You're the body. Turned, dog, fired again. More screams. I wasn't looking. Ox, you have to believe me. I really didn't. I wish I could believe you, pig. I wish I could. Gunfire. Deathly science. Slurping. Wait, slurping? Ew, is he drinking? Disgusting. Hopefully that should do it. That was horrible. How could you say such things with a straight face? Believe me, I can only maintain my composure due to years of training. I feel like fainting after that. I don't think I'll be okay for quite some time, but at least we'll be alive thanks to that. Was it necessary? I believe so. But Pig was willing to risk all of our lives to save her own. I can empathize with the decision, but if you make that choice, you have to be willing to accept things go the other way. He said that, but I have trouble looking right at him. What happened is horrifying. Back in cold blood, how could Ox do that without blinking? That's how the rest was completed. Dog and Bunny turned out one's a deviant personality, so there wasn't any need to be suspicious. We only need to find 9 minor trinkets, and with that, we reached the group. It should have been a happy ending. 9 of us got out alive. No, it was a happy ending, wasn't it? But I felt cold. So for the rest of the race, I kept my distance, even after I determined not to talk to anyone else. I couldn't help but wonder who was happy. Alright, so yeah, both of them outcomes lead to this one because 9 people survive. Alright, I'm guessing that the main menu here looks a little bit pixelated, so it might blurry, so it might shrink out for the final one, because I'm going to guess this is like Zero Escape, where to get the proper ending, you need to see all the others first. Perfectly reasonable, I'd say. Alright, so Bunny and Dog. Bunny and Dog have 2 parts. One of them leads to the Tame Whip stage, the other one leads to Among Us, the Ox and Dragon. One leads to the poisoning, the other leads to... the other one leads to... I think, poisoning, the other leads to the packs. Alright, yeah, this is the one we want, I think. I could go further back, but... I decided I already talked with Ox quite a bit when I woke up, and it'd be best to branch out. Actually, I'll help Snake and Rooster. Great, now we got a triad to go and cover the blasted trinkets. I doubt Mouse will be a hindrance. It's possible these items will not be hidden. Will be hidden not in a way that invites searching, but rather deliberate thought. Not entirely sure what you're saying, but sounds like we're decided. Fine, Mouse, you go with them. Now, can we talk and start searching? Yeah, let's do that. The rest of us can just split up. Oh, and everybody remember to put your moves and reconvene here when the round ends. Got it. With that, we all spread out and began our search. Snake, Rooster, and I began completely looking through a classroom. Unfortunately, there was nothing out of place. It was a standard classroom. We moved to the next one and found no success. It was disheartening, but our search has only just begun. We started going further down the hallway when Rooster commented the art display. Whoa, look at this gallery. It's quite nice, isn't it? It's certainly an artistic school, I'll have to say. I've seen a bunch of murals painted on the walls and individual art projects hanging around the place. So, yeah, my city actually does pay students to put paintings on the power boxes and stuff on occasion. First of all, to make it look nicer, and also because if there's already paint on there, people are less likely to put graffiti on it, so it makes sense. After all, artists don't typically deface another artist's work unless the two have a specific grudge. So at least I think that's the logic behind it. Officially they only say that it's to make it look nicer. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I always do, after all. But this is the first full-on artist showcase, isn't it? Yeah, so why are we stopping here? Mouse, the first thing you'll learn in showbiz is that people only perform their best when morale's up. We just wander around for clues like Scooby-Doo zombies will be half as effective as what we would ourselves. I, for one, am feeling more motivated by taking a second to appreciate this fine and powerful art. How's this supposed to be powerful art? This is just a bunch of still life paintings of the same car. Ah, so that's how it comes across the naive eye. You need to look a bit deeper to see the true artistry behind this piece. Art's always a very metaphorical thing. For instance, looking at the painting of a wheel. The wheel represents a car. Rooster, it's literally close to a car. Case in point. While our friend here is certainly struggling to make his point convincingly, he's technically not incorrect. I concede that at this first collection, it just seems like a collection of still life close-ups of the same car. However, try asking yourself why it's drawn this particular way. The paintings employ plenty of horizontal strokes in places not needed, adding a sense of motion and blur to all these shots. However, it's clear this car is stationary, in bad shape even. Look how the tire is slightly depressed, or how there's a crack in one of the car's front lights. Artists do not needlessly add such details. Most telling is the use of chromatic palettes for each individual piece. The colors chosen imply a lot. A burning red, a dark purple, a melancholy blue. These are deeply negative colors. As a whole, these pieces suggest a sense of inner conflict. There's a sense of motion, and yet the car isn't moving, it can't move. Emblematic of the artist's life, perhaps? It's frustrating, disheartening to have this much complete mishmash of wanting to move, but unable to. All that said, I'll give you that such interpretation requires ample thought. It is the fault of the artist who did not come to such conclusions. A more skilled hand to be able to make the inner conflict more apparently visible. In fact, such themes are subdued by doubtlessly a product of the artist's status of a novice. Ah, that's an interesting take. Still, you have to wonder why art always bothered itself to be so abstract instead of just showing. My guess is you're not a fan of modern art. It's certainly a genre easy to criticize. However, I would argue that in an age where high-fidelity artistry is becoming more and more common, emphasis on art that provokes thought is even more important. Additionally, art is most importantly about self-satisfaction. That's a bold claim. Agreed, I don't know if even I fully believe it. But I think art that the artist doesn't enjoy themselves don't enjoy is worthless. And others with arts, often the art with subtlety in its meaning is the most meaningful to its creator. Take the soup cans of Anti Warhol. A friend of his suggested a joke that he could draw cans of Campbell's soup. Warhol loved the idea and promptly painted dozens. This drew many criticisms from art critics, which only seemed to feed Warhol's obsession with painting them. Later in his life, he called the soup cans his favorite pieces and even said he wished he could have only painted those. And today they stand as an incredibly iconic piece of art history, in no small part thanks to his enthusiasm. You're certainly not knowledgeable about this. Well, sometimes artists are eccentric. Why, of course, as I mentioned, but I'm an artist. That's my main job, unfortunately. Perhaps one day. You can subscribe to my Patreon if you wish. Ah, fellow artist. God working with a comrade in the war for beauty. Please don't compare yourself to him. Now, Mouse. Rooster is right. You're a struggling actor, right? Nick's the struggling part, and you got it. While expressing yourself on film is absolutely a form of high art. Anything that exists for the sake of expressing the human condition is art. Of course, I'm not saying film isn't art. I'm just saying I think you two are don't think you two are comparable. Forgive me if I'm wrong, Rooster, but you just seem like you're making black and white French films. Nah, I make things people can actually watch without passing out. See? I think you're being too dismissive, Mouse. Rooster, why do you act? Great question. You see, ever since I was young, I wanted to be one of those action stars and superheroes that I always watch. They were those who'd do anything to save the day. Yeah, who were unstoppable and truly believed in themselves. They were famous and loved and totally cool. That's what was really moving. That's the sort of rock star life I want to live. You want to be famous and have a lot of money and have a lot of fans, got it. Now, that is not what he said. Rooster, you clearly have a deep desire to be appreciated and powerful. That's why you emulate the stars you see on the big screen. Let me ask, what sort of roles have you been performing? Kick-ass heroes who win no matter the cost, just like me. I thought as much, however, it seems you really desire to do that, which may actually be a hindrance. Have you considered playing a role that desires to be a heroic figure that lacks the strength and conviction? What? No way, that guy sounds like a loser. Why would I portray? It goes against my brand. I see. Maybe too early in your career for a more dramatic role anyway. Well, that was a waste of time. Could we go back searching? Yes, we should resume. How about we look in the dark room over there? I believe Brian would be more likely to hide in more exciting locations like that one. Sure thing. How do you know that's a dark room? I don't. I'm just guessing, though I'm pretty confident. That black spinning door is a staple of dark rooms. If you say so, no reason not to search there. Let's go. We entered. And just like Snake said, it did in fact end up being a dark room, and I really need a drink because my throat is parched. Yeah, even with skipping over the gruesome death scenes, there's definitely a lot of talking here. And just like Snake said, it ended up being a dark room. Plenty of photos are being developed. The darkness counterbound, it's the ominous red glow was really freaking me out. Snake was right, Brian wanted to hide something, this is the place he'd do it. Let's get looking. It didn't take long to find something. What's this? Mouse, did you find something? Yeah, on the floor. Dark rooms generally don't have safes in them, right? It is certainly not standard issue, no. Let me look at it. Put on a desk. It's locked with a 4-digit code. The safe is pretty cheap, the sort of thing you could easily buy at a store. No doubt this is related to the race. If it's locked, how are we supposed to open it? This isn't fair, you can't tell us there are items in here and just lock them away. Calm down, I doubt Brian would play an unfair game, there'd be no point. More likely than not, there's a hint to the safe password somewhere in this room. Could this be something? Rooster calls over the wall. 4 photographs are turned around pinned up. On the backs, 4 words are written. Running out of time. This has to be something, right? Yeah, seems to be a message for us. What could it mean? There are 4 photographs, perhaps the number of letters could be a hint? Hold on, let me see. I tore them off the wall and turned them around. Sure enough, there are actual pictures in front, they seem to be related. Hey, these pictures of numbers written in the bottom right corner. Think they were taking that order? No, more water. There's more water in the cup in photo 3 than photo 2. The order, that might be it. What are you thinking? The message is about time, right? We need to put the photos in the proper order. Oh, but I thought the guy just said the numbers in the bottom right didn't give us the order. Exactly, we need to use the clues. At first glance, the photos looked the same. They were all a cup and a bedstand. In each of them, there was an hourglass directly behind it, and each one the stand was at the top. However, the contents changed slightly in each photograph. Number 1, the cup was fully filled and had ice. In 2, the water filled about a third. 3, the cup was almost completely empty with mere bits of water at the bottom. With 4, the cup had almost no water, but there was ice. Dream there's an hourglass behind instead of a clock. If there was a clock, it would be way too easy. I got it, you do? Yeah, the order's simple. In photo 3, the cup's empty. 2, it's filled a little bit. The cup's finally filled and has ice, and finally, the cup's drunk from leaving only ice. How about it? The order makes sense, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Great, I'll try opening it. I didn't think that was right. Why didn't you say anything? Why bother? No one cares if I was wrong. Something about this, right? How many 4 are there? Just 4 numbers. Let's brute force it. I don't think that's... That worked? Ha, never underestimated the power of blind confidence. Indeed. Nice try, but I don't think that's right. Wait, why? It doesn't make sense. In every piece, the hourglass has been flipped, right? It means an hour between each. Yeah, why does it matter? So, who fills a cup of water third, waits an hour, and fills it up? I don't know, someone who lives life on the edge? Mouse, I believe I have a better solution. Shoot, Rooster wasn't completely off track. It should start with photo 3, an empty cup. Then photo 1 has been filled. After time, it's drunk from leading 4. However, the cup is then left, ice melts, leading to photo 2. The sequence keeps the hourglass in mind, makes perfect sense, right? Yeah, that sounds about right. In that case, the saves combination. I don't see why not. Snake minor trinket, 4-digit number. That's it, we found a minor trinket. Yay, good job, team. And hey, it's even the snake one. That's kind of ironic. Maybe we should hold on to Snake. No, find us keepers. I think you should hold on to it for now. And there's more of the points getting close to the end of the round. I would safely call this a victory, yes. Then I propose we enter separate rooms and reconvene. We can report success to the others. Good idea. I'll input my move and you two can go. Works for me. Very well. We found a trinket. That alone was good news. Seeing I was hidden, I felt better about our chances. If Brian just stuck all the items inside random textbooks or similarly obscure hideaways, it'd be nearly impossible to find all 12. Obscure hideaways would be nearly impossible. However, as a matter of solving basic puzzles, we could definitely find them all. Rooster and Snake meet me there. Hey, Mouse, you're back. He was sitting at a random table, clearly waiting for others. Snake was standing over a chessboard with equal parts of amusement. So that's how it is, huh? No point stopping now. What are you looking at? I'll pay you no mind. Without another word, I simply moved. White Beast moved over to the table. I was curious what he was thinking about, but my brief time with Snake made it clear he would share when he's willing and no sooner. It was long before the others came back, and he were in low spirits. I couldn't find anything. Me neither. We're all doomed, isn't it? I thought I'd at least be able to find one. Have no fear. Team Rooster secured a minor. You guys did? Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Looks like I wasn't the only one to find one of those things. Dog, did you find a minor trinket too? Yep, wasn't too hard. Just had to solve some problem. Nice work, everyone. On pace, we're getting out of here. Ox clears throat. Yes, we're certainly performing adequately. However, we can talk more after these results. No doubt. Not that I have a reason to doubt you all. I just feel safer after seeing everyone stuck to the plan. Of course, I understand. Right? Round 2 has ended. Now let's see how the race has progressed. Now we're splitting up in the groups. Yeah, everyone played. Still wasn't feeling totally safe, but I didn't want to be alone. I decided joining one of those would be the best choice. Interesting, this is a new set compared to before. Yeah, I've already gotten the investigation timeline done, so we can go here. We should probably go with Tiger and Dragon since we could go with Bunny and Dog again, but let's see. Yeah, it's just the same one as last time. Well, sort of. Let's... Oh, this is the exact same one. Okay, yeah. Yeah, these two are going to lead the same branching path as before, so... Run Pig and Monkey. I decided Pig and Monkey were a safe group. Are you going with us? Well, that's great to hear. Indeed, I feel safer searching with someone I have a history with as opposed to a complete stranger. I felt similarly. Unlike some of the other groups, I had zero doubts whether I could trust these two. Let's not waste time then. These minor trinkets aren't going to find themselves. Everyone's same deal as last time. Before the end of the round, remember to put a move and meet back up here. Thanks for the reminder, Ox. We'll be sure to listen. Absolutely. Now come on, guys. Let's get searching. The group split off, and the three of us began to search the school. Anyone have ideas where we should look? I have no strong preferences on the matter. None at all. It's best to move with the wind. Okay, what does that mean? It means we've got to make a choice. I don't want to go too far in the cafeteria. How about we search the area next to it? There's a bunch of space so you could hide things. Alright, let's investigate there. Let us. So we investigated area adjacent to the cafeteria. There are plenty of spaces where secrets could be hidden. So your chairs, tables, vending machines. Thoroughly investigating it all took longer than I expected it would. However, before too long, Monkey called us over to an enclosed section. I do believe I found something important. What is it? Between this printer on the wall, there's a safe. Sure enough, pointed us to a safe. It's fairly lightweight and cheap, no doubt hiding something related to the game. Totally right, Monkey. Nice going. Oh, but it probably would require some sort of passcode. Darn it. I knew things wouldn't be that easy. Now, do not worry yet. We do not know if it's actually locked. What sort of safe isn't locked? Of course it's locked. It's better check for making assumptions. Monkey picked up the safe and put it on the table. She then tried to open it. Needless to say, it was indeed locked. Okay, then now we should look for the code. Obviously. The code's probably going to be near where the safe was found, right? Let's look around here. We look around the print area. After a bit, I found a stack of 4 papers that caught my eye. They labeled 1, 2, 3, and 4. Hey guys, look at these. I think these papers might be clues. The numbers sort of point to that, I guess, but what are the actual clues? Well, look at the name for this first paper. Palindrome. As in palindromes? That's pretty a bad pseudonym, I gotta say. What does a joke name have to do with anything? I read this seemingly nonsense passage. It turns out there were 7 palindromes in it, so I was trying to say the first position 7. Seems like a bit of a stretch. No, that's totally right. Puzzles and this sort of weird tangentially connected logic. Well, alright, what about the others? Well, this one's by ambigram, so it's looking for ambigrams. Tautonym, so it's looking like tautonyms, but I have to admit, I'm not sure what this one's trying to say. Joey and Kang. Oh, I bet it's looking for kangaroo words. Kangaroo words? Words that have their synonyms written inside themselves, like, isolated has the word soul in it, and a feast has the word eat in it. Oh, okay. I think I get it. Why not give it a whirl and try looking for them? Monkey and I will handle the other two. Hey, give me the paper. I understood the concepts shouldn't be too hard. Now let's see here. Any ordinary painter can create works of art that astound and surprise normal citizens. Alright, so paint. This is a bit hard. Create, eat, and astound. Surprise, prize. There's only those who can birth living works who possess potential truly blossom into masters. Be a painting of honorable helpless damsel, devilish trickster, the characters must come alive on the canvas. The object of illustration is not seemingly alive, the creator is no better than a plagiarist. Words can be housed inside themselves, huh? It's harder than I thought it'd be. I figure it probably serve the same function in the sentence, meaning they could replace the larger word, but it would change. It's a fair assumption that none of the kangaroo words would be as lopping off a single letter. They would have to be difficult, would seem out of place. But always built to try and fit in certain words. Yeah, so it can't be just paint instead of painter, for example, because that's just lopping off a letter. Let's see, how many kangaroo words? I have no idea. Well, at least it's nice having an actual puzzle. All to solve. We've had a few of these so far, at least. Devilish is evil, for example. I guess damsel could be dame. Plus straight. No. What is this? Guys, I know what the fourth digit should be. The second's supposed to be 6, 3. Dang, you're wrong. I wonder what we're wrong. Mouse, can I see your sheet? It's not 1, but... Wait, is there a 6? Had it astound. Yeah, okay, so I got it right. Astound. Stun. Oh, I see. Bloom. Honorable. Noble. Okay, so I wasn't sure if damsel would work because I wasn't sure if they could be separated. Liar. Guys, I found the fourth digit. Want to fade out? Pig was right. Moved over and put the code. Done. Did it? Oh no, my hearing works completely fine. Just, you know, it's kind of like a story. Basically, I have this thing called a musia. Musia? It means I can hear fine, but I'm not really able to distinguish the pitch of most sounds. Oh no. Yeah, it kind of means I'm not really able to enjoy music or anything. It's fine. It's also something that makes it difficult to pick up on people's tones. So I shall have to rely on people's facial expressions to tell how they're thinking. Sure, I'm not the best at it either. But you know, baby steps. Anyway, enough about me. Let's look inside the safe. Grab the safe's handle. She opened it, and sure enough, there was an item that looked like a token. A minor trinket. I bet these digits on the back are what we need to update it. Cheap minor trinket, but there were also indeed numbers on the back. Odd enough was written in red. Odd detail, but probably irrelevant. Yes, we're one step closer to getting out of here together. Spectacular work, everyone. We found the trinket after we head back. Makes sense to me. I'm down. We'll be ending soon anyways. Only the 3 of us here. I realize there's actually quite a bit of time before everyone will be getting here. Hope the others are alright. They probably are. I mean, they have to be right. There's no way something bad could happen. I mean, I guess there's a lot of ways something bad could happen. Ways I've been ignoring thinking about. It's an abandoned high school after all, and we're being kidnapped by a psychopath. We've got deadly devices around our neck. It's a bad situation. If I think about that too much, I'm just gonna flip. So for the sake of our argument, there's no way that bad could happen. I don't know. I just want to get out alive. As do I. I think we all want to get out alive. Is there anyone outside you'd particularly need to get back to, Mouse? Well, you know more than anyone, wouldn't you? True, but I'd like you to vocalize these thoughts. Are you trying to give me therapy in the middle of this death game? Think of it more as a grounding exercise. Well, okay then, I have my mother cares a lot. I have friends who'd be really sad if I died. A bunch of goals I want to see through the end. That's the spirit. What about you, monkey? What do you want to do to get out? Me? As well as my main motivation is obligation to my clients. Without my consultation, I fear many may collapse. Although even with my consultation, one clearly did collapse. And there are other therapists, I suppose. That's it. Don't you have any familiar family friends? I was an only child, not particularly close to my parents. And operating as solo practitioner of therapy is a very tiring ordeal, so unfortunately my social life is rather unmaintained. Save for one other confidant, there are many people in my life. Oh, that's kind of sad. Perhaps, but I'm perfectly capable of living for none other than myself. I prefer to think as living untethered, without obligations. I can really focus on doing things that interest me. I have a lot of interests. There's so many fascinating things in the world, things worth learning about. Monkey's got the right idea. The only reason I want to get out alive is because I want to get out alive. So do you don't have family, Pig? Oh, I got family. Parents and a bunch of siblings, but I'm not really close to any of them anymore. What about friends? Friends, with my schedule, I have trouble with meeting people if I did spend more than a couple hours a week outside my apartment. And people I collaborate with on projects frequently enough. Do they count? If you believe they do. Well, okay, in that case I do have tons of friends. Well, that's good to hear. I think no matter our reasons, we obviously want to get out of here alive, so let's do our best to work together and make hope a reality. Well said. Exactly right. Shortly after that conversation, people started to gather back in the cafeteria. I was gonna say, Pigs, got a lot more. It's nice to get a bit more about Pig. That's kind of why I chose the group, because it felt like we got the least development out of her compared to everyone else. Mouse, there you are. Hey, we believe the good news. 2 more minor trinkets have been found. No small part thanks. Yours truly. You're welcome. Guess what? So do we. Nice. Team trinket takers are on a roll, huh? Yes, it's all well good. Can you all be quiet? They're about to show the race results. Why does it matter? Isn't it obvious? What? There is an additional rule I've yet to inform you of, a quirk of the race you may be interested in. No doubt those of you who check information on personality. From rat to pig, all of your personalities are unique to you. Most of you probably just missed that, so most of you made the right choice. However, for 2 of you, it is an important variable. Clever personality. The clever wants to finish first place like everyone else. However, the personality isn't content in a big old shared victory. Let this person be satisfied. No more than 3 can tie for first. This condition is satisfied. The animal with the personality will be treated as if they've lost, and punished accordingly. That means, are you kidding? That's crazy. No, the other personalities are dumb. Unlike the other personalities, this doesn't actually wish to win their... Okay, so everyone's personalities are fixed across all timelines, but in this timeline, the Jade Emperor changes which ones are going to screw them. That means in at least one timeline, we're going to have to deal with Mouse getting one of them, I imagine. This personality doesn't actually wish to win the race. The animal with the personality in last place when the race finishes. If that happens, all animals except the ones possessing dumb personality and the one possessing clever with this personality must be in last place when the race finishes. If that happens, all except the one possessing dumb and the one possessing clever will be executed. However, this caveat's not applicable if the first place is a tie between 9 or more animals. What the fuck? Does this guy think he's messing with us? I apologize for making this rules clear from the start. I fear you might not think this would be good information to have from the start. And you know, you're absolutely right. Therefore, to make up keeping units now, this round will be extended by 15 minutes. Use that time to regroup. As always, choose wisely. Interesting, so I'm willing to bet everyone that Mouse pairs up with ends up the traitors, because remember, the first time I did it, I was with Bunny and Dog, and for all those timelines, Bunny and Dog were the traitor. This could be happening, right? There's no way. There's no way this was unintentional. He let us foster a false sense of peace. And then when we were sure of our safety, introduced the bullshit rule which forced our hands. No matter what, at least 2 people are gonna die, or worse. The clever. I had that, didn't I? That meant the only way for me to live would be the others dying. I thought if you said we did everything right, everyone would escape. I was off for believing that psycho for 1 minute. Is he serious? Probably. And people are gonna have to die, aren't they? Everybody ever calm down. We can't descend to madness like this. First off, people with clever and dumb should just admit it now. Best for everyone. Admit it, but... You moron, think that out themselves like that? They're not stupid. Right. It's not stupid, it's notable. Think about that. 11 people could die, or 2 could. So which sounds better to you? That's... If you confess now, make sure you're honored. That's seriously your offer? Doesn't sound worth it to me. Criticizing the offer? What, are you one of them? Nah, no way. Trust me, if I had one of those personalities, I'd admit it. Why would I hide? Because you want to survive? Yeah, see, I'm not hearing a good reason. That was my own one chance to decide to be the person. Coming clean would be my death, but that might be the best. Of course, I don't want to. Nobody, but what do I... Side with more numbers, right? I had to say something quick. What to do? Confess. I have the clever personality. Mouse? You, and I'm going to say it right now, I don't want to... Not if... Already, I felt tears in my eyes. Not for sacrificing everyone else. You'd put us ahead of yourself? Don't get me wrong, I'm angry as hell, but what he's doing is nothing more than murder. But I always said I'd pull the lever in the trolley problem no matter what. Looking objectively, this is the right answer. Incidentally, I noticed that it never allows me the chance to do anything but confess. I'm guessing that's... So there you have it. No need to worry about who might be hiding their intentions. Come up with it. Whoever's the dumbest, just speak out as well. No one said a word. We just looked around silently. It appears the other personalities aren't half as brave as Mouse here is. We hope we can deal with that later. Mouse just have to say thank you. You're honest to hear it. It means a lot. Yes, I'm glad to have you on our side. Is she, though? Mister? Sure, she's making things herself, but that might be a ploy, right? She's clearing herself submission, so when things go wrong, we wouldn't blame her. Mouse, you have our may have our backs right now. The same can be said about later. Were you willing to face death head on? Seriously, guys? That's a lot harder than it sounds, I think. It sounds impossible, actually. So what do you suggest? We merely kill Mouse now? She's going to die regardless. Should we put her end of suffering? That would be barbaric. Yeah. We'll just restrain her so she can't do anything suspicious. We will. Horace, would you be a doll? Horace looked at Rooster as if confirming proposal, then he made his way. Whoa, hold on, you're not serious. One thing led to another, and I ended up sleeper chokehold. When I woke up, I found myself in the cafeteria. However... What the? I was tied to a chair and what looked to be a jump rope. You have to be kidding me. Rooster being impatient and Horse following orders made sense. How'd the others sign off on this? This hour paid me. Ah, you're awake. I noticed snake nearby. I was worried you're sleeping for too long. A sleeper chokehold shouldn't knock out the target for any longer than a few minutes. If you were asleep any longer, I'd be worried for your long-term health. Silly concern thinking about it. Snake, what's up with these stupid restraints? Ah, yes, I imagine you take umbrage with all this. Apologies, but after talking it out, it seemed reasonable enough arrangement. We don't want you sabotaging the group. How would I even go about that? If you simply held a minor trinket or two, you could throw a major wrench with minimal effort. But I helped you all by confessing. You're gonna spend my last hours tied up? Well, that's odd. Weren't you the one making choice subjectively? I agree this is unnecessarily cruel. When lives are on line, people are liable to give up civility for precaution. Well, fine, if that's how it has to be. I'm glad you understand. I must say, your choice fascinates me. How? Indeed. Not much to think about. I just did the right thing. You did, didn't I? Certainly from society's perspective, and I am most grateful to you, but there's a question of how much you're allowed to put your own happiness above others. Everyone draws that line somewhere, and this illustrates where you've drawn yours. Gee, thanks. Anyways, after all this is over, you'll be remembered as a martyr. I'll dedicate a statue to your honor. That will do for payment. Well, I just stayed to tell you what's happening. Now you know I'm going to do my search for trinkets. You do that. I'll occupy myself with thoughts of death to regret my decision, to really a sneak preview of hell. Rooster walked in, I was relieved. Rooster, thanks for this. No thank you, Mouse. Truly, it's an inspired move. At first, when confessing, I was screaming. I had no idea you were shooting yourself in the foot, but then I realized you were counting on me, your partner, to make the other half. Now I just have to cut these ropes. Truly, it's a brilliant act for you. In my next film, I simply must. Hold on, get out of here. Rooster went over to the cafeteria and grabbed a knife. Rooster, I'm a little confused. You're my partner? You haven't gotten it? I'm the one dumb. I'm on your side to get out of here alive. Oh. Just slow on the uptake on this one. You approach the knife, eyeing the restraints. Rooster, I think you don't get something. That wasn't really an act. I don't want to. There's 10 and 2 of us. Should we really prioritize survival? Oh, you're serious? For real, why is it unbelievable? It's not believable. It's very noble. Very surprising. So you need to confess, too. The thing about that is, turns out I don't want to die, so I'll take a rain check. Damn, now that identity, you're honest. Alright, just a faulty light bulb. Now you can expose me, unless... Okay, this can still work, can still escape. Sorry, Mouse, I really am. Wavelength, so the part the game ends. Oh shoot, there's probably gonna be blood around here. That makes my escape story. Man, I didn't think this through. Dual clubs. If she had gotten some moral justification, Mouse is not going to be able to play... If she isn't given some moral justification, Mouse isn't going to be able to play the traitor role. Giving herself at the start means certain death one way or another. If there's any potential down, it's only when Mouse puts herself above the group. Alright, we're going to play the imposter this round, then. Oh, I actually can't do anything this route. Alright, so that's why I wasn't given a choice. Join Tiger and Dragon seemed like the best option. Alright, great to have you. Found Trinket earlier, right? You're sure to bring us luck then. See if we're going to pull her weight. The two certainly made for an intimidating pair. However, I was confident in my choice. Let's not waste any time then. These miners can find themselves. Exactly, same deal. By the end, remember? Yeah. Dragon confidently headed towards the right-hand stairs. Tiger didn't seem to have any objections, blindly following her, and I wasn't going to raise any either. I was curious where we were heading, however, since you carried yourself with an amount of certainty I wasn't really expecting. Alright, so basically I need to get, I need to do some more things if I want... Make more things happen if I want to, I'm assuming that solving the puzzle doesn't matter, so I need to make a different choice in the other routes if I want the one where Mouse refuses to confess. Hey, Dragon, what? You seem to have an idea where we're going to search. Any reason for that? Heh. I'm by the cafeteria. I saw there's a gymnasium over here. After hearing how these things are hid in the sense of deliberacy, I figured the gym's sort of place where you'd want to think if I had something. At any rate, it's more likely in some random classroom, I think. Makes sense to me. Think on the spot. Do you have to be so damn cheerful? It really starts grating after a while. Oh, I don't know about that. Who wouldn't want compliments? I really would want them. That's supposed to be a dig at my attitude, huh? Got something you want to say to me? No, not at all. I was just... Holy crap, I don't care about this whatsoever. This is the most meaningless argument I've heard today so far. Let's get a move on. And with that, we continued the gymnasium. When we arrived, I immediately realized how big a space we'd be searching. Not a bad place. No kidding, this place is really well maintained. Imagine you two have good memories from PE. Almost said that two of them noticeably winced. Well, not really, no. Yeah, me neither. Really? Why? I actually never had PE. You didn't? What school did you go to? Homeschooled, actually. No kidding, how'd that happen? Well, it's kind of a long story without much payoff. Still, that's incredible. I thought you said you went to the Olympics. What does that have to do with anything? There are plenty of homeschooled Olympians. It's kind of weird, but that's just the way it is. Consequently, I've never had PE before. Huh. What about sports, like basketball? You play much of that? Imagine you'd be good at it. Yeah, well, I used to. Not anymore. Nah, too busy, unfortunately. Too busy, unfortunately. I realized they're way more important to be chasing my dreams than to spend time playing silly games. Is that all? Looked like there was something more you want to say about it. No, that's it. If there's more, I would have said more. Oh, okay, then. What are we dragging? Doesn't look like we were too keen on PE either. Those memories were the best, I'll admit. I came at a particularly low point out of my life. Low point in your life? I don't believe it. Believe it. There was a real stretch of time when I was pretty weak. My school had a pretty cohesive unit in charge, and somehow I wound up as their target. The bullying was relentless. PE was often a chance to take it out on me physically without repercussion. Oh crap, the dodgeball incidents. That's horrible. It's not like I'm special for that. Those guys pretty much picked on people across the board, but man, there was the one night when I was actually out on the town with them. It took a while, but I befriended the clique leader's girlfriend. I had the shittiest timing in terms of when to hang out with them. It had to be that night when happened. What happened? Apparently those assholes had ticked off the wrong guy at our school, his cousin's leader's gang. Ferocious fighter named the Night Devil, wore a mask and everything. A mask? I know, right? Anyways, I thought I was the only one to land a hit when I was blamed, letting us get our asses kicked. Next week PE, I was practicing dodgeball. You can fill the gaps. Dragon, don't be. Those all necessary experiences taught me some hard lessons. Well, after that, I was queen of that hellhole. Yeah, it's a spirit. Something told me that accomplishment might not be something I should praise. But I should up that myself. Can't say I've had experiences like yours, but I was no fan either. I'm like super weak. I suck at most things physical. No way. That's just because you haven't trained at all. Yeah, pretty much never worked out. I'm not saying I can't get fit or anything. That's a spirit. Okay, let's cut it out. I don't know if anyone else noticed. We just pissed away some time we could be using the searcher's place. Right. Let's get to work. Began to search out for anything that could be a hint. It wasn't long for a tiger. Hey guys, over here. Found a lock in the supply closet. Yeah, that's what supply closet. No, I mean a lock that clearly doesn't belong. Looks weird. Tiger's right. There's a weird message. There is. How do you know that? Not know they found it. Kind of stuff when I look at the lock. What's up, you filthy animals? Rude. It's definitely from Brian, all right. Oh crap! It's a reference to that one movie. I can't believe I forgot it. Man, I'm gonna... How much you want to bet money I'm going to remember it like an hour after the stream ends? Think, oh damn it, that's what that movie's from. Which means there's definitely something valuable on the door. A mirror door stands between us. I could smash down. What? No, why not? You could injure yourself. Besides, you really think you can break down a door like that with no tools? They're like, it's totally. Stand back, I'll burst it open. Or, let's look for the key. That doesn't sound exciting. We'll go with Mouse's way for now. If we don't find a key soon, we'll go with yours. Sound good, Tiger? Alright, fine. Good. The key is almost certainly here in the gymnasium as well. If we split up, we'll find it for sure. And split up we did. The three of us walked around the room looking for any sign of a key. Unfortunately, we struggled to find anything. It was pointless. Where could Brian have hidden it? Was it not in the gym? I thought it must be, because that's where it would make the most sense, but maybe not. We need to focus. Everything I've seen suggested he'd love to be clever. The lock must have been a clue. What's up, filthy animals? I look at the ceiling. Oh, look, on the grating, the key's taped up. Oh yeah, you're right, nice catch. It's nothing. Real question is how they're supposed to get it. It's so damn high. I could try throwing something at it. What good would that do? It's taped. Is there a ladder? See a ladder? Ooh, what if we climbed on each other's shoulders? Do you think that would work? It absolutely would work. Pain in the ass, maybe. I call being second highest, though. I'm not being the support. Obviously. But even if we can climb on each other's shoulders, would we reach it? It's really high up. I found a stack of field hockey sticks. Now, so you climb on my back with Tigers in it with the field hockey, you can knock it down. It sounds like a dumb plan. You got a better one? Watch it, would you? Keep your foot out of my face. Hey, so I swear I'll end you. Look, it's difficult to climb you two while keeping a hold of the hockey stick. Tiger, okay down there? Me? Not a problem. Just focus on getting the key down. I'm trying to hit at it, but it's a little hard to swing. Not me. How much do you weigh, Mouse? Try and get it together. Wait, I think I got it. Click. The key fell to the floor. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Awesome. Now how do we get down? Crash. Well, that sucked. Yeah, at least we got the key out of it, though. Maybe we should just let Tiger knock the door down. I told you. No use reflecting on the past. Time to open up this bad boy and see what's inside. The lock broke apart. Whoa, it was a weird design? No, it doesn't matter. It was no longer holding the door closed. The lock just fell apart? Weird. Now I can see what Brian was hiding. What the? A weapons cache? Tiger was right. The room was filled with weapons. Pistol, sniper rifle, assault rifle, sledgehammer, poison grenade. What the hell? Why is all this stuff here? Does Brian expect us to use this? Why on earth do we need it? I get it. What? Can't use your tablet if you're dead, right? And he can't come last if you're the only one racing. Oh, that's, It appeared Dragon already thought of this possibility. If you're scared of losing, coming last, there's one real option you could take. A brutal, horrible, and unthinkable. An option Brian apparently thought could happen. Where did a kid like Brian even get this stuff? A lot easier to get hold of weapons in the country than you expect. I mean, it depends on what country, I guess. I mean, if it's one like Japan, I imagine it's a bit hard. It's notably harder because remember, Brian is doing all this on the cheap. He's not spending any more money than he obviously. He's not spending too much excess, and I doubt it's because he just doesn't think very highly of us. I'm pretty sure he just doesn't have the money to be doing anything too majorly. Okay, the guns and taser and whatnot, but grenade poison? He's been planning this for a while. It's not possible. We should do something about this, right? We definitely can't keep it from the others. We'll reconvene the cafeteria and talk about it as a group. Yeah, shit. Actually, what's it looking at? We should go to our separate rooms and get back. We don't have much time. Alright, let's do that. Just like that, we left the makeshift arsenal unsupervised and entered our separate classrooms. Not much thought. No reason to do anything else, right? Pretty much everyone already gathered when I arrived. Mouse, there you are. Hey, you won't believe this is good news. 2 more minor trinkets have been found. No small part. Wow, you're a variable trinket finding machine. I try. 2 more trinkets? That's great. We should have a total of 4 now, right? We're a third of the way with only 2 turns of searching. Yes, it's all very good. Could you be quiet? They're about to skip the race. Why does it matter? What? There's an additional rule. A quirk that may be interested. Information will have a personality assigned. From Rat to Pig, each of you have a personality. Most of you dismissed it, and for most of you that was the right choice. However, for 2 of you, this personality is an important variable. Ambitious personality. So ambitious is what... So victorious, ambitious, and clever must win in first place. However, as a content, satisfied, no more than 3 can tie. This conclusion satisfied the animal with the personality be treated as if they've lost. They will be punished accordingly. Are you kidding? No. The other personality is hateful. Unlike the other, this doesn't actually win the race. With this personality wants to be in last place. If that happens, all animals except the one possessing ambitious will be executed. However, the caveat's not applicable if the first place is a tie between 9 or more. This guy thinks he's messing with us? I apologize for making these clues rule from the start. I fear you might think this would be good information after the start. I know you're absolutely right. Alright, so this actually... Alright, these 3 timelines tell us a lot about all of this. And notice that the determined personality was never listed, even though we know that's Horse's personality. So we know Horse is never one of them. Therefore, to make up for keeping this from you now... It's gonna be happening, right? There's no way. Thought he said we did everything right. It's all far from believing that psycho for 1 minute. Yeah, this is a big thing. It's entirely possible that Jade Emperor simply lied to us, and it's impossible for all of us to walk out alive. Or it's possible there is indeed a major trinket that either negates or changes personality types. It's all far from believing that psycho for 1 minute. Is he serious? Probably. And people are gonna have to die, aren't they? Everybody calm down. We can't descend to madness. First off, people with ambition and hateful personality types, just admit it now. Best for everyone. You morons just think they out themselves? They're not that stupid. It's not stupid, it's noble. Think about it. Either 11 or 2. Which sounds better. Confess now, make sure you're honored. That's seriously your offer. Doesn't sound worth it to me. Criticizing the offer? What are you, one of them? Nah, no way. Trust me, if I had one of those personalities, I'd admit it. Why would I hide? Because you want to survive. Yeah, see, I'm not hearing a good reason. Everyone quiet. If your personality's hateful, speak up. Obviously, no one's gonna blame you. Just want to come to an agreement. However, if you don't, we'll have no interest in you as an enemy. Plague of silence. As if you could breathe the tension. I was hoping maybe things would be resolved easily. Doesn't seem lucky. Eventually, Monkey chimed in. Everyone remembers their personalities, right? It wouldn't be too odd for someone to forget such a seemingly useless detail. It's possible the hateful, ambitious personalities don't even know it themselves. Actually, I'm not even super sure what mine is. Actually, I think I remember, but I'm not certain, you know? Maybe I should go and check. Like hell you don't remember. It happened that long ago. But Dragon, what's the harm in letting people go check? Better safe than sorry, right? I think letting anyone retreat at this stage would be unwise. The flaws are twofold. First, allows time with those with secrets to hide and compose themselves. At the moment, they're likely still flustered and more likely to split up. Additionally, letting them walk away and think by themselves will give them time for justification. The subconscious mind is awfully effective at convincing the conscious mind. There's a saying, the best way to make a man murder someone is to give them a good reason and time with nothing to do but think by themselves. That sounds like a bit of a reach, Snake. No, Snake's right. No one needs to check our tablet because no one needs to know the personality. It doesn't matter if you've been affected by the motive or not. Your actions need not change. I'm sorry if this sounds callous or dismissive, but the fact of the matter is, we must prioritize saving. If we must let Brian murder two of us, then that's a traitor's make. It isn't self-preservation, I swear. I promise if I was affected or not. So what's the plan? I was gonna ask if Alex says that on the other timelines, but I'm pretty sure he does. Plan hasn't changed at all. Besides, even if he does, he'd be extremely good at hiding it. He's a prosecutor at all. After all. We're going to work, find it, and we'll finish this on. Oh, isn't that super dead but bad not to change anything now that we know the personality types? Now there's a really good reason for someone to betray us. And how exactly do you propose going about something like that? We've heard everyone's abilities, and there's no quicker way of moving than using all minor trinkets. If the ambitious type tries to get ahead of the others before we begin using them, we'll immediately know their intentions. From there, the group can work against a common enemy and stop them. Once we get all the minor trinkets, we can make it the finish line. It's a matter of 2 rounds. Even if the defeated doesn't activate their trinket, no more than 9 will receive a joint victory, so their immunity will be forfeit. Yeah, this is an interesting revelation to that rule. That is the fact that Jade Emperor changes exactly which one. I still refer to him as Jade Emperor instead of Brian because we know that there's a lot more going on here, and along with that case. Well, there's no reason to think it isn't Brian. And well, I still want to find out more, so I'll be fine referring to him as Jade Emperor. Anyways, doesn't activate their trinket, more than 9 will receive a joint victory. And their immunity will be forfeit. I suspect that's why the 9-person caveat was added in the first place. Brian must have deemed it too easy for the hateful type to win had that rule not been in place. So ultimately, if we just proceeded with the strategy, 10 of us with normal would be fine. Great, there's no need to fear after all. Oh, thank goodness. We're all being awful naive. You seriously think that those burdened with this rule will simply roll over and die? If they're willing to do that, they should have spoken up when we asked them to. Those with the will to survive will find a way to do so. I think they wouldn't underestimate the desire to live. Of course, his words rung heavy. Of course, he's right. If they hadn't outed themselves, the people facing harsher rules wouldn't be content with things operating smoothly. They will now be plagued with a brutal sense of distrust. How could we, when the traitors lurked in our midst? We had no choice other than proceeding with the plan, even if we knew something was likely to go wrong. Oh, wait, we should probably talk about the thing. What thing? I was coming as soon. I found something locked in a gym, and there's a ton of weapons stockpiled there. What? Yeah, basically like a damn weapon shop. It's pretty wild. Weapons here? Why would Brian give us that? A curious decision. That could be a problem. Last thing we want is to give people time, a way to kill easily. The presence of those things is going to elevate the tension in here tremendously. We should do something about them. Yeah, but what? You said the closet was locked. Could we relock it? Nah, the lock actually fell apart. Oh, so that's why the lock was designed to fall apart, so that, unlike the safes, we couldn't just re-lock it if we needed to. Guess Brian did that intentionally, huh? Damn. His idea isn't for. Actually, we might be able to salvage it. I think locking the weapons away is probably for the best. Of course it would be. The issue is we don't have a lock. Actually, I think I know where I could find one. Earlier I was in the security office and I found a bike chain. It was a chain connected by a lock, and it had 2 keys that went with it. We could probably use that to secure the weapons in a safe place. Nice thinking, Bunny. However, I must ask if a bike chain would be able to properly secure it. Couldn't that setup present us with some issues logistically speaking? We definitely could run into some issues there. That's why I think we should also move the weapons to a room that can actually be locked with a chain. Come think of it, I also stumbled across a sound studio. If I'm right, I think it has the right build for a chain lock. Hold on, man, I don't like this. You're saying you found this before the rest of us? You're saying there are 2 keys, right? How do we know there weren't actually 3 and you didn't swipe one beforehand? If that's the case, you'd be able to enter the room freely. I appreciate concerns, I really do, but I have to ask, why would I grab some random key to a random bike chain? It seems a little ridiculous. Yeah, it sounds like a major headache. Tiger? There's a better solution to this. We just get someone to guard the weapons. Are you serious? It's a lot simpler, right? This person wouldn't help search, but make sure no one could take any weapons, right? I mean, they guard all these weapons, so it's not like anyone could face them. Moron. If we let the ambitious or hateful guard the weapons, we'd be screwed. What are the odds of that? If we just choose the most trustworthy here, there's no way that could happen. It seems an unnecessary risk if the lock chain plan would work. That plan seems a lot more complicated. A lot could go wrong with it. Well, it's not like the lock plan wouldn't make us trust someone with the ability to get the weapons. I mean, there's 2 keys lock, right? What would we do with those? We could flush them down the toilet or something. And what if a minor trinket is hidden in the sound studio? What if the traitor finds more weapons elsewhere and goes on a rampage and we need to stop them? What if a third example of why we need to open the weapon closet happens? I don't think it'd be wise in any case to completely cut ourselves off from the weapons. So if that's the case, why not go with a simple guard system? Mouse, what are your thoughts? I think we have to make a leap of faith. We just haven't guard it. It's really the simplest. The plan with the chain lock and everything seems like it could get overly complicated. I have to agree. While certainly the chain lock plan is well thought out, it seems like a lot. If we could just trust one person, everything would be fine. Well, if that's what the group wants, I'm not going against it. I mean, whoever gets the job done, right? We're going with the guard plan. I say we should let Tiger be the guard. Hell yeah. I will lay you down. Why do you think it should be her? If she wants to guard the weapons, there'd be someone who can actually guard the weapons, don't you think? If the trader decides they have no option other than resort to violence, we need someone who can properly fight back. Plus, Tiger's been such a team player. She had told us if she has ambition or hateful. Of course. I'd never turn my back on you guys. If I had the opportunity, I'd take one of those personalities from whoever has it. Laying a little thick, don't you think? And for it. Seems like a reasonable enough pick. No need to waste any more time debating it. Hold on, I don't like this one bit. Why do we need a strong guard? They don't need to be strong, they got a bunch of weapons. Force might be tough, but it's not gonna be someone who's gun. Shit. If anything, having unfiltered access to someone strong is liability, since if Tiger decides to go rogue, it'd be difficult to stop her. As for her being trustworthy, I don't buy that either. Sure, she might be smiles on the outside, nothing says, well, she's willing to screw us over. If anything, the fact that she's so optimistic makes me think she's good at feeding people. Then who would you have as the guard? Isn't it obvious? Me. You. Of course, I'm the only person I can trust to not screw myself. Why would I want anyone else to guard when they could be a traitor? The fact that half y'all are clambering to be chosen astounds me. But if we don't get a twist and I get a turn, I'm not like that. Besides, Tiger's better at finding things than me, so she better look for the trinkets. She was the one who found the weapons in the first place. I don't know, I don't like Dragon getting... Excuse me, I'm sorry. Actually, I think Dragon might be a wise choice. I would say she's less likely to be a traitor than Tiger. How do you figure that? If she was, I don't think she could lie about it very easily. What the hell's that supposed to mean? As for Tiger, it's hard to get a read on her. I'd be more uneasy letting her come guard. Hard to get a read on me? First thing we do now is devolve into an argument over something trivial. I thought like give an arsenal's worth of weapons to someone trivial. How about we just put it to a vote? That sounds fair, right? Seems like it'd be best. Fine, all in favor of Dragon being guard. Unfortunately, I think Dragon and Tiger are the ones here because ambitious and hateful, yeah. Because all these personalities are mostly chosen to be similar to who they are. I mean, then again, I guess to an extent they are, I guess. I mean, I didn't raise my hand. The fact of the matter is I trust Dragon less than I trust Tiger. This argument didn't make sense, considering Dragon looked like she could put up a fight pretty well. Only Snake, Dragon, Horse. Alright, and all in favor of me? Votes voted 9-3. Will Tiger be the guard? Oh, bullshit. That's democracy, I suppose. Thanks to everyone who voted for me. I'll be sure not to forget you. That's a bad sign. It certainly wasn't a great thing to say to a vote of 12 people, but that was besides the point, regardless of who was decided. So I just go up the class and chill there until everything's sorted out. Is that really alright? Gym's kind of separated from the rest of the building. If something happened, it'd be hard to get to other people. How about we move the weapons to the front of the school? There's even an office would be good, right near the cafeteria, so Tiger won't be too separated. Couldn't we just keep the weapons in the cafeteria? If it was just piled up, an avid trader could make a run for one of the guns and fire. Best if we put them in a room and have Tiger stand outside. I like Pig's idea. I looked over there earlier and got a nice vibe. Then we'll go with that. Yeah, unfortunately, I think our choice was between both the traders. Unlike that, we were decided. We would led to the gym, made sure to take stock of everything before everyone was allowed to touch everything. The group carried the items down, piled up all the weapons, and inventory was taken. Thinking no one had pocketed anything. When all said and done, we exited the room and Tiger took a seat outside the room. Is this okay? Of course, why wouldn't it be? I want to make sure you're comfortable. I'll be fine. You know, I wonder whose office this is. It says right there, Mrs. Farley. I saw that. I was wondering the position she had in school. She was probably the vice principal. It says on the same side. It does. Whoops. I get the sense that she's actually not able to read, at least not well. So what do we do from here? Exactly what we're doing before. Of course, everyone should be on their guard for anything out of the ordinary, but without weapons, it'll be difficult for the trader to do anything too drastic. There's a complicity. Whoever finds one, come back here and give it to Tiger. Tiger can keep track of them. When we get the 12th one, she can tell the person to gather everyone so we can leave. Sounds like a plan. No, this doesn't feel right. We're lacking motivation. What's missing? Ooh, what a team chant. Please, no, I'm not a fan of music. Fan of music? What kind of devil are you? Are we dismissed, Teach? Yes, please leave. Your people are impossible. Not a hopeful message, but at least we're all in the same... I watched the others walk away, but I stayed behind. I wanted to talk to Tiger a bit. Mouse, why aren't you going? I'll get to it. I just want to make sure everything's fine here. Why wouldn't it be? Well, you know, you're not secretly playing Kazal, are you? Mouse! I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. No, I'm not going to kill you all. I'm offended. I thought you knew me better than that. Well, I mean, I don't. Well, I mean, that's not a slight. I mean, we literally haven't spent that much time together. I don't know you that well. Well, let's fix that. What do you want to know? I didn't mean that a little factual, but while we're here, I'm kind of curious. So you said you were an Olympian. What's the story on that? Great question. I thought going to the Olympics was once in a lifetime incredible experience, so I decided to go. I was already pretty good at throwing stuff, so I decided to train for javelin. Then I got really good at it. Then I qualified for Olympics. Then I completed at javelin. Okay, I get the picture. Didn't medal, which is a shame, but I like thinking of getting there as an honor. Honestly, it really is. It doesn't matter. As much as people can crap on anyone who doesn't get a gold or a medal at all, the fact of the matter is just being there is a lot better than what your average Joe is going to be getting, that's for sure. Of course it is. Is there all there is to it? There wasn't some grander motivation, just say the Olympics are cool one day? Yep. That's how I make a lot of my decisions. You see, I want to live through 200 once-in-a-lifetime moments. My life is meaningful as 200. So my life is meaningful as 200 lives. Still got about 142 moments left. I don't know how that's meaning in life works. Also, 200. Wouldn't 100 make more sense? It's twice as good as a goal. Twice as ambitious, perhaps. Same difference. One of those once in a lifetime wouldn't be murdering all of us, was it? You kidding? Getting kidnapped like this is already once in a lifetime. I can't really count that and killing all as separate moments. That's double jeopardy. That's your reasoning? It's a part of it. Oh. Well, I should get to searching. If you do that, I'll get to guarding. You already are. You got me there. Yep. Yeah. Cool. Great. Okay, bye him. Yeah, that moved on without my input. Assurance is partly made. I left it for the minor trinkets. Having found previous success, I decided to look in the second floor. Walking down the hallway around Ox. Oh, Mouse. Have you found success? No, but I'm just getting started. Care to help me? I'd love to. Where should we look? I was thinking about that office. I don't have a better idea, so sure. We walk in the office and begin looking for a minor trinket. So, Ox, can I ask a question? I prefer if you focus, but if you insist. Do you actually think this plan's gonna work? I mean, if the two among us are going to try and sabotage it, could things really get that bad? I doubt things will go flawlessly, but that doesn't mean we should stop trying to work together. Yeah, but what if one of those two weird personalities finds a minor trinket for us? They won't tell Tiger and we'll be down trinket. That is a real fear, yes. But if we're missing someone around 7 or 8, we might have to abandon a few of us. What? It's unlikely the traders will be able to steal more than 1 or 2, so we'll still mostly get out. And if we rule out anyone that actively gave Tiger a trinket, it's pretty good odds we can exclude a traitor. Seems pretty sketchy. I'm not saying it's a good situation, but if you think we can get through this without making some hard choices, I think you're gonna wound up hurt. I'd start steeling yourself for the fallout sooner rather than later. With that, Ox went back to wordlessly searching around the room. What else is there to say? Whether I liked it or not, he was right. Brian's game was inherently cruel. I needed to become cruel with it. Our searches now bore results. The office didn't have any clues. Well, that was a waste. I feared this might happen. However, we searched the auditorium. Seems like a place to be inclined to make significant. Sure. Actually, first, how much time do we have left? Should we input our actions? Oh, good idea. I'll go to the classroom. We'll put out yours. We'll go in the other. We'll meet in the auditorium. Ox left the room. Without much, I just chose run. Now wasn't the time to be betraying the group. Oh, what was I saying? I wasn't going to betray the group. Oh, yeah, she's remembering her the other timeline, I guess. Well, actually, I don't know if the knowledge between timeline is going to matter for Mouse, because remember, we had to learn the corruption from the other in a specific timeline for Mouse to reveal it. We, the player, are going to likely be getting the full picture long before the characters do. I realize how big this place is. It's going to be a pain, wasn't it? Do you think we'll actually find something here? If we search this whole place and we don't, it's going to be a waste of time. The fact that it's so big means searching it's all the more worthwhile. And not really, but let's get to it. We start by walking up the stage and looking around behind the curtains and in the walls. It all seemed fruitless until Ox called over. Hey Mouse, come here. What is it? Does this look out of place to you? In the midst of a bunch of papers hung on random walls said rules to find safe. Probably has something to do with a race then. I bet clues that lead to a trinket. Alright, let's see what they lead to here. There was an ordered list that oddly started at 0. The number is odd. The letters position in the alphabet. It's a +4. The number isn't 11 or 8 or 11. Letters position in the alphabet times 2. Letters A through F, numbers 1 through 14. The number is prime. Oh crap, if the number is prime, I have to remember from that horrible Final Fantasy 14 boss fight. Okay, remember, 1 is not a prime number. Huh? I know a lot of people are going to be all, well, what? It's not prime? I can't say for sure why. I just know that anytime I do something that involves prime numbers, it doesn't allow me to input 1. Only 3 onwards. The letters position now 4 plus the number. The number is an 8 or 11. The letters position in the alphabet is 2 lower than the number. Letters in the vowel, the number is less than 10. Letter is A, C, or E. The letters position in the alphabet's lower number. Letter C. In pen, arrows drop. List to the bottom. What's this all about? I'm pretty sure it's referring to the front section of seats. I noticed earlier the front section is divided to rows A through F, and they're numbered 1 through 14. What's weird about this is they have so many clues as to location. You only need to hint 1, hint 9. Should it be C, then if C's alphabetical position is 3, the column will be 7. What are we waiting for? Let's go. We should at least see what this is about. And sure enough, the hidden was a miniature safe. We found it. Hold on. Let's not celebrate until we actually open it. As I figured, it wouldn't be that easy. But look, there's a note. Following the arrow, choose the numbers whose certainty led to me while all being useful. What does that mean? Ah, I see. It's a puzzle. It is? Yes. Has to do with the list of hints we got earlier. I thought it was weird how superfluous seems, but now it makes sense. If I have to guess, this note means we now have to choose 4 hints from the list which lead us to this particular location perfectly. No guesswork needed. However, all being useful probably means that none of the clues should be superfluous. That is to say, you can't remove any of them without being unable to know the location. And follow the arrow means the digits should be input in order from 0 to 9. Wow, how'd you figure that out? I didn't figure anything out, I just interpreted the rules. Maybe you're good at it. It's not entirely unlike translating arcane legalese. I can't read legalese, so I'll have to take his word for it. It might as well be arcane ritual spell casting as far as I'm concerned. Plus, I like to visit escape rooms from time to time. Now that explains it. We should start trying to solve the puzzle. We should. 4 rules would leave us C7, huh? Let's see here. What would lead to C? No, there was nothing. You know the answer? Maybe. That's not confidence-inspiring. Let me try. I started to input the code. Well, we know the C is number 3 and 7, so it was C7, so 3 and 7 are both prime. Yeah, 7 is absolutely a prime number, so that one's correct. Honks, I'm stuck. Help. I'm stuck too. If I wasn't, I'd have opened the safe myself. Let's see how I'm approaching it. As far as I can tell, the trick is not give away too much or too little information early on. Some hints have to do with the letter, some have to do with the number, and some kind of have to do with both. Well, see what combination of hints give either half a location and what amounts to clues. And remember, there's only going to be one correct solution in the end. If 2 hints seem like they're doing the same thing, you're likely either on the wrong track or neither of those clues are used. The number is in fact odd, and it is prime. Which makes sense because all prime numbers are odd numbers. Although I don't know if 0 itself counts as odd or even. I've seen some argue that it counts as both, but I genuinely don't know. Less than 10, that's correct. Alright, the number's on. Alright, the number isn't 8 or 11. This is true. Because it's 7. 0, 2. Kirby is behind all of this. Got it. Zero, 2. Yeah, because it's 6. Oh. Maybe it's this? I thought I had it. You thought? Look, you're smart. Maybe I will. No way! Don't be sore losers, except you're no match against the escape room king. Yeah, whatever. What's inside? It's a familiar shape. A miner. Good, so this wasn't a waste of time. But stuck for something stupid like a gun or whatever. Should we do this tiger? That's the plan, yes. Then let's get going. 2 of us left and we our way downstairs. As we started, I heard 3 gunshots and after another one. What was that? Quickly, get down to where Tiger is. Ox urged me to start running. I was in no position. A familiar set of unease. There was no way this is good. We started to get down the front entrance, saw Bunny running towards it from the other side. He must have also heard. Around the bend and saw a horrifying sight. Tiger, dragon! 2 of them lying on the floor. Tiger was on our side near the office, the metal pipe. Sniper rifle lying by her side. Dragon was on the other side, with a bloody lamp right next to her. This was no. Quickly, check their statuses. Snake piped up behind me. When did he get her? Who cares? He was right. Started check on Tiger. I saw a bit of blood behind her hair on the back of her head, but that wasn't that bad. I had to believe in her. I had to get down for a pulse. I was so worried amid with an eerie silence. To my relief, I felt something. She's alive. I saw her softly moan. She's definitely injured, but she wasn't killed completely out of for the count. On the other side of the room, Ox has been checking out Dragon. I looked over him with hope when he shook his head. Tiger might have survived, but Dragon wasn't so lucky. The race had seen its first casualty, and I began to feel sick. After the discovery, everyone eventually made the scene crime. After all, gunshots weren't exactly something he'd avoid. A huge, chaotic mess with people on the verge of tears and shouting at each other. However, cooler minds prevailed. Ox reminded them this would all be for nothing if the minor trinkets weren't found. While people weren't happy about it, he had a point, and so the majority of the group returned their in this haunted school. The ones left behind were Ox, Tiger, Snake, Bunny, and myself. For my part, I mostly just stood there feeling sick. Luckily, I kept myself from vomiting. The urge was definitely there. Part of it was pathetic. I was supposed to be a criminal defense lawyer, and I couldn't even look at a body. Having it happen so suddenly, so close to someone you knew for the first time, it was a lot at once. Still, I couldn't stand there. Dragon didn't just die of a heart attack, she's murdered. And if I did nothing, that would have been let murder run free, and it was something that happened. I stood up in the chair. It was a life or death race. I had to run. Hey, Mouse, you alright? I'm fine, trust me. If anything, I should be asking you that. Tiger rubbed her eyes and got a painful smile. A bit after everyone arrived, Tiger woke up. She's in a lot of pain, but it seemed like there weren't any serious injuries. The blow to the head would just put her out of commission for a few minutes. Talking about the hit to my back of my head. I'm fine, I've taken worse plenty of times. You have? Stop going off topic. You know who did it? I'll talk. But I told you a dozen times. I thought there might be a minor trinket in the nurse's office, so I walked over. I tried looking to see if there was anything, but nothing. I could abandon my post. I was standing right here. All of a sudden, in the corner of my eye, I saw someone moving quickly in the hallway. I started to run towards them. Before I moved, I felt a blow. It must have rushed me with a metal pipe and knocked me before I could even realize what was happening. I didn't ask for the recap, ask who did it. You saw him in the corner of her eye, I've seen some part. I did know, or maybe I did, but I don't remember it. Look, my head's kind of messed up in the attack, you know? With an attack like that, it's not unreasonable for memory to be hazy, especially at the point immediately before the hit. Fine, I just want to know who did this. More importantly, what's the damage done, obviously besides Dragon? There isn't any, huh? Tiger still has all the trinkets in her pocket, even though the sniper brought out, fired 4 times, all the weapons are present. Seriously? What a lucky break, indeed. So what should we do now? I might be crass, but may I suggest nothing? What? Hear me out. I am perhaps more than anyone deeply wounded by Dragon's passing. She was a deeply spirited woman, and her impact on the group will go unnoticed. I hope the full extent of the law can come down to whoever killed her, and I'm certain the police will be able to use forensic evidence. However, as much as I'm an idealist, I'm equally a pragmatist. We mourn the dead for the living. Avenging her only does as much good as it does us. In the literal sense of speaking, this isn't much of a setback. No trinkets were stolen, nor were her weapons. True, Tiger was caught off guard and attacked, but after this I'm sure she'll be on high alert, facing the hallway, an unmoving warrior. Perhaps she can proactively arm herself with a pistol. I see no reason this horror assault should disrupt our plans, hence we should go back to searching our lifelines, minor trinkets. Makes sense to me? Hold on. We can't let that happen. We can't? I don't want Tiger guarding the weapons anymore. In fact, I don't feel comfortable letting her walk free. What? I'll be blunt here. Tiger, I suspect you for the murder. Well, this is certainly an interesting turn of events. Do go on. Leaving this lobby, there are 4 main routes you could take. After hearing the gunshots, Mouse and I quickly started rushing down the staircase to the crime scene fairly quickly. Bunny ran from the classroom wing. Snake was running down the hallway that staircase connected to. Last exits through the commons. However, there are big window doors leading those commons, and it's quite wide open. When I ran down, I briefly checked and didn't see anyone running away. To sum up, there shouldn't have been anywhere for the criminal to escape. The killer likely couldn't take any weapons or trinkets, even though they are likely someone affected by Brian's 3rd round rule change. With all that in mind, I think it's a reasonable explanation as to who the killer was, the person who didn't or couldn't leave the scene. That would be Tiger. That's ridiculous. You can't seriously be suspecting me. I'm the victim. A victim with a fishy story. I can't imagine someone getting the jump on you like they claim. It's impossible you faked your injury to avoid suspicion. Seriously? I'll actually suffer from a serious case of victim blaming right now. You're supposed to be a cop, whatever, right? A prosecutor. Well, you know you can't accuse someone without evidence. Where's your evidence? If you insist. Ox walked over to Dragon's body. Take a look at the lamp. It's majorly bent, and Dragon's skull is practically caved in. It requires a lot of tremendous strength. The only person who could pull this off would be Dragon, the victim, and Horse, who has an alibi in the form of sheep. I'm sure of power adrenaline. If a mother can lift a car to save a baby, a murderer can dent a lamp to kill someone. Shouldn't a couple like you know that? Prosecutor. And yes, some extraordinary things like that can happen, but that's the exception, not the rule. Also point out that despite your testimony, you were found unconscious on the other side of the lobby. How do you explain that? I don't know. The killer must have moved me for some reason. That doesn't prove anything. I haven't even showed the most damning thing. He picked up a form of a clipboard which was resting on the counter. It appeared to be some sort of sign out for students, with a few bloody pieces on it written in scrawled letters. Tiger is crazy. I believe the Dragon's last scribbles. After being injured, she hurriedly scribbled a message for us. She wasn't able to fit it, however, because she finished off by the lamp. No way, that can't be right. Face Tiger, the evidence against you. Clear, someone's trying to frame me. Waste your guys' time. Mouse, you believe me, right? Well... I'm sorry, Tiger, we need to investigate. You're really the criminal. You don't trust me? I want to, but Ox brought up good points. Fine, do what you want. I'm pretty sure this is gonna get me killed, so let's trust Tiger here. I trust Tiger, I don't think you can do this. I knew you believed me, but Mouse do not listen to the evidence. Well, that's it, this all seems too neat. Do you really think things are that simple? Well, things usually are. I'm sorry, but I'm not going anywhere until we sell this. Fine, I'll look around. If you could, please do. Things were settled. While others looked for the minor trinkets, we investigate Dragon's murder. We all briefly went to separate rooms. Don't try anything funny, Tiger. You're strong, but I've confiscated the sniper rifle, and there's 4 of us. I'm not gonna do anything. Investigating a crime scene, it's never a fun time. You do this often? I guess you would, being an officer, police officer and all. Yeah. So as a cop, what do you think? I think I need to see more. There's a few oddities in the scene that make me think Ox is being a little hasty. I'm trying to look for anything that stands out of place if Tiger was the killer and see what we make of it. Where do we check first? We for sure should look at Dragon's body, right? Well, it's a murder investigation, that'll be handy. Right. I'm not looking forward to examining corpse. If you want, I could do most of the examining. Yeah, you'd probably be for the best. I'm not trying to be a baby or anything. It's, you know, say no more. I used to be just like that. It's honestly disturbing that I'm fine with looking at dead bodies as I am now. Isn't that normal? It is. Doesn't make it less disturbing, though. But I digress. Let's get to examining. Bunny approached the corpse and started looking over. After time, he returned to the report. There's absolutely no surprises in terms of cause of death. She was definitely bludgeoned by a single hit over the head. I believe the lamp was previously sitting on the table on the left side of the room. Anyways, there's one detail that caught my eye, that bruising on her neck. Bruising? Basically, she was choked out at some point. And now with the tools, someone wrapped their hands around her and just started squeezing. Horrible, but also telling. I think about Tiger's strength. I don't think she's exaggerating. Said she could crush a human's windpipe if she really wanted to. Could she? I'm sorry to say, but I don't know the strength needed for that. You need a lot, but not more than Tiger has. Choking attempt definitely failed, and that's not a mistake. So Tiger wouldn't have failed. Someone with average strength like me, for instance, could easily try to choke her out, but would fail to and let Dragon escape. If Tiger had her hand, she could just squeeze and it'd be over just like that. That makes sense. That's pretty loosey-goosey when it comes to evidence. It doesn't prove anything. Also, anything else? No, that's basically it. Another clues. I got it. We should check Dragon's tablet. Yeah, why? It might be nothing, but worth checking. I moved the information section. It wasn't much. Oh my, what? No way. I've never thought Dragon would be like this. Dragon had hateful. What? Seriously. People started crowding around looking over my shoulder. Sure enough, it was written plain as day in the green text for whatever reason. Why would she hide this from us? Was she scared we'd turn on her? I knew there's something fishy about that girl. It certainly makes me feel better about the whole thing. Snake. Does that make me sound crass? I suppose it does. But factually speaking, she was something of an inevitable casualty if we planned for the group to survive. It makes sense that her murder. Meaningless is probably the wrong word, isn't it? Yes, it is. Mouse, let's get to focus on the investigation. I mean, yeah, it's pretty shocking, but I actually don't know if it changes much. Oh, it changes things all right. The pieces were starting to come together. I just need a bit more evidence. I want to check out Tiger's head injury. To looking to prove whether or not she made the whole thing up. I don't know about that. It's worth looking into, though. Look at the bits of blood, the end of the metal pipe. It's clear what the weapon was. Hey, Tiger, would you mind if we look at your injury? Sure thing. Tiger sat on the floor as Bunny started inspecting her through her head. I see. Well, save one thing for sure. She didn't inflict this wound on herself. His head to the backside of her head with a horizontal blunt strike of whole force. I don't know how you could self-inflict that. Could you hold it to back your head? I don't think you get how much force I'm talking here. It's possible she could have been concussed or even killed from a hit like this. It's literally impossible to get that kind of momentum moving your wrists and part of your arms. And it's only a single strike. So she's proven innocent with this, right? I don't know about that. After all, if she was hit, that doesn't necessarily mean she couldn't have gone to kill Dragon and then fake being knocked out. However, it does make it a lot less likely. A bullet like this would send even someone like Tiger to her knees for quite some time. Someone like this, someone who's not afraid to kill. I guess it's tricky for a scenario where Tiger gets hit by either this and somehow gets the upper hand. She'd be brought down even if she wasn't unconscious, and she wouldn't exactly be in fighting shape. So she was found lying by the left table, right? Yeah, iron pipe and sniper rifle both near her. Say, what's that? The pen gouged? I think you're right. I'm just sticking there. Who'd do something? Who knows? I doubt as much as anything, I guess. Damning piece of evidence would be that note, right? We should probably check on that a bit. Makes sense to me. Let's look at that. I walked over the counter where the note was written. Indeed, it was easy to see how Dragon could start scribbling. Moment of desperation. Was that what happened? Let's go over the details of this note. Maybe that can source its authenticity. That was a critical point. If the note was forged, Tiger was definitely being framed. If the note was real, Tiger was certainly the killer. Those were the only options. Unfortunately, we don't have a sample of Dragon's handwriting to compare this to. If we did, that'd make our job a lot easier. However, jagged and messy nature does suggest it was written quickly and fit a panic. The unfinished Z in particular is very convincingly done. And while we're talking about the Z, the fact it was unfinished does imply I was struck down while writing this, as the pattern. Not in the middle of the paper, more splayed a bit to the sides, in line with where they generally fall if come to a blow. The angle, too, it's hard to fake. We're on the record saying the blood, at least authentically, came from attack happening near the sheet of paper. But that's not to say the writing's legit. It could be forged, it could even be written after the blood got on the page. That's certainly detailed analysis. This stuff's pretty standard for crime scene investigation. Anyways, I think the existence of this note is the biggest mark against it. What do you mean? I mean, people are stupid. Do you really think Tiger wouldn't know something written down like that? And if she did notice, do you really think she'd just leave incriminating evidence? No, she'd trash it immediately. Convincing as the writing may be, I gotta see the whole thing probably scam. Probably. Okay, I did make a note and continue onwards. Unfortunately, since we've confirmed that Tiger has trouble reading or might not be able to read completely. So I heard the gunshots. We all did, yes. What was that all about? The sniper rifle was fired 4 times, thrice in quick succession, then a fourth a few moments later. I heard that. We're in the world of gunfire. Surely be able to tell where the bullets went, right? That can? We have. Obviously, there's 4 impact points. 2 are against the left wall, 1 hit a nearby chair, and 1 at the end of a metal pipe. The metal pipe. Indeed, it's quite strange. You think the pipe could have been used to block bullet? I quite doubt that. It's more likely the pipe was leaning against the wall, it was shot, and incidentally struck. But I can't completely deny your proposal. There wasn't much time between the shots and us getting the crime scene, was there? No, there was not. Whatever happened after those bullets were fired, there wasn't much time for anything else. As someone not currently favoring the defense or prosecution, I must say, those shots are the detail that sticks out to me most like a sore thumb. It's the hardest to frame in any cohesive measure. For that reason, it's either the most or least important part of this whole thing. Well, thank for the totally unhelpful, unsolicited advice. Be keeping you. That I will. It's interesting that the killer didn't take the gun with them, however. Maybe they're afraid they'd be seen with it. True, but they could at least take the pistol or poison, don't you think? I guess. They must not have had enough time. No trinkets were taken either, though Tiger was unconscious. I was actually the last person to give her a trinket, so I know the number collected was 6. All 6 are... Give her a trinket, so I know the number collected was 6. All 6 are present. Wait, that does raise a problem with the... Isn't it strange when Dragon was here? What do you mean? Those visiting Tiger would drop off the trinkets they collected, right? If Dragon didn't have the trinket, why was she here? Huh. I mean, if Tiger was the killer, it's not like she'd go leave looking for someone to bring them back here. So either Dragon came of her own, she was killed somewhere else, brought here to flame Tiger, but if it wasn't dropping off a trinket, why would Dragon be here? I suppose it could have been passing by her. You're right, that is odd. I don't know, maybe nothing. Why would the killer attack Tiger if they didn't want to take the trinkets or weapons? It's a mystery. It makes little sense that the traitor isn't the killer. Also makes too much sense if Tiger is the killer either. It seems more like not making sense at all. I feel like I've been thinking on myself a lot recently. Dragon didn't have a trinket. Why was she here? Now that we know that she's the hateful personality, she might have been trying to kill old Tiger, I guess, since we know no. I don't know, it might be nothing, I was just thinking about it. Anyways, let's keep looking around. I think pretty much everything I had to look at it. Yeah, that covers the basics of the investigation. I don't know how much it clears up. Give me a second, I'm gonna think about all the evidence, try and piece together. Take all the time you need piecing together. As far as for me, I'm convinced Tiger couldn't be the culprit, there's too many oddities. Seriously. You went swayed just by looking at this room, you better have found some conclusive and convincing. I don't know about conclusive, but it's definitely convincing. Convinced me anyways, did it. I'm sorry, but it's not substantial, I won't change my mind on this. Gosh, how much do you hate me? It feels like forever since you started suspecting me, you've not let up on me whatsoever. You look like a sharp, you smell blood. Maybe it must be your cop instincts that made you such a predator. For last time, I was a prosecutor. You know, there's a real cop staying over there, right? Tiger's right, Ox, you seem unfairly and fixated on her guilt. She was clearly attacked, you're blaming her? Even the note central to her case doesn't make any sense, it shouldn't be there. I'm not saying I know everything. What do you propose her killer escape to? I already covered possible evidence. If not Tiger, the culprit would have to be you or Snake. My, the moment Tiger seems out of target, Ox moves on to the next closest. What frightful instincts. I don't care if I'm frightful, I'm trying to keep us all alive, we can't trust Tiger. You don't just see how long you waste on this, this time trinkets, stop talking about this already. Got it, what? I've made my decision, after looking this over, a clear answer. A matter of Tiger's guilt? Tiger didn't, she clearly did. No, that wouldn't have been, wound couldn't have been self-inflicted, she would have destroyed the note, she could have crushed Dragon's windpipe, if had she been the one trying to choke, there's no explanation for why Dragon came. That would make sense. That's what I'm talking about. I knew you had my back. Oh dear, it appears you've been suckered in as well, Mouse. Snake. I suppose it falls on me to explain how it happened. Tiger did do it. What? Seriously, Mouse? I thought you were on my side. I was, until investigating. I don't think you're some monster. I think you should confess the star of this. We would have a lot more sympathy. What are you talking about? I didn't do any of this. I guess I have to explain it then. Please do, Mouse, because I'm struggling to follow you here. You're with me when we all found that evidence against Tiger being the culprit, which could have changed your mind. The evidence certainly had odds with my easy understanding. However, that doesn't mean Tiger isn't. It just means Ox is vague as missing details. I'll try to explain best from what happened in the beginning. Let's start with how Dragon ended up here. Yeah. The answer is surprisingly simple. Why is Dragon here? going to attack Tiger. Dragon came here to attack Tiger. The metal pipe, which was among the weapons confiscated, was likely brought by her. Obviously, Tiger couldn't go looking for something like that when abandoning her post. Dragon clearly wanted to be the guard of the weapons. She also hid the fact she had a hateful personality. Unfortunately, with all that in mind, I can only conclude she had malicious plans. Dragon's also the type who challenged Tiger to a fight. It all makes sense. I buy that, but what then? Isn't it plausible Dragon could be the one behind attacking Tiger? It's plausible and incorrect. I'll get to why later, but let me keep explaining what happened. There was a scuffle between the two. I don't know how things went down, but I honestly don't know. At some point, I ended up with Tiger pinning Dragon and choking her out. Bunny previously pointed out that if Tiger meant to kill, she would have crushed her throat at this point. That's absolutely correct. However, that didn't happen. Reason being, Tiger didn't actually want to kill Dragon, just restrain her, maybe put her in her place. She was strangling, but not to a lethal extent. Maybe she was trying to explain something. However, if Dragon's anything, she's a fighter. She got over and escaped her grasp. If I had to guess, I'd say Dragon poked Tiger in both of her eyes. That's why Tiger's rubbing her eyes when she woke up, even though she reportedly wasn't attacked in the eyes. At this point, despite escaping, Dragon was completely out of energy. She thought Tiger was totally trying to kill her. That's what she was. At the point, she was right. Rage from the injury, she was reeling backward until she recovered. She was furious. She grabbed the nearby lamp and came at Dragon. However, with Dragon began last message of a warning. Even though Dragon was the attacker, whatever transpired had legitimately scared Dragon. Dragon thought that even though she was the traitor, Tiger might have be an even more dangerous force, or maybe she's just bitter she lost and tried to make Tiger sure she wouldn't get away, make sure Tiger wouldn't get away unscathed. Whatever the reason, she didn't finish writing, slammed the lamp. Some blood splashed the note in front. But Mouse, isn't the scenario the problem? Tiger should have noticed and destroyed it. Normally I'd agree with you, however I'd test something right now. I walked over where the note was written. Using a pen, I wrote something on the paper. If you're innocent, speak up now and prove it. I've started the group. Ox, Snake, and Bunny all reacted but didn't speak up. Tiger on the other end, what? It's a message Dragon wrote, right? I don't know what you're trying to show me with that. It's clearly meant to frame me. I can't believe you'd be easily fooled, Mouse. I knew it. What? You can't read what's written on the paper, can you? Earlier, when Ox first showed you didn't react with surprise, more confusion. You only got angry after Ox explained what it was to us. In fact, this isn't the only explanation where you not being able to read. When talking to Pig, you couldn't read the sign on this office's door. Before that, when you found the lock, you didn't realize there was writing on it. Seriously? She's not blind, and she hasn't acted like that at all. You can't explain yourself, Tiger. Way to expose my weakness in front of everybody, Mouse. Fine, I'll admit it. My vision is damaged. I'm not blind, but... Did any of you hear about the story of Ali Abadi? The woman hid the children with another man from her husband. Her husband was on extended vacation before and during the birth. To keep them secret, they were in the basement of our house for years. I vaguely remember that. I remember hearing an example when I learned about laws surrounding abuse, specifically child abuse. She became infamous after the story broke and was sentenced to prison for years for neglecting her children, to the point where it was deemed malicious. Why do you bring that up? Well, I'm her daughter, Zahara Abadi. Honestly, I never really cared about the story. I mean, we never remembered anything at the time. We were too young. And for all we were concerned, it's the same as if we were adopted from a young age. Me and my twin brother. And as I pretty much moved on from then, there's actually one thing that's stuck with me, a condition surrounding how I see. The basement where I kept in was usually pitch black. Apparently, if the human eye doesn't get enough light at a young age, weird things can happen. Through development, the rods and cones of my eyes weren't properly calibrated. And to skip a bunch of science talk... the end result is I distinguish between light and darkness, but I can't see detail. To think of it as an extreme version of color blindness, I can see geometry, but it's all pretty much textureless. These results have been seen in mice and cats when they're experimented on, but as far as I know, I'm the only human to ever had this condition. I guess that's a perk of weirdly unique upbringing. Call it a perk of unique upbringing. It's certainly a positive spin on the whole affair. That's incredible, Tiger. How have been using your tablet? Mine's voice operated. Apparently, for all his faults, the Jade Emperor is disability friendly. The speakers kick on. All are treated as equal under the law's watchful eye. Damn it, are you just watching this, smug asshole? I honestly don't know if that was genuine or sarcastic. And I don't like talking mouse, thanks to that mouse. What does it prove? It doesn't prove anything by itself. However, it explains why I didn't get rid of the note. If you were observant, you might have realized I was writing something down and ripped up the paper, but you were so angry you didn't even notice. All well and good, Mouse, but you still haven't explained how to deal with the injury in the back of her head. That doesn't make any sense. You're right. It doesn't seem like you give that to herself, but she could, and use one simple thing. She's the sniper able to knock herself. Mouse, I don't know what to tell you this, but she was hit with a metal pipe, not the rifle. The pipe was the thing that hit her head, true, but it wasn't the force behind the attack. Explain. After killing Dragon, Tiger began to panic. She just killed someone. Even though it was partially self-defense, she had no assurance people believe her. Even if they did, it's not as though in truth she was a blameless victim. Clear that towards the end, Dragon had stopped her attacks, and even if it were a fit of rage, she did strike Dragon down. Ultimately, she had to hide it. But she couldn't leave her post, and people were viable to visit her at any moment, so she was right, Ox and I were on our way at this point. She decided to come up with a story and make it look like she was attacked. I believe we've all been underestimating. On the surface, she might have seemed smart, but it was actually a pretty quick uptake. She's good at physics, which is why her makeshift ruse. What ruse? Started by plunging a pen the acts as a base. She carefully placed the metal pipe on the pen and fired 3 shots in the wall, causing confusion. After all, there was only 1 shot, and if it hit the pipe, it'd much easier to figure out what happened. Finally, she found the proper place, carefully aimed the rifle, and fired at the end of the pipe. With the pen directly behind, the path of resistance was one in the pipe pushed forwards to swing outwards. That was a bullet-powered swing that ended up to the left side of her head. Such plans are incredibly risky. It seriously hurt her. With such momentum, it could have done worse. However, she isn't the type to get scared. She probably didn't even think about it. She executed her plan carefully. Afterwards, the pipe rolled on the floor beside her. Lies all of it. Do you have anything? You can't prove it. Tiger, why would I admit something didn't happen? You've been saying all this. Do you have any evidence? Fine, I'll make show evidence. Here's something to prove you were attacked. You claim we were attacked by the counter. However, you're lying right by the table with a sniper rifle. It doesn't prove. I could just move to there, stuff to confuse you. It doesn't prove I killed Dragon. I guess you're right. See? That's not all I have. Your own testimony. You're about to be done by your own testimony. You start standing by the counter in the corner of your eye, saw someone rushing at you. You tried to run towards him, but knocked out. Is that correct? Yeah, so what? It doesn't match your injury. You're on the left side. Hit on the left side of the back of your head. However, if you're looking to the nurse's office, turn to face an attacker in the hallway, you'd be turning your head right. It's unclear how fast the attacker got to you. However, they swung, they'd hit the right side of the back of your head. At best, they'd hit the center back. It's inconceivable they'd approach you to the left side of the back of your head. Therefore, either completely lying, or you're leaving out the part where you avoid the attack and began to fight with the assailant. That's not... As I expected, it was Tiger all along. The more the investigation dragged on, the clearer it came. I was so sure the Tiger's was being framed. With all that laid out, I've got no choice but to believe Tiger's guilty. You're all wrong. I didn't do anything. It's her fault. Disrupting the order. She didn't die for the team. Survive, Tiger. Stop looking at me like that. Forgive Tiger. Tiger, I understand you're scared. It's okay now. Please, just talk with us. Why would you hide it? If I told anyone to exclude me when push came to shove, you can't trust a murderer. Now you wouldn't believe it was self-defense. I'm dead and I had to hide it. You certainly had to hide it, but not because of that, is it? What do you mean? Tiger, you're certainly working the sympathetic angle of some success right now, but you're not deserving that, are you? You're nothing but rageful murder. What are you talking about? You had to hide, because if you didn't, you'd go to jail when we get out. You'd go to jail for a long time. No, I wouldn't. No. Yes, you will. Had Dragon survived, she surprisingly would have had a stronger case. Courts are very lenient to extenuating circumstances. The plank of Carnades has been the precedent to several rulings which are lenient if you kill someone to save yourself. Dragon was a poor victim of an evil death game, doing what was needed to survive. You, however, have no such excuse. It was self-defense. Self-defense, you say? That's awfully difficult to prove, were it even true. Let's go over the sequence. Dragon blindsided you with an attack. You were able to disarm her and bring her. It wasn't easy. Fine, you borrowed the ground with difficulty. Either way, the moment you started strangling her, you'd won the fight. On the contrary, just because someone attempted to does not give you the carte blanche to murder them back. You need to prove they had present and clear danger to the life of you or someone else. That requirement was not met when you began to strangle. I was going to kill her then. Impossible to say. Either way, Dragon narrowly escaped and began to scribble. However, in rage-filled, you didn't stop your assault. You grabbed a nearby weapon and banished it to the back of her skull. She was unarmed, clearly injured, and not able to put up a fight. She was scared and her back was turned, and yet you murdered her. I'm sorry, but the fact you have a deathly collar around your neck doesn't change the legality of these actions. But she was the traitor she had paid for. How it was not clear. Ah, but you did not know that time, did you? Even if you did, that's still not enough to justify an immediate murder like that. You killed her because you wanted, and not because you had to. Shut up. Snake, stop. She doesn't know the specifics of self-defense. She probably thought it was fine. You don't need to sign malicious attempt or covering up. Oh, but she has plenty knowledgeable self-defense law. Aren't you, Zahara Body? Shut up. What are you talking about, Snake? I was in a classroom where a number of projects were done by students. However, I didn't... I was in one of the classrooms where there were a number of project boards done by students. However, I didn't recognize one of the boards. Rather, I didn't recognize one of the topics. After reading it over, I quickly realized a project done by our very own Brian. Brian very generously decided to share some research he'd done with Zahara, that is, Taiga. You want to know what happened to her mother? Well, Zahara ended up pushing her mother off the balcony on the 7th-story room in 7th Defense. Tiger? Oh, well, looks things media paint as a tragedy. Her crazy, estranged mother, finally out of jail, tracks down her daughter and somehow blames her child. That mother, a liar, barges her way into Zahara's room, argues with her, and pulls a knife. Alaya starts coming on Zahara with in self-defense. Zahara tries to wrestle with her mother, and in conflict, Alaya ends up going over the edge. What a sad story, if that's what happened. But given what we've seen, I'm starting to wonder if it really was self-defense. Hey, shut up. Brian certainly thought it wasn't. His project pointed out various pieces of the story seemed odd. Certainly, Alaya was far from blameless. She definitely tracked down her estranged daughter with a grudge. But Olympian Zahara is so intimidated by a frail woman with a knife that she had to kill her mother. Zahara was an Olympian. She did advertising, did much, much more. She had many friends in PR who would have an interest in spinning a story favorably. People who wouldn't want the public considering if Zahara might have had her own grudge. If maybe murder wasn't the only option, but a choice made. Mouse, we should go. What? Tell me, Zahara, didn't you want to kill my mother? Shut up. You did, didn't you? Why wouldn't you? She's a monster. And there was one strangely unrelated article in the mix. Zahara, whatever happened to your brother? Shut up. Tiger grabbed a nearby metal pipe and struck Snake. Mouse, we gotta run now. Bunny came with me. As I pulled away, single-minded again. He would almost certainly be dead in a few moments. Ox stopped nearby. Holy shit, what was that about? I don't know. What was Snake doing, bringing all that to the Psycho? It's like he was trying to get Tiger to snap. Was everything he said true? Most likely. It's very possible Tiger has killed in the past and we're now simply dealing with an easily angered murderer. What are we gonna do now? None of us can take down Tiger. Take down? All the weapons are in that room, the one she's closest to. The only one who might stand a chance to be Horse, but who knows where he's at right now. We have to do something. What are you talking about? We need to come to understanding. Come to understanding. She just clobbered the shit out of Snake for basically nothing. It's dangerous. She can't be normally dealt with. It would be preferable if we could come to understanding, but I find that unlikely an outcome. At this point, I think she's realized she's in for a penny and for a pound. Once she calms down, it's possible. She'll go to the weapons, grab 2 pistols, start going after everyone. If she can do that, it's an easy escape the race. And if she's the only survivor, she'll have plenty of time and leeway in spinning a narrative if she does anything wrong. Wouldn't it be better if we worked together with her and survived? You want to work with her? You're right, it'd be better, but it's not likely. Look, I'll go out there. I've got experienced policemen talking to people, criminal intense situations. I'll try to calm them down. You can handle it. No, let me. I've talked to Tiger. Understanding. Oh, this is probably a mistake, but Mouse wants you to go instead, Bunny. What? Mouse has proven herself to constantly on the ball. I know it's dangerous, but I trust her. Because I've been backing... I was wondering why you asked me whether I trusted her or not. So when it seems like it goes, and I think this is why, because if we trust her, she'll believe us and won't kill us when we go negotiate. I don't like that. Well, too bad, that's what I'm saying. Well, I don't want to waste further time to argue. Just go, Mouse. I won't fail you. You better not. With those encouraging words, I stepped back to the lobby. I was not honest with myself. Terrified. She was in an absurdly angry state and proved herself to be of wits of anger, but the core of our team, always optimistic, always smiling. She didn't deserve to die. She wasn't blameless. Far from it. The true villain was Brian. I couldn't change that. When I turned the corner, she was just staring at Nick Snake's body. I averted my eyes. I didn't need to see too much to know where there was no saving him. Tiger, please calm down. We can talk this out. Talk this out. Things can go back to normal after this? They have to. I don't want anyone to die. That's nice, but 2 people already have. Sure, but that doesn't mean more people should. We can convince the rest. It'll be like it never happened. You really want that? Yes, trust me. I don't doubt you, Mouse, but Snake was right. I am a murderer. Things can't end peacefully. Why not? Because bad people don't just get to walk away scot-free. When Dragon attacked me, I felt so betrayed. I was so cowardly that she tried to attack me. We worked together. She told us about her life in the gymnasium, and then she turns on the group. And she didn't even try to fight me. She tried to brain me. I wasn't looking. How could I forgive that? I knew I was just going to incapacitate her. When she poked at my eyes, it was too damn much. I didn't even know what happened. Next thing I know, I was standing over her body. Snake's right. I'm murdered by nature. The exact same blacking out happened when I was starting getting angry at him and my mother. Snake was getting into your head. It's probably a lot scarier there. And you really were just defending yourself. That's what I told myself, but no, that was murder too. If I wanted, I could have taken her non-lethally. She's a monster. If it wasn't for her, Jamin wouldn't have died. Jamin? Let me guess, your brother? You know how much he got me through childhood. I used to be way more gloomy. He was a positive kid. He took everything that happened to us such a blessing. He had a once-in-a-lifetime experience, so I stopped there. If he had 100, his life would be worth 100 times more. Always looking for new opportunities, do incredible things. We were young, we were playing on a frozen lake, we didn't know better, but if our eyes weren't ruined by that woman, we could have seen the cracks. He would have lived. So that's why I pushed her over. I didn't mean to, but I let her fall. That's not the same. It is. Since my brother's death, I tried to pick up the slack and fill both our 100 experience quotas, so that explains the 200. In doing so, I've always been very impulsive. It's helpful in life, just going with what you want. I've led plenty once-in-a-lifetime experiences, but I think I'm afraid it's come with a cost. Lately, I don't have control over my emotions. My emotions have control over me. Want to do something, I just do it. It's impulsive. It's not like it's something I can control. And because of that, I've killed 2 people. I'm not even concerned I wasn't able to control my emotions. That's the fact that murder was on my impulse it gets to me. She hung her head down, life drained. At some point during conversation, she shifted from wanting to survive to wanting to die. I wasn't going along with that. Tiger, if you really feel that way, then help us escape. When you get out here, you'll get better. Get better? Snake and Dragon are both incredibly pragmatic. I'm sure if they were here, they'd prefer the rest of us got out alive and end doing more to do good in the world. They'd certainly like it more than you pointless dying. So what do you say? Join me, we'll just talk to everyone. Does that sound good? Okay. Yeah, because I trusted her, she was peacefully. Eventually, the entire group met up and we had a big discussion in the cafeteria. There's a lot of debate over what happened next. Eventually, everyone settled on having everyone cross the finish line as a group. Tiger's murders would be framed in the best possible light, would still be reported to the police. Anyone happy with this agreement, but that's what we settled on. After that, we faced a minor miracle. We checked Snake, as it turned out he was ambitious. Turn a phrase from Snake, it made me feel better about the whole thing. I still mourned his death, but effectively speaking, the only victims were the ones who couldn't survive anyways. Through a mix of guiding factors or sheer coincidence, Tiger hadn't decreased the net people who'd survive in the race by 1. This would sound particularly black-hearted to say, but actually ended up a help. With the threat of traitors gone, the group completely focused the search on minor trinkets. Eventually found 10. And there wasn't much to do but wait. But man, are we lucky the traitors got off like that. Gee, Tiger, you sure know how to pick them. Wolf, tough crowd. You're going to anger management when we get out. Understand? On the off chance I don't get sent to jail for life, yes I will. Actually, I don't think prison is necessarily in the cards. Snake Lead, I'm pretty thick, but fact of the matter is we're in pretty uncharted territory. The number of factors I can think of bringing up would strengthen your case. In fact, if you claimed you had reasonable suspicion, you could get away with a scot-free. But that's not what happened. It might have been. It's hard to disprove, and that's usually what matters in court. Now, say we're going to become a defense attorney. You should know this stuff already. I actually plan to be a principal defense attorney. I only know a handful of those, and they're pretty shit at their jobs. Anyways, all I'm saying is that if I were a prosecutor on this, I wouldn't feel too confident. At bare minimum, you could probably get a plea deal for an amount of years you could count on one hand. I suppose the real reason Brian brought you here was the whole incident with your mother, then. I mean, obviously it's ruined the fact you played a part in the trial, but I guess the backstory is why he felt more moral justification sending you here. Maybe, I'm not sure if that's it, though. Why wouldn't that be? Is there a different reason? If I'm laying all cards on the table, I might as well come clean about my testimony. I never lied. I would never lie, let me be clear. If I had not gotten a clear look at the murder weapon in his back pocket as I initially led the court to believe. What? Don't get me wrong, I definitely looked at the weapon, but it might not have been it. Then why'd you say testimony was? Look, the cops got on my face about it, and they wanted me to say I had seen it. They were saying that if I couldn't positively identify it, the guy was obviously the killer might get away. Giving definitive testimony to lock up a slimy killer sounded pretty once in a lifetime, so I agreed. Wow, I'm starting to sympathize with Brian. I didn't lie, I exaggerated. It's not like it matters. Still clearly guilty. I suppose that is correct. Even with one testimony, the mountain of evidence was conclusive. All you did was help tighten the noose one notch lighter. However, something was off, but I didn't have time to think about it. Soon the round ended and we all crossed. Our collars came off and we escaped the school. 4 of spades. If nothing is found in the first 3 but weapons and trinkets, Dragon will be assigned the role that forces her to act. However, the most likely situation is Tiger ends up guarding the weapons. Dragon will definitely try to strike Tiger down, definitely kill in retaliation, but Tiger will always try to stop it and complicate things further. If Mouse gains her trust, she'll be able to settle things peacefully before it devolves too much. In that scenario, likely only victims. An almost flawless victory, theoretically ideal. However, this is highly unstable. Oh my, that's a completely different path. Alright, we're gonna go with the other route for Tiger, where Tiger doesn't trust us. Alright, investigating Tiger's guild. I just hope the others can pick up the slack and find the trinkets while we waste your time. Very good. No, this is right. You wouldn't forgive me that fast. This is no trick. Tiger's approaching me. Think I'm an idiot? That you can toy with me? Bunny had emerged holding his pistol. Where'd he get a pistol? So anything, he fired 2 shots. They hit her in the shoulder. Unfortunately, he seemed in rage. Oh, where's she? This just kind of sucks. This scenario, Tiger is highly unstable. If Mouth has proven her worthy enough, she could probably convince the others to let her take charge. But she hasn't won Tiger's trust. Negotiations never go poorly. Alright, yeah, I know what needs to happen here then. And I have to... So basically what I need to do is Ox not allow Mouse to investigate. Because even if... Alright, so I need to fail at the investigation if I want to make sure the Ox won't trust me. And we know if Bunny goes for it, he'll fail. Exactly, I feel a parrot. Are you taking this seriously? I always take this seriously. The fact of the matter is, there's nothing stopping Tiger. Let's end the point, shall we? You don't know. I'd like to elucidate Tiger's motive. She did not incite this incident. Rather, Tiger came to attack Tiger so she would steal the weapons on account of being the traitor. The initial attack received the blow. The snake that would definitely would have incapacitated. In your amateurish opinion, bear a cop, Bunny, not a doctor. Your testimony is indecisive. Tiger, an incredible athlete, surprisingly able to take the blow, and Tiger fought back. The reason she did not break it was she did not wish to. After first, would incapacitate, but after Dragon broke free, resorted. Why not dispose of it? Many murderers have said they completely blacked out in the cause carrying the deed out. Finally, third party involved. Tiger did something entirely unnecessary. Conscious. That's not it. That's not evidence of the plot. Oh, then why she just knocked you out? Seems about my capabilities. Was it Bunny? If so, why is he trying to clear your name? Finally, it seems like there was a third party involved. Tiger did something entirely unnecessary. She fired the gun to pretend it would be unconscious. That's not it. That's not evidence. Oh, then who just knocked you out? Was it me? Because sorry to tell you, it seems out of my capabilities. Was it Bunny? If so, then he would try. Why would he try and clear your name of the murder? Seems counterintuitive. Was Ox or Mouse? They were together. One traitor is dead, so that rules them out. And if the killer isn't one of the three of us, where they escaped to? The Commons, who would have been seen. Out the front door, only the mastermind could do that. No, they didn't leave. Alright, so... yeah, the deduction is more or less the same, just a bit different, as expected. But believe, you're all wrong. No, we should let Bunny handle this. He's trained for situations like this. You, on the other hand, are untrained. Don't fight me on this, Mouse. Trust me, this is for the best. I don't like this, but fine. One condition, I'll be right around the corner in case anything goes wrong. Sure, if you want. Great, let's hurry. Bunny quickly made his way down the hallway back to the lobby with me behind him. Then Bunny turned the corner and started approaching. I can see their conversation clear. Tiger, Tiger, breathe. You don't want to hurt anyone, do you, Tiger? What are you here for? Here to help you, Zahara? No, you're not. Whoa, calm down. Easy. Let's not discuss things. I don't believe you. I couldn't bear it anymore. Approaching, please listen to us. We're trying to come to understanding. You are? We are. Let's understand murder. Maybe, but can I help with that? What? Think about it. There's absolutely no one around here. Become a story that puts no one at fault, puts Brian at fault. So means that you can return to your life just as it was before all this. It can be great. Really? Of course. You just need to calm down and work with us. Everything's gonna be alright. Tiger saw look down. At that point, Bunny whipped out a pistol and fired 2 shots. No! Tiger fell to the ground. Not content, he fired 2 more. Phew, that was close. A terrible shot. I need to get it closer to make sure it wasn't on our guard before attacking, or else things would have gotten pretty ugly. What the hell was that? Oh, you must be curious why the pistol. When we were doing early investigations, I decided to pocket one, just in case something like this ended up happening. No, dipshit, I mean, why'd you have to kill her? She was calming down. Mouse, do you seriously believe that? She just murdered 2 of us on nothing more than mere whim. Do you think she could just turn that off? No, even if she did come peacefully, she'd be more of a liability than anything else. But doesn't mean you had to kill her. Yeah, I did. Do you think any of us would have stood a chance if she started a fight on her terms? Dragon attacked her behind and still lost. Maybe a horse could hold his own, but that's about it. Besides, you're assuming she was really calming down not to realize I was full of shit and start murdering until she could escape alone. Look, I know it wasn't pretty, but it had to be done. I didn't have anything left in me to say. I was just too angry. Instead, I walked to a nearby and collapsed. Later, the group would reconvene. As it happens, both the ambitious and hateful were now dead, so no need to worry about traitors. We found the minor trinkets and escaped, but it was a hollow victory. Brian turned us against each other, exposed our evils, and he got what he wanted. So in this scenario, Tiger is highly susceptible. If Mouse hasn't proven her worthy enough, Tiger trusts Mouse. Mouse can intervene and make things go smoother. However, if in charge, Bunny will absolutely. That's not needed, is it? I'm pretty sure the last one is simply allowing Dragon to be in control, so we're gonna do that. I'm pretty sure this is going to end extremely badly, since we now know of the traitors. One of them is... I started to raise my hand. Dragon made a solid point. However, looking around, the only people who raised their hand were Snake, Dragon, Horse. Alright, all in favor of me? An 8-4, well, a Tiger. Oh, bullshit. That's democracy, I suppose. Thanks, everyone who voted for me. I'll be sure not to forget you. That's a bad sign. Indeed. Regardless, the group's decided. Tiger would be the guard. So I just go up in the closet and chill there until they sort it out. Is that really alright? The gym's kind of separated from the rest of the building. Something happened. No, you're not. Don't bullshit me. There's a bandit bunny with a lost cause. I need to warn ops. Focus on David. Too busy dying. 4 clubs. In this scenario, Tiger's highly unstable. If Mouse hasn't proven herself, Bunny will take control. If Vinny doesn't trust Mouse, that'll just make things worse. In the end, if Mouse can't gain trust, from either Ox or Tiger, the school will devolve into full-fledged battleground with many casualties. Lock the weapons up. I think it makes sense to lock the weapons up, even if we give people keys. I think Tiger's right that some people are probably safe to give them to. The bigger issue with the guard plan is it would permanently take someone out of commission. Worse, it could take someone who's definitely on the group side out of commission. Our biggest enemy is going to be time. We need to find those minor trinkets. Even this conversation is wasting that. If we lock the weapons away, we can get them if we need them, but safely out of mind. That makes sense. I also think we should try and go with the chain lock plan. Anyone against it? I still don't like it, but it looks like I'm going to be the minority in that opinion. So if that's a group bomb, I'm fine with it. I guess this will be okay. I don't really have a dog in this race either way. Heh, dog in the race. Well, if that's settled, we should figure out what the key should go to, right? We want to split them or give them to one person. Giving them to one person reduces the risk of a traitor have a key. However, it also consolidates power, which as a general rule is dangerous. It may be safer to split them between 2. If that's the case, I got a nomination. I think Sheep should be in charge of 1. Me? Think about this. If this girl was given ambitious or hateful, do you think she'd hide it? Not a chance she'd have outed it. No offense to Sheep, but she's not exactly intimidating, so if she did decide to break bad and grab a bunch of weapons, I'm pretty sure we could take her down. Oh. Well, Mom already thought of me for the position. I promise I'll keep a close eye on the key. I think Sheep is a good choice. Any objections? Wave of silence. It's settled. I actually have a Sepka nomination. I believe Tiger would be a good choice for the other. Me? Yes, I think given this conversation, you're the least likely to be the traitor. For one, you nominated someone other than yourself to have a key. Traitors naturally want to give themselves, so nominating someone else is unthinkable behavior. If you really wanted a key, you could have made an argument, so it's fine. We could do the chain lock plan, but only if I get 1. That might have been with some resistance, but I bet you'd be able to convince people. Additionally, you've been nothing but positive this entire time. I do believe that had you been given an averse personality, you'd have admitted it to us. Ah, thanks, Snake. You seem great, too. I, for one, disapprove. Giving someone strong as Tiger access with its death sentence to the rest of us, she turns traitor. No, if Tiger tries to attack anyone, I can bring her down. What's that? Think you'd eat me in a fight? I don't think that. I know that. Would you to cut it out? Anyways, yeah, Tiger's fine to have a key. Let's go with Sheep and Tiger being the key holders. Let's quit wasting time discussing this. We've already spent far too long. Now let's lead the way the weapons are. Just like that, we were decided. Tiger, Dragon, and I led the group to the gym. We made sure to take careful stock before anyone was allowed to touch anything. Then the group carried the items down to the recording studio Bunny talked about. We all piled the weapons in the back room. An inventory was made to make sure everything was there and no one had pocketed anything. Dog noticed the window to the auditorium room could actually also be open. Lucky for us, there's actually a handle on the inside of the window that could easily be flipped to lock it. The door opened inwards into the audio room, which means we need to hold it back with a bike chain. We ran it around a column and double looped it around the door handle. Finally, when everyone was outside the room, Tiger leaned through the little gap in the door and locked the bike chain. When all was said and done, the window was locked from the inside. The only way to enter would be through a chain. Unlock the chain through a gap, pulling the audio room's back door fully created. Alright, I think this about does it, guys. The room's officially locked. At least that's over with. Now, should we go about searching the building? Now, how should we go about... Are we going to go through this shit again? We don't have time or trust to properly group things. Let's hurry up and search. I must agree. If we get back any more pointless discussions, we're at serious risk of not being able to find the minor trinkets time. Should we split up and start looking then? You know what? Fine, whatever. Just be careful. Try and gather trinkets before anything goes wrong. And break. Just like that, the group split up. Honk is right. The sooner we find these, the sooner everything would be better. I kept searching the first floor. It was a little unsettling being by myself the first time. I had previously felt some safety in the presence of others. That being said, I couldn't even say for certain searching with others would make me feel better. The introduction of these horribly unfair rules had destroyed any atmosphere of camaraderie we previously had. Were things really going to be alright? I couldn't help but think the existence of this traitor was going to make things go horribly wrong, but think about it was pointless. I need to focus on my search. Unfortunately, it wasn't going great either. Room after room I diligently searched, but there was nothing to be found. There'd be times I was almost certain I had looked everywhere in a room, but I couldn't bring myself to leave. My experience in gym was show that while Brian wasn't looking to be completely obscure in his hiding spots, they also wouldn't be obvious. If I internally marked off a room as clear where there was in fact a minor trinket there, the results would be catastrophic. No, a slow methodical was for the best. Search was for the best. Eventually I was in a weird-looking boiler room. After really looking, I stumbled upon what could be a backup generator. What's this doing here? Well, it was strange. I'll become worried when I realized its charging cord's been cut off. Why? Who would want a plug to lead to nothing but an exposed wire, and who cut it? Brian or someone here? I kept looking, but I wasn't able to find anything noteworthy. I checked my tablet and was getting close to the end of round. Probably a good time to put a move and gather. Looking at my tablet, I was drawn to act. There's someone I suspected. I could use my ability on them. After all, if they stuck to the plan, there'd be no difference. More logical to use it then? No, I couldn't. Using the ability in and of itself signaled my distress. The last thing I wanted now was to disrupt the tenuous peace. Hit run and entered the cafeteria. It appeared I was one of the first ones here. The only one was Tiger. Hey, Mouse. How'd the search go? Hate to admit it, but I wasn't able to find anything. Yeah, me neither. A real shame. But hey, maybe those fared better. Let's hope. Where I said this dragon. Oh no, she looked panicked. Tiger, quickly give me your key to the weapon closet. I can't do that, I wasn't trusting this. Fine then, come with me. What's going on? Just hurry. Dragon started rushing, Tiger left with her. I had a bad feeling. I followed behind them, made their way to the recording studio. Snake was waiting in there. Did you get it? I brought her. Yeah, why am I here? Look at that. Figure lying against the wall in the window. The figure of sheep lying limp. She didn't look injured, and yet, what's she doing here? Hell if I know. Tiger opened the chain. On it. Tiger opened the door and pulled the chain lock until the lock was close enough. She unlocked it, but then pulled open the door. Dragon pushed past her and ran over to Sheep's side. Tiger, Snake, and I ran after her. No, this couldn't be happening. There's no need for anything to go completely sideways, right? I felt like I had snowballed bearing dry ice. Then Dragon spoke the words I've been dreading. She's warm, but I can't feel a pulse. Round 4 ended soon after we discovered. Apparently everyone just ran, everyone except Sheep. The others made their way there and news of her death spread. Most gathered right outside the room, anxiously discussing things. The only ones actually in the room were me, Snake, Dragon, Bunny, and Dog. The whole time I just stood there feeling empty. I'd done so much to try and make sure no one would die, and yet Sheep, for such a fragile and innocent soul, would end up like this. Whoever did this would pay. I'd make sure of it no matter what. I said that, and yet I couldn't stop myself from standing there empty while others discussed the situation. Why did this? Who would do this, and Sheep of all people? Show your face! How could this happen? How indeed? Tiger, you had the key your whole time, right? Of course! Then what about the other key? Dragon bent over and searched through Sheep's pockets. Before long, he pulled out a key. This is it, right? It appears to be. Over there, the window's locked. Duh, we checked that when we found the scene. Then does that mean, indeed, this appears to be a locked room murder? Remember, we know Dragon and Snake are the traitors for this timeline. Oh dang, I'm probably gonna end the stream after we figure out the solutions for this timeline, but next time I will try and figure out how to be the sus one. It'll be interesting playing the quote-unquote imposter, the traitors, for once. But I need to make sure that Mouse is in a mental state where she will refuse to speak up, since it only allows the confession. What? Who could do something like this? Isn't it even murder, though? How did she die? You didn't see? Right there, there's an injection. She adjusted the body, and sure enough, there's a hole. Well, that makes sense. Wait, why? I'm gonna check the weapon inventory, and the poison's gone missing. I looked at the label on that earlier. Poison supposedly lethal and instantly active. If she was struck with a syringe of that, she'd be on the floor in seconds. Well, wouldn't someone get a syringe? There's several science labs on the 3rd floor, right? It's like the assailant. Got one from there. Hey, what's on the windowsill? Bunny pointed to the windowsill, not the immediate room, but on the outside. Sitting on it was a folded piece of paper and an origami cat. I believe it was here when we first came across the scene. Yo, Snake, is that your work? Why would you think that? It's origami, right? You're an artsy and shit, that'd be up your alley. Sure, I have an appreciation for the arts, however, I must confess origami's one medium that evaded me. Why would this be here? What, it's supposed to be a calling card? A calling card? What a frightening idea. I was familiar somehow. Sheep's explanation of the Zodiac race rang in my ears. That was unrelated, right? Why is no one explaining the fact everything was locked? That's super weird, right? Indeed. You don't think Sheep took herself out, do you? The hell, you really... Ain't that shit? A logical thing to have. However, there's an issue with that theory. Where'd the syringe go? It's not in this room. Right. Sheep's not the type to take herself out anyways. There's definitely some psychopath. What about this? What if the killer attacked her from outside, huh? Think about it. There's a bit of a gap in the door thanks to the chain. The killer could have snuck in her arm and got her from there. Nah, no way. Why not? The poison fast acting, yeah. Then how'd her body get all the way over this wall? Looks like it was deliberately placed. Looked like she was just sleeping there. She could be sleeping. If she really stabbed the crack, she'd immediately start writhing around and pass out. Pain looking at the door. That's it. I couldn't just stand blankly. I needed to help. I need to find whatever monster would do this. And okay, stop. Before we talk about this anymore, I'm gonna need to bring up to speed. Because someone give me exact rundown of how things lead to find this body. Right, that would probably be helpful. Fine, whatever. Snake and I ran into each other around here. Yes, we were both searching this area and happened to run into each other. We decided to keep looking as a pair for efficiency's sake. Very shortly after, we walked by, with Dragon noticing something through the window. I wasn't sure, but I saw someone in the studio. I decided it was best to check, so we entered the immediate room. And as there, we saw a sheep in this sorry state. It's an outrage is what it was. To be clear, we weren't sure if she was dead or even hurt then. What we just saw was sitting down in the studio by herself. I do believe the origami cat bunny found was on the windowsill at the time. Immediately, I called out to her. No response. I tried to open the door, but suspected the chain was locked, preventing me from opening the door. Then I tried to see if I could get through the window, but it was also locked. It was then I suggested Dragon try and find Tiger so we could enter the room and see what was happening. Then I ran over to Tiger and you see all the rest. I will say, it does seem a rather impossible crime if we assume there are only 2 keys to this lock. If there are 3, there'd be no mystery whatsoever. Hold on a second, are you accusing me? I told you there were only 2 keys. Hold your horses. I was not in fact accusing you. Rather, I'm pondering it's possible the Jade Emperor expected we may in fact use the bike chain for something. If he did, he may have taken a spare key from the chain for himself. Well, they say Brian's a killer. I thought Delores said he was staying out of this mess. He was just the host. He didn't say that, I must admit. I wonder then, perhaps this is a pointless theory. No such thing as a pointless theory. We all gotta do our part to bring the villain who did this to sheep to justice. I advise against that. What? Don't get me wrong, I'd love to figure out the killer as much as anyone else, but the more time we spend on that, the less time we spend looking for trinkets. So you're saying we should ignore this and keep going? It may sound crass, but yeah, pretty much. The longer we stay here, the worse things get. Best way to ensure our safety is to finish the race. It's very sad, but Dog's right. We need to move on. Well, BS. You want us to just move on? I don't expect, but I hope you can. So what should we do with the extra key? Just give it to Tiger. After all, the killer overpowering someone who has a key doesn't mean we got this problem in the first place. It's unlikely it can happen to Tiger. Damn right it won't. Is that right? Something seemed off my statement. I don't like this, but here, let's go. Dragon gave her a key to Tiger. We should leave sheep here to rest peacefully. We'll venture by getting out alive. Despite her best efforts, even Tiger wasn't encouraging. We left the room and locked the chain. Though those who were just outside the crime scene all dispersed. Apparently, Ox had been the same wavelength and gotten them to continue the search. Was that the right call? Just ignoring? I didn't think so. Everyone was acting so casual, but a person just died. A friend died. No, a friend had been murdered. And we returned what we were doing like nothing happened. It wasn't right. Even if we had more important issues, it wasn't right. As we started to disperse, the beginning to trinket search again, I found myself walking with Dog and Bunny. She's so freaky, huh? Certainly unpleasant. Unpleasant? Someone just died! And you call that pleasant? Of course not. Then what's your issue? By the way, Bunny, not that I care, what was hell with giving that other key to Tiger? Anyone who thought about it more than a second realized the only person who could have killed Sheep was Tiger. You just gave us sole access to the closet of weapons to a muscled-up psycho. Sounds like you for very much care, then. You think Tiger did it? Of course, she had her own key, right? She probably went on her own to get a weapon. Maybe Sheep had the same idea and caught her in the act. Tiger showed up with the poison and locked up. You think Tiger would make things that obvious? She's not too smart, but she's not that dumb. Smart or dumb, she's the only one who could have done it. Not true, there's actually one other possibility. If you notice, we never actually saw a Sheep's key inside the room until after the chain was unlocked. It's entirely possible the real killer had it on themselves until Tiger was brought in, and the key was put on the scene then. Pretty common trick third-rate criminals like to use. Wait, that would mean, yep. It's highly possible, and I would argue probable, that when Dragon found that, she'd actually just had it in her hand the whole time. That would explain why she rushed over Sheep's body, right? I mean, it's not as if a scum like that would actually be concerned about a stranger's death. Scum like that. What do you think, Mouse? What do I think? I'm pretty sure this is the right one, but I don't think it matters. You too? What can I say? Bunny makes a good case, and it's a smart trick. What if someone chucked the body or the key before her? She waited a while before doing that. So what? It would just mean that she couldn't frame Tiger. I don't know, I just don't buy it. The conversation died down, we went our separate ways. I decided to try searching. The place had planned classrooms, however I wasn't able to concentrate on the search at all. The thought of Sheep's death and killer haunted me. What could have happened? Who could do something horrible? Tiger, Dragon, Brian, someone else? Why would they want to kill someone as sweet as Sheep? Even in my heart I had a suspicion. If someone was dead, there's one important thing they couldn't do. Participate in the race. It's entirely possible that either the person with ambitious or hateful personality was responsible. They might be feeling helpless, knowing that if proceeded naturally, they'd be executed. Self-preservation was certainly a motive for murder. That was really it. Killing Sheep wouldn't actually change anything. That is to say, killing her alone wouldn't change anything. No, stop thinking about that. Keep looking through. Focus the search. The only way through is finding the trinkets. These are a lot more important than their stupid theories. My search blanketed. I wasn't finding anything, just fumbling about. I wanted one of the places I shielded from. I think Sheep alone might, but killing many people, that would be an opportunity. Much worse, there were two killers. At the very least, the traitors didn't know each other, so they couldn't coordinate anything. Still, something was afoot. The unease in my stomach grew and grew and grew. Then I heard motion. Kick with the leg! Shut up. A thud, a door hitting the ground, an even louder commotion. I didn't see what I had to. All the way towards the noise, participants gathered at the entrance. They seemed frightened. Didn't get all the way before Ox stopped. Mouse, I don't think you want to go over there, because I don't think you want to see another corpse. I knew it. Things weren't going to stop. Just tell me who it is. It's Dog. No. Perhaps inappropriate to say, but there are worse people it could be. Yeah, it's incredibly inappropriate to say something like that. What the hell are you talking about? Sorry, it's just the crime scene disturbs me. Is it brutal? No, not that. It's another case of unusual circumstances. There's an origami cat found outside the classroom door. Another one. Yes, and that's not all. The door of the classroom was locked from the inside. Not with some weird chain, but the door's built-in lock, and worse, unlike last time, we can't figure out what his cause of death is. There's no outward sign of injury. That's not possible. Indeed. Are we gonna die? What? I tried to push them back, the tears started to form. It's too much. I wasn't built for this. I could handle Destin's theory, but this, having them all hopping around me, it's just too much. Aren't we all screwed? Aren't we gonna be killed off one at a time? Mouse, we're gonna be fine. I think you need to rest for a bit. Try sitting in the classroom and taking breaths. I'll be trying to control the chaos over there. Come over when you're ready. Ox then started walking with the others. I wanted to protest, I was fine, but he was right. I was in no state to do anything. I walked over to the nearby classroom and sat at a desk. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Crying like this wasn't logical. I didn't help anyone. Funny enough, this thinking didn't help me calm down. Fears and anxiety whirled around, a whirlpool in the pit of my stomach, sucking up thoughts from my heart before they could reach my brain. I think I couldn't think or stand up or anything. I was in a state when I heard someone in the room. Well, isn't this a sad sight to see? Snake standing near. What, did you come to make fun of me? Far from it. I actually came to make sure you were alright. Really? You? Mouse, I might not come across all the time, but actually quite a sensitive person. I couldn't just leave someone to grieve alone. Plus, I take out an excuse to get away from that crowd. Remember, we can't trust Snake. Hey, at least not in this timeline. In the others, he's very reliable, but not in this one. It's not exactly a good situation to get the group over there. Anyways, I think what you're going is completely natural. There's nothing to be ashamed of. There's two fundamental fears all humans have. Fear of change and fear of permanence. Death fills both of those quite nicely. Seeing death with your own eyes forces you to face your own mortality, regardless of how well you knew the victim. It can be scarring. I honestly wonder why more people aren't having visceral reactions like yours. I suppose you're wondering why I'm completely unaffected then. Being a soldier for a few years has many downsides, but also forced me to grapple with the concept of mortality. I'd say it's a very enlightening experience. To make a long story short, you could say I'm more used to seeing people die. For any consolation, it doesn't appear either victim suffered. Both deaths appear to be quick and relatively painless. There aren't any graphic injuries. Do you want to know what was discussed? Not much of substance if you want to know the truth, but there were some rather inelegant arguments about who the culprit was. Little was truly solved. There wasn't even much attention paid to the manner of Dog's death, and somehow the decision was reached to continue fine as is. We'll continue our search. Humans truly just like changing plans, don't they? Not to say it's senseless. Apparently we've collected 7 as a group. While the deaths are most unfortunate, they actually reduce the amount of trinkets we need by 2. If we can just find 3 more, we can all gather in one place and end things for good. At this point, everyone's on red alert. There might be a killer. So people will be all more careful, and it'll be harder for another victim to pop up. I'm disappointed Dog's cause of death was skimmed over, so it's a rather intriguing mystery, wouldn't you say? But we should be able to figure out what was done, shouldn't we? We have a number of clues to start with. For example, we know that even though Dog was killed in a locked room, the killer wasn't able to enter it. Origami cat. Outside the doorway. The killer could have easily gotten inside. They would have left it right next to the body instead of near the door. Precisely. So we're looking for a way of killing other side of a locked door where we can't actually enter the room, but we need more clues than that. People were saying they couldn't identify the cause. It was actually a clear sign. There was a nasty burn on his right hand. A burn. And he's collapsed right beside the doorway. What happened to him? Electrified door handle. The killer somehow electrified the door handle. Oh crap, it's a Home Alone trick. When Dog tried to open the door, he received an electric shock and collapsed. That's what I believe. Interestingly enough, there's an outlet not far from the door. It'd be more convincing if we knew the weapon used. What was a weapon? A cut wire. Actually, I found a power generator. Its wire was completely cut. Could it have been used for something like this? It certainly could have. It sounds like still the case, but isn't electricity pretty imprecise way? True, it's not an exact science. Electricity shocks vary in intensity and effect. However, a jolt from an outlet through an exposed wire while touching a metal handle will be intense. The killer could be safe knowing something would absolutely knock the victim out and probably kill them, but the door is locked on the inside. Are you saying the dog did that? Who else? Why wouldn't he grab the handle? Perhaps the killer tricked him. Maybe the killer said something like, know how the locked door could have been pulled off. Look, I can show you. Go in that room and lock the door. Try opening to make sure it's properly locked. Would Dog really go along with that? People are very susceptible to suggestions. If Dog trusted the killer, he'd probably go along with his seemingly benign request without much thought. This does not contradict my prior theory the Jade Emperor may have been the culprit. Do you really think that? I certainly explain the notion. Anyways, I must rejoin the search, as I'm sure many have. When you're feeling ready, you should too. Oh, and be sure to put in action your tablet. Round 5 is almost over. Don't bother coming to the Vecteria, though. It seems we've done away with meeting up after every round. I'll be going now. Hey, Snake, yes? Thanks. No need. I simply wanted an audience that I could self-indulgently bounce my thoughts off of. I think talking with him made me snap out of my funk. I wasn't fine or anything, but I knew it needed to be done. I was really cutting it close. Round 5 is nearly over. The second thing needed to be done was to get off my rear and start for trinkets. Apparently at 3 more need to be over. But where to search? Dragon had idea looking in places that were likely to be impactful. Auditoriums seemed to fit. As soon as I entered, I realized such a large room would definitely take some time. That's fine, I didn't have to rush. I began my methodical search. During the search, I said to open my tablet and hit run. I trusted I wouldn't need to change my location. I would stick to the plan, and definitely didn't want to cut it close. Took my time, make sure no place was unturned. Wish I found a safe. Yes, this could be something. I shattered when I realized it had already been opened. This is a problem with not communicating. Some of us are going over spaces others may have, but this pack wouldn't stop me. Moved on the hallway full of classrooms, started to inspect each one. Unfortunately, no dice after no dice. I noticed something odd. Right next to the door, I had a stacked textbook on top of a textbook tower, which made a real balancing act. But hold on a second, if someone built this, there's no way they could actually exit the room, right? It must be inside this room. Hard feeling, these books made it so that someone should be inside this room. And if I was the only person I could find who was dead, that would be another impossible crime. It couldn't be right. Opened the door and books fell to the ground. As I looked in, I saw her, Dragon, dead. Wait, I didn't know that yet. Quickly, I need to confirm. I ran over and checked her pulse, but I didn't feel anything. I realized she also had an injection mark. Another origami cat was next to her body. Sheep's killer had struck with the poison again, and left her in the parent locker room. Unlike the others, I couldn't afford to crumple. It was sad, but at this point I needed to get used to victims. It was sad to see Dragon like this, but at this point I needed to start to get used to the victims. I need to make sure there weren't any more. That means I need to figure out what's the deal with this room. Books should have made it so no one could enter the room. Did that mean the killer's still in there? I look around, but there wasn't anywhere to hide. No, there was one place. I tried to open the closet, it wouldn't budge. Plenty of classrooms had closets, most of them were locked. It's probably unrelated to the game. Rather, the school generally kept the closets locked, and Brian saw no need to open them. That was besides the point. I need to alert someone what I found. I left the room and started calling out down the hallway. Before long, Bunny Knox ran over to me. Mouse, what is it? Someone else has been killed, for real. Damn, I thought people would be more careful. Who died? Dragon. Seriously? Out of everyone, I thought she wouldn't. Horrible. Where's the crime scene? It's in a classroom over here. I led them the gruesome scene. Bunny winced. Ox approached the body and started to inspect it. She'd been injected with the same poison that killed sheep. There's another origami cat by her. Wait, if it's the same person, does this mean this room was locked too? Sort of. The killer stacked up Piley's books in the end to end in a little tower right next to the door. I don't see any way they would have been able to do that and open the door and leave. Is the store the only exit? Well, there are also those windows, but they also leave out of the building, so I'm pretty sure no one could go through those. Right. Bunny crouched down and started to stare at the books lying at the door. What are you looking at? I'm trying to see if there's anything off about those books. If they really were tenuously stacked, that's an issue. If it was something like glue that kept them stuck together, it might be possible to set this locked room from the outside. That makes sense. But the books fell apart when I opened the door. Correct. I'm also not noticing any traces of something like that, so I might be wrong about this. You know, there could be a simple solution. What? The pile of books was never stacked up in the first place. You don't suspect me, do you? No, I do not. I just warn you others might. Well, gee, thanks. Anyways, we probably should let the others know about this, right? This is on Morose. We don't have time to gather more like before. I'll gather school and tell everyone individually, but also keep them looking. You don't think people will keep looking given the circumstances? There's a limit how many murder people can see before they snap, and I fear some of them are approaching it. You'd rather hide this death? But they don't know one hurt him. How pragmatic. I wouldn't have expected that. Oh, I'm just throwing things out there. It might be really stupid, I don't know. It's not stupid, but it's not what we're doing. In that case, should we go back to looking trinkets? Yeah, we only need 9. How will we know when we need enough as a group for us split up like this? I told everyone to meet back at the rest of round 8 when we're all around Dog's body. I hope I'll have enough by then. Till then, see you around. Ox left the room looking Bunny. Say, Mouse, things are getting dangerous, huh? I'll say. Would you feel better if you look at trinkets with me? I think we'd be safer as a group. I mean, you don't feel like you have to, of course. I'm scared looking alone. I was worried you might be. We know we can trust Bunny because he's not one of the awful ones here. I think we should cover more ground. No offense, I'm not comfortable being alone with someone else this time. You understand, right? No, I get it, totally get it. So I'm intentionally choosing this because I know this is going to lead to death. Felt bad rejecting his offer, but something made it uneasy. Something made him impression he was hiding something. I wasn't sure he was the killer, but also wasn't sure he wasn't. I decided searching the 3rd floor would be best, so I went up the stairs and into the classroom. It's starting to blend together, but I couldn't get home. I checked my tablet around start. Should I make a move now? As possible, we all needed a minor at the end of the round. There's no need to rush things. I was contemplating this, but I heard something behind me. Tightness, a thin metal wire. Should you think about being choked to death, as you know exactly you're about to die as you're dying. Likely I'm not the last. 7 clubs. The original origami cat killer won't stop killing until there's at least 4 victims. If Mouse decides to keep searching for trinkets on her own, she's liable to become a target. And if she dies, it's likely there will be only one survivor in this race. Sure, sounds like a good idea. Great. So where do you want to start looking? How about we try looking on the 3rd floor? Sure thing, lead the way. But an easy. I led Bunny up the staircase to the next one. This is a good place I need to look, right? Yeah, right. Let's try giving the place a sweep. Bunny and I worked together the classroom for clues for trinket might be there. Made sure to get some distance. It wasn't I distrust him. Better safe than sorry. Unfortunately, I chose the wrong place to look. Nothing, huh? Dang. It's not unexpected. At this point, it's more likely we don't find anything than we do. Still, I'm glad we're working together. I don't know what happened if I ran a tiger. By tiger. I mean, she's the killer, right? I thought you said you thought the killer's Dragon. Well, yeah, that was before Dragon wound up dead. Now she's gone. I have no choice to think the tiger's gotta be Tiger. Even if it's obvious, the only way to lock a room sheep makes any sense. You don't think there's a chance Dragon killed sheep and then someone else killed Dragon? But no way. This might sound like a silly reason, but I don't think more than one person here would know how to fold an origami cat. I mean, it's a pretty obscure skill. I'm surprised even one person knows how to do. That's your reasoning? Instead it was a silly reason. Well, you're alright. What time is it? We're on around 7? Yeah, around 7 started. Should we input our actions now? What do we find in the minor trinkets? We'd have to wait next round. And? We're gonna meet at the start of round 8, right? I don't imagine we're gonna use the trinkets before then anyway, so might as well input now, you know? I guess you're right. Great. Gonna put here and I'll put mine in another room. Got it. Bunny left the room, leaving me input. I just click run, right? No reason to think further. Bunny also started staying in the hallway. So what now? We'll look at more classrooms? We should be smarter in how we search. Where are these trinkets likely to be hidden? Couldn't they be hidden in basically anywhere? They could. Let's search some key places. Has anyone searched the main entrance? Seems that's a good place to start, right? Sure, makes sense. Okay, then. With the new searching area in mind, we headed out in high hopes. What could go wrong? Of course you'd have to say that, Mouse. Head high. So then why did I find Tiger's limp body? I entered the stairwell with my head held high. So then why did I find Tiger's limp body leaning against the railing? Tiger! Whoa, seriously. He ran forward and checked her pulse. She's dead too. Why does this have to keep happening? Calm down. I think this one's different, huh? I mean, there's no origami cat by her body. Bunny's right. There isn't a calling card. This is strange. This also is some weird locked room. That was the case of previous. Do you think it's the victim killer? It'd have to be, considering Tiger was most likely the first killer. Maybe someone else realized Tiger had to be the one behind and decided to get her first. We don't know that for sure. We still had to figure out what the deal with Dragon's murder was. It's too soon to pin the origami cat murders on Tiger. I'm more interested in how someone is able to kill Tiger. It's not another injection. No, look, she was strangled. There's need a mark around it, so someone used a wire to choke her death. How horrible. But I mean, who could even do something like that? Tiger was on high alert and she's super athletic. Strangling someone even with a wire is a slow method of murder that she should have been able to fight back against. The only person who I could see being able to do that to her is Horse. Do you think Horse did this? He did seem awfully close to Sheep. He didn't think because he was too busy investigating the murder, but he was super angry when she was found dead. If he had reason to believe Tiger, I could see him trying to take revenge. I don't know, at the very least I thought he would talk to us about it. Do you have any ideas? Think someone like Pig or Monkey could have done it? I just wish I could know if Tiger really was behind the first murders. Ray said that a flash of inspiration. Maybe we can. Let's see your tablet. Yeah, our tablet. I know it's against the rules for someone else to use it, but she's already dead, right? Yeah, and let's assume the murderer was someone with ambitious or a person who had hateful. I don't think there's any likely motives. Okay, I can buy that. We can see what Tiger's personality is. Oh, that works. Open the tablet. I heard a sound. What was that? I believe the knives just shot out of Tiger's collar. Even though she's already dead? The execution system is blind to that sort of thing. I looked at Dog's corpse again before he called me over, and then the knives went into his body as well. Probably because he never input any actions that round. What a brutal system. Yeah, but forget that for now. Okay, so yeah, there's no detector in the collar, simply the determines if they're alive, which is, so this is actually a bit different from what I was expecting then. Actually, I'm not sure why. We know for a fact that while this was likely done with a really good coding job, everything else was done on the cheap. And in fact, the other ending with Dragon surviving thanks to putting the knives in her own collar, well, the collars were made on the cheap as well, so while they can kill, they can also be disrupted easily. What's her personality? Why isn't there anything on screen? I tried tapping and a voice came on. Information, run, ability, confess, item. What's this? Is this the voice operated? You might be right. That's weird. Is yours? No, mine's just touch. Mine too. Weird. Information, personality, ability, personality. Your ability is selfless. Selfless, so she wasn't ambitious or helpful. That means she probably didn't kill anyone. If that's the case, how the hell does Sheep die? Neither of us had any good answers. At this point, we were lost. So what should we do now? We need to tell everyone about this, right? I thought we were against telling others about their deaths. At this point, they need to know. We need to start the round to everyone. Let's try gathering everyone in the cafeteria. We haven't had a good greet meeting for a while, so this might be useful. Good idea. Plus, we need one less trinket now. You could say that a little less joyfully. Sorry, you're right. We only need 8, and we have 7 not long ago. It's very likely we have everything we need. Right. We don't need to search for trinkets. We can all stay in one place and stick to a plan. Then we should be safe. Probably. Let's go finding everyone. Right. Just like that, Bunny and I began searching the hole for others. We told them to meet in the cafeteria. Luckily, we didn't come across any more bodies. When all was said and done, 8 of us were gathered in the cafeteria. Look, I'm not dying until I get to the In Memoriam section. Look, I'm not dying until I get into the In Memoriam section. Please tell me this nightmare's over. Luckily, I have the good fortune not to stare upon a corpse directly yet, for if I do, it will most certainly triple the trauma experience. This trip turns some parts of me. As a therapist, I can't afford to be psychologically compromised. Therefore, I second Rooster's plea that we end things. You two seem awfully eager to get out of here. Could you be feeling guilty? To feel guilty, you must first feel sin, and it's sad to say, my angels are sin-free. Your point being, of course, I'm aware you're in a fragile state after seeing all this death, but please do not make hasty accusations. The fragile camaraderie we currently possess will shatter if the atmosphere gets any worse. How could it get worse? 4 of us are dead! What if I'm next? Oh goodness, I don't want to be murdered. Alright, please just let me have our attack right now, that'd be better. Will you all shut up? Sheesh. Look, everyone has their minor trinket throw in this pile. Let's see how many we have. Everyone compiled in the center. 7, huh? Someone's found a single others through last... That's not necessarily true. He chimed in from across the chess table, which he didn't just move a piece. If any of the victims found a trinket, they would likely have it confiscated by the killer, and of course, if the ambitious or hateful found one, they would also hide it. Hopeful, Snake. I try. You have to be such a pessimist? I'm a realist. And realistically speaking, our chance of making out together are plummeted since you found Dragon's body in Mr. Goladay's room. Mr. Goladay's? That was the name written on the whiteboard, no? So I went to check out the crime scene, but of course, after hearing about the locker room situation, I hope to solve it again. Unfortunately, the puzzle was above my ability. So what? Are we doomed? Of course not. Surely there's another way for us to survive, right? Calm down, will you? The round's about to end. For now, let's make sure everything's on track. As Ox brought our attention, the speakers kicked on. Round 7 has ended. Now let's see how the race progressed. This might actually have something different, so let's watch. Dragon has failed to make a move. Snake has run. Horse has run. The sheep has failed to make a move. Monkey has run. Rooster has run. Dog has run. The pig has run. Now round 8 has begun. Do your best to choose wisely. Sheep was on the 5th space. Dog was on the 6th. Dragon was on the 7th. The rest of us were on the 8th. Despite everything, we're still together in the race. Good, so things aren't entirely off track. Not off track. 4 of us are dead. I'd say that's pretty off track. Adaptability is an important skill in life. You're talking as if people haven't been murdered. It's a very unhealthy mental baggage, so I've decided to ignore it. Is it just that easy for you? I wonder what exactly you think is easy. What are you going to do? Keep it down, would you? For goodness sake, people are annoying. Sorry. No, don't be. Hey, I'm sorry for snapping you like that. I just think the tension's starting to get to me. People, there's nothing to question. Look at all these trinkets we have. 7. 1 more and we get out. I think what we need to do is clear. Each of you should hold on to 1. I'll stay without 1 for now. We just need 1 more to find things. The moment we do, the person calls out and gathers and we'll leave together. I know there aren't many left, so it's even possible the traitors have taken some. We just need 1. That's it. 1 more and we're clear. We can do this. Now, who's with me? I am. As am I. Hey, we can do it, guys. Oh, that wasn't good speech. No pizzazz. Ox somehow managed to turn the public mood back into a positive one. With that, everyone started splitting up a search with positive attitudes. As for me, I head to the school's front entrance locks. Wow, way to turn the group feeling around. Yes, well, I just did my best tiger impression. Seems as if that comes from someone you don't expect. It's more effective. Badder people desperately want to feel hopeful. Tiger might have pumped them up better. She might have. It was kind of weird, but she was a good person. She will be missed. They'll all be missed. Whoever did this isn't getting away with it. I agree, it's unlikely they will. Who do you think did it? I think this is an unhelpful conversation when we're supposed to be looking for minors. You don't think it's worth figuring out? I don't think it's going to change our course of action. I think it's impossible to say conclusively with this information present. But we gotta take a guess? I told you, I'm not just going to accuse someone as a serial murder for the fun of it. If I was going to say anything, I would examine the method in which the murders were committed. You mean how the locker room murders were done? That might be helpful, but that's not what I mean. I'm saying you should think about process of elimination. If this person wants to kill people off 1 by 1, what would it look like? What about if this person wanted to or this person? When prosecuting, the trick is the most believable story you can to the jury. Stories all about characters doing things that make sense. For whom would this situation make sense? I get what you're saying, but as I said, search for trinkets, mystery solved later. That we quit our talk with the killer might be enforced methodically. Surely a trinket would show up, but we were unable to find anything. Eventually, Ox spoke up. It's getting too close to the end of the round. We should probably run. Did you gather everyone for this? No, we need to keep searching. We need to find a trinket. Everything would be great. Just 1. Small part of the back of my mind, despair of the realization we'd become so far gone from these stupid tokens with random numbers from them. But a part of my brain would have shut up. For now, even the game we were playing was dumb. We were playing it with our lives on the line. Even if the game we were playing was dumb, our lives were on the line. Ox went to a separate room to make our moves. Obviously, I could run. We were so close to escaping. Why would I betray now? However, it wasn't long before we had a visitor. Ah, there you are. Snake. Doesn't this mean you found the trinket? Very much not, I'm afraid. Then why are you here? I have unfortunate news. Oh no. Someone else did? No, not that. I think you should come to the cafeteria and see for yourself. Why did Snake be coy? There's so much I could do that led to the cafeteria. What am I supposed to be seeing here? Look at this race results. Wait a minute. No way. I was in 9th. The space. Ox was on 9th. Tiger, Bunny, Dragon. Snake was on the 9th. Horse was on the 11th space. Sheep was on the 5th space. Monkey was on the 10th. Rooster was on the 12th space. Dog was on the 6th. And Pig was on the 15th. What the hell is going on? It's become complete chaos, indeed. It seems the group's patience has been pushed to its limits and many have begun to rush out for their own safety. We are rather disorganized now. How on earth do we get this configuration? It appears that us three and Bunny did what we said we would, and of course the dead did not move. Horse moved 3 spaces. He must have used his ability. Pig getting in 15th adds up if she used her ability. The spaces match up. I'm starting to comprehend how Monkey and Rooster got to 12th and 10th. That would mean Monkey moved 2, and Rooster 4. Neither of the abilities are allowed for that. Did they lie about what they had? Perhaps. It would be a rather odd lie. Anyways, this isn't the main issue here, is it? Of course, it isn't. Our entire plan's up in smoke. Why'd it come to this? Actually, I wouldn't say the entire plan's ruined. There's a way to turn this around and up all 8. 6 of us. So, since the 2 of us are likely traitors. There is? What? Do you recall how I hid my ability in case things got out of hand? Of course. I've been wondering about that. But now's the time for it to shine. It's situational, I admit. We can get to work. If every other person, myself excluded, is on a different space than my ability triggers, they'll all be brought to the space I am at. Then, if I'm then brought space, but it's a minor... I am then brought 5 spaces forward, but it's a minor enough difference that it won't affect us if we use the trinkets as 1. Whoa, then if we find a token this round, we'll be able to put together and finish as a team. Precisely. But would we even be able to fill that condition of yours? Getting everyone in a different space is tough. I'll admit it's tricky, but remember, the spaces can be checked during my turn. That is 6th in the order. Spaces are checked in my turn. That is 6th in the order. Lucky for us, everyone after me is already on a different space. We just need to arrange you, Ox, and Bunny in different places, since it doesn't check me. And if you don't move mouse, things will be fine. But I have to take an action. Then use your sneaky ride on me, in which case you'll stay until my ability triggers. If I use Stampede, I'll move to 14th. It should also work. However, you also run the problem with Bunny. When you ask, I was suspicious of Bunny's ability at the start, so I interrogated him. It turns out he was still suspicious of us, and lied about his real ability. You have a right to be upset, but at least do some good now. Apparently his real ability moves 1 space forwards, and if there's someone else occupying that space, it repeats. Basically, it's perfect to bring him to an unoccupied space. And we really can pull this off. Yes, we must find another trinket if everyone's to get out safely. Are you in agreement? Seems to be the only option. This is gonna work, it has to. And let's get that last trinket, preferably this round. If Bunny... I'll go find Bunny and convince him to act accordingly. Very well then. Remember, the only thing that matters now is finding a minor trinket. You got it. Just like that, we regrouped for the plan to save the day. As long as we found one, everyone will be saved. Oh, thank goodness for Snake's ability, right? Indeed. I must say, that's as much good as doing is. That's a pretty useless ability. It's saving our asses right now, perhaps, but the fact we're in a spot where we can arrange such a thing is a miracle. It might not look it, but everybody being on a different space is an incredibly difficult condition to pull off. Considering that bringing everyone to 1 space and then moving 5 spaces isn't even that big of a payoff. I feel like balance wasn't the biggest concern in Brian's mind when we made this game. Probably not. Anyways, I think we should focus on finding a trinket. It's best if we split up. Isn't that dangerous? Perhaps, but I'm not finding a trinket even more so. I guess you're right, but be careful. Be careful of yourself and a trinket. I will. As we split up, I was full of determination. I went through classrooms at an even greater speed. Part of me was afraid that by rushing through them, I was running the possibility that I would miss something, but I didn't have time to worry about that. I tried to focus, so I wasn't completely able to dismiss any annoying feeling in my stomach. Why didn't everyone stick to the plan? Yeah, things might have been scary, but turn their backs on the group without telling anyone made me livid. No, I shouldn't blame them. They were just scared. They have every right to be, and it's entirely possible that Snake is lying about his ability because... As I thought about this, I ran to Pig. Ah, Mouse! Pig, there you are. You're looking really mad. Are you mad? Yeah, I'm mad you didn't stick the plan. I promise I'll just run this turn. Well, that's fine and good, but it doesn't make up for the fact you're way ahead. I know, I'm sorry. Look, there's a plan at the moment to fix things, but then we'll need that final minor trinket. Have you found it? I should have guessed as much. I get back to looking, though. Yeah, do that. I still don't know why you do something like that. I was scared. So, look, I'm just talking with Snake, and he's saying all these big things about how bad things were and how someone could betray us. So you're saying Snake. No, I'm not trying to blame someone else. I'm just explaining myself. See, after the conversation, I started worrying about how the ambitious player might start running ahead of us, and I thought if I got close to the finish line, maybe that would help. What? I don't know, maybe they're giving competition or something. Spare me the nonsense. You wanted the option to abandon us at the finish line by yourself if everything went wrong. Well, when our plans have been this bad, can you blame me? Yeah, I can, and I am. I'm sorry. Just make sure you only run this turn. And I'll find a trinket for you, too. She clearly didn't mean to upset me, but I got the feeling she wasn't truly sorry about what she did. She was worried about her own safety. She thought it was necessary. Nothing to be ashamed of. Not something to be ashamed of. I was only angry after that conversation, but I couldn't let that distract me. I need to focus on what's important. Minor trinkets. In search, the only one I found was another empty safe. Again, walking over a trodden path. This is what happened when our teamwork fell apart. What shattered it was the announcement at round 3. It didn't help, but no, that wasn't it. It was how the aftermath of Sheep's death. We weren't enough of a group, and everything spiraled out from there. I choked. The round was almost over. Made my move. We figured something out. I had to use my ability. Use on Snake, right? But if I use an Ox, I get far ahead. Was it really right to just bring everyone together and stick to the plan? Wasn't that the sucker's game? Can I really trust things to work out? If I rush forward, maybe on my own, I had a really bad feeling just blindly sticking to the plan. Even after what happened, the conversation had replayed, and in doing so, I came to a realization. So then, this is right? Who do I have to ride on? Whatever Snake's ability is, of course, I'd stick to the plan. Even if it was dangerous, I believe the group. I couldn't betray Ox, Bunny, and Snake just to save my own skin. It's a ride. I wouldn't win the race anyways. The best chance to survive is stick to the plan. I clicked Act and selected Snake. With that, I walked the cafeteria in confidence. Alright, he screwed us somehow. I noticed pretty much everyone gathered as well. Snake must have succeeded in bringing everyone together. Hey, everybody. Mouse. Did you find a minor trinket? I was worried by the no one has, so we all failed, huh? Hey, we don't need to worry. After Snake brings things together, we can search as a group. We have time. I'm not sure about that. Let's keep things optimistic, okay? We can't give up hope. For now, let's turn our attention to the screen. I believe the round's about to commence. Snake was right. The speakers kicked on. Round 9. Now let's see how the race progresses. The rat has hitched sneaky ride on Snake. The ox has begun to stampede in the 14th. Tiger failed to make a move. Bunny used hop and moved 4 spaces. The dragon failed to make a move. Snake has used serpentine, is successful. Snake has moved the finish line. Thus, thanks to sneaky ride, the rat also moves 1 space. Horses run 1 space. Sheep is box. Pig run 1 space. The finish line has been crossed. The winners are Mouse and Snake. Anyone who has not won has lost. Prepare for execution. No sooner the Jade Emperor said that, he heard panic cries. Left and right, everyone started clawing at their throats and started losing their balance. Everyone's faces were a mix of pain and fear. Well, almost, except for the man standing in front of me, unfazed. Snake, what the hell is this? What happened? Ah, Mouse, you decided to listen to me. That's nice. It would have been awful tragic if I were the only survivor. And if I were to choose anyone to bring with me in the end, it would be you. I could barely see Snake's I was boiling with rage. Instead of addressing me, he turned to the others. Apologies for everything, everyone, but I believe this is the only way. With things in the state you were, you didn't seriously think there was some way for us to escape together. Trust me, if I thought the outcome was possible, I would eagerly have strove into it. I admit I wasn't truthful, my ability actually did. But you had cooperated if I had told the truth. No, I don't think that likely. Believe when I say this, I'm truly mournful. What I put in this game will pay. Serpentine is successful. The snake has moved to the finish line. Oh, so it instantly brings him under to the finish line if everyone is in a different space. That's why he wanted to keep it a secret. Because it doesn't, remember, it's not saying here exactly how many spaces he moved that happened to reach the finish line. It moves him immediately to the finish line. So yeah, his ability was actually an instant win condition the entire time. And that's why he didn't want to tell it to everyone, because people might have been a lot less... people would have kept an extra special eye on him and their moves, knowing full well that he was that his ability could make him win instantly. Thanks to Sneaky Ride, the rat also moves 1 space. The horse ran. He goes running. Whoever put this game together will pay. The ending will show that, but I guess that's hollow consolation. You have every right to curse me. I imagine it won't be long before I join you, but until then, there are a few things unfinished I'd left to sort out. Before then, I wasn't content to just die, and so, there's sincerity. See you on the other side. For many, those are the last words they heard. Their bodies now thrashing stopped moving, and I was left standing there with this murderer. This demon. I suspect my explanation didn't convince you. Very well, you're one of the few with whom I can speak candidly. I suppose then we should have a talk. And have a talk we did, a not friendly talk. I heard a lot of surprising things, but no matter what was said, one thing was clear. 10 people were dead in the school, and I wasn't. 7 of diamonds. Snake was an incredibly shrewd man who values artistry and logic equally. He's more than capable of orchestrating a race to play out the way he wants it, especially with everyone fear-struck by the origami cat killer. Also, perhaps the only one who can catch on to the contradictions in Snake's story. If she fails, he'll be the only survivor. Not the worst-case scenario, but awfully close. Alright, now I need to get the bad ending here. Let's see if there's also any options here. I think it might be someone else, like who? I haven't thought that far ahead yet. Oh, you're throwing nonsense. No, there's a reason behind my guesses. Poison is not Tiger's style, and it's not Dragon's either. They're both muscle heads, so it's someone else. Now the most convincing logic, I'm sold. I didn't make this choice because I wanted to betray anyone. I made the choice because I realized what I was dealing with. My conversation with the opposite pig. All these put together, I realized what was really happening here. I knew how to stop it. I walked the cafeteria with confidence. Most everyone is... Hey, everybody. Mouse. Behind the minor drink, I was worried by the tone, no one else. So we failed, huh? Hey, don't need to worry. Snake brings up... We can start as a group. We still have time. I'm not sure about that. Let's keep things optimistic. We can't give up hope. For now, let's turn our attention to the screen. I believe this round's about to commence. The serpentine has failed. The snake does not move. The horses run one space. The sheep failed to make a move. The monkeys run one space. Now round 10 has begun. Do your best and choose wisely. As expected, I was immediately fenced with outrage. Mouse, what the hell is this? I thought we were gonna let Snake do the serpentine. Why'd you change your mind? Because if I hadn't, we'd all be dead. Isn't that right, Snake? What? Oh my, what a claim. I'm not quite sure what you mean. Would you care to elaborate on that? Breathe. I was the leader of the mock trial team. This is just debate. I had this. I'll elaborate, alright? In fact, I'm gonna give you a beautiful grand finale you wanted. Right here, I'm gonna expose everything as stupid race. Please, go ahead. I'm quite curious what you mean. Start explaining why you did not follow the plan. Right, your plan. I must say, it's awful convenient that everyone after you in the order decided to start freaking out like that. I heard Pig that she did so because you made her afraid of the possibility the trader would rush ahead and win the race. Oh, Pig, you blame me for deflection? No, she didn't. She simply said she grew more worried after talking with you. I wonder, did anyone else have a similar experience? Now that I mention it, Snake did pop by Monkey when I said we were searching together and said some scary shit. Not that I was scared, of course, but perhaps he deliberately was priming us to betray the group. Talk with me too. Didn't tell me to start sprinting, but I chose to after our conversation. Interesting pattern there, Snake. Care to comment? Well, I suppose when you frame it like that, you can construe ill intent. I was merely talking with anyone I came across. I also searched school. I was worried about what might happen when the person with ambitious personality started acting out, and thus I shared those fears with my teammates. In truth, I was also gauging their reactions to see if I could figure out who it was. But it's a stretch to try and pin the blame on me for actions they took because they were scared. Besides, I question the point of all that work is to bring everybody back to the same space. You're right, that is a lot of work. It doesn't make sense to me. Then we're in agreement? No, not really, because it doesn't actually make sense does make sense if you weren't actually trying to bring everyone back to the same square. Sure, that's what you said your ability does, but as you pointed out, people can lie about their abilities pretty freely. I see what you're getting at. That's why I said everyone would be dead. Let me guess what you're about to say. The only reason someone would go through all that was to try and survive. My ability must instantly go to the finish line if everyone behind me is on a separate space. That's why I deliberately goaded after me to break formation, and thus came to the people before me and then clued them into a false plan. That's a certain amount of sense to your story, but unfortunately without evidence it could be out as a fiction, unless of course you have some evidence of my ability's true nature. I don't have evidence per se, but I do have something to bring up. It's a tremendously difficult task to get everyone on the different space. With such a high skill requirement, it would make sense for the reward to be something much stronger than everyone gets the 5 space and you go to the same space and you get a 5-point lead. That's your reasoning? Mouse, I hate to say it, but Brian's never been the best when it came to game balance. Surely you can look at other abilities and see how much they vary wildly in strength they are. Why could the same not be said of me? Sure, some abilities might be stronger than others, but your supposed ability is miles weaker than anything else. Perhaps he simply has a grudge against me? Mouse, this can't be it, can it? You've earned our chance for teamwork due to suspicions built on some evidence? Hold on, there's more. What if I could prove your desperation to separate us in different spaces beyond reasonable? Prove that your ability really was, as I said it was. You have no excuse in acting the way you did. Seeing as how everyone acts to separate us, I'm curious how you'd go about doing that. Please proceed. It really is a difficult thing, having us to land on 11 different spaces, especially since we were working as a group for so long. You barely did it when 7 of us were active. You had no chance when there were 11 with us. Mouse, you're not about to say what I think you are. Damn right. Snake, I accuse you of the origami cat killings. 11 different spaces, especially working as a group for so long. Snake, I'm accusing you of the origami cat killings, and I believe your motive was to separate the rest of us into separate squares by force if needed. Furthermore, the reason you need to do this was because your ability allowed you to instantly get to the finish line if we were all separated. And you wanted to get the finish line because you have the ambitious personality type. For real? No way, there's no way that's true, right? Mouse, you're saying this asshole's behind the killings? That's exactly what I'm saying. Oh my. Mouse, I'm afraid I may have indulged your delusion a bit too long. I know you're searching for neat answers, but you can't really believe I'm one that murdered those 3 people. I don't. I believe you murdered those 4. Well then, I suppose I have no chance to make you prove it. Frankly, I'd be impressed if you even managed to tell a story that halfway made sense, but I'm intrigued if you try. Go on then, Mouse, you sure about this? Trust me, I'm certain. I guess I'll go on how I started suspecting you as the killer in the first place. Ox told me to think about who could commit these murders. When I started thinking about it, I realized something. There was an awful beauty in these murders. What? The bodies were all unmarred, killed without injury, almost instantly. Each time a body was found, there was an origami cat, and each time it was found in a bizarre state. I can almost picture it now. In a demonic school, the cat moved like mist and peaceful, killed in impossible ways. Which is something poetic. Poetic, I don't get what you're referring to. Murder is murder. There's nothing beautifully found in it, perhaps, but think of it this way. Even if you dislike poetry, you'd rather read good poetry than bad, no? Turning his own words against him. You're right, the snake... What I'm saying was ridiculous, but deep down you agree with what I'm saying, do you not? I find it preposterous you keep suspecting me over something that simple. They were all bloodless simply because messy murders leave more evidence. Locked room setups were meant to sow doubt and put us in a state of paranoia where we couldn't think straight. Those were likely motivations as well, but that wasn't the only way to solve these problems. At your core, Snake, you're an idealist. If you had to kill your part of your subconscious, wanted to be a seemingly elegant method, unharmed, unsolvable, a calm and methodical battle of wits. Not vicious and reprehensible murder. If a horse were to kill us all, he'd start swinging a knife without restraint. If Bunny tried, he'd grab a pistol and ambush us. If Rooster, he'd hit someone over and over head with a bat and run. But if you'd use poison and trickery, because plus you're obviously the only one who can hold an origami cat. As I've told you, I possess no skills. I respectfully disagree. Do you have anything of substance in your obligations? Theorize about motives, but the fact of the matter is these murders were, you call them bizarre impossible situations. Take Sheep's death, for instance. How on earth could I do something like that? You all saw the room. It was impossible to enter unless you had a key. One key was with Tiger at all times, the other inside the room. This crime is impossible, and with that, your accusation crumbles. Impossible, you say? Then maybe that was the case if everything was what we believed to be. However, we made one false assumption. What was the false assumption? Sheep died. We all thought Sheep was dead before you and Dragon came across the body. Of course we think that. Of course it was. Correct. No, it's not. She wasn't killed after Dragon left the room. Mouse, that's impossible. Why would Sheep be lying if she wasn't dead? And if she's alive, how does that change anything? Here's how it happened. Sheep was a very suggestible girl. Snake is a very convincing man. A number of scenarios could have taken place. Let's say Snake approached Sheep saying he was concerned about Tiger. Snake questioned if she could be trusted. Sheep advocated, so Snake proposed they put it to the test. Sheep was put in the room, pretend to be dead. Snake would try to bring someone, see the body together. Snake would then tell the other person to get the key from Tiger. If Tiger really was to give the key to the person without question, she would be deemed too gullible to keep the key. However, if she went the other person, then she would be fine. An extreme way of testing her to be sure, but Snake is persuasive and Sheep is easily pushed around. So Sheep goes along with the plan, and Snake brings Dragon to the room. He makes sure Dragon checks both the chain and window. After Dragon runs away, she uses the speaker to tell Sheep to unlock the door and come back out. After all, they wouldn't want to scare others for too long. They'd need Sheep to be alive and well. She complied, unlocked the chain. However, when the two were preparing the set, Snake pocketed the poison. As soon as Snake got the chance, he sunk the poison fangs in Sheep and pushed her back down where she lay bare. Snake relocked the chain and dropped the key in Sheep's pocket. There, he unlocks the window and returns the immediate room through there. He quickly shuts the window and acts as usual. We run in right after that. He doesn't have much time, so the timing of all this is likely quite tight. Dragon insists that Tiger quickly unlock the chain, and everybody bursts in the room. Dragon in the front, Tiger and myself behind her, and you in the rear. As we all panic over Sheep's death, you quickly and subtly relock the window from the inside. And with that, the impossible murders occurred. Whoa, Mouse, that's incredible. Yes, indeed, a truly logical explanation. I must commend you. I was dubious of how you'd go about it, but you pulled it off. You have successfully strewn together a scenario in which I could have killed Sheep. Spectacularly done. I say this with all certainty. There was an impressive effort. However, I'm afraid to say it isn't true. While I grant you it's a completely possible scenario, I must ask you to provide evidence. Evidence? How else could you explain that murder? How else? I can think of a number of ways. Perhaps Tiger was the murderer. She might not have had a clear motive, but killers rarely do. Perhaps Dragon. Yes, there was an origami cat by her crime scene. Perhaps she made it in advance as she prepared. But then the tables were turned and a killer used previously prepared calling card against it. I explain why there's no cat near Tiger, yes? Or perhaps Brian decided to interfere and commit murders himself. There's no rule against it. Maybe Bunny lied and there were 3 keys to the chain. Perhaps the poison wasn't actually instant death, but a slower acting concoction in the science lab, and she blocked the chain and sat and died on her own. We can all make up stories, Mouse, but that won't make them true. Fine, let's move on then. We're going to discuss how the second murder took place. Your killing intent slid through the wire, through the door, and into Dog's hand. You tried to divert suspicion by solving it with me, but you knew such a simple method would be cracked easily. You even pretended to comfort me while avoiding the circle of accusations of them making each other. Are my actions, benign or not, somehow devilish in your world? Now we can look at Dragon's death, and again reach the impossible scenario. I'm eager to see how you write me the killer. Yeah. It's actually quite simple. There was really only one answer to this mystery. The tower, you were able to stack those books from the outside. Wow, an impressive feat. How do I manage that? The thing is, I don't really know how exactly. You stacked the tower from inside the room. That would be presumption, yes. Then you hid inside the room and waited for someone to discover the body. This sort of thing is usually a risky gamble, but with everyone so scattered, it actually wasn't much of a dangerous play at all. I hid in the room? Forgive me if I'm wrong, but did you not look around when you entered? That I did, and you didn't see anyone, right? I did not. Then where else could I had hidden? There aren't many places to hide. There aren't, but there was one. The closet. The closet? Mouse, all the closets in the school have been locked. Hey, maybe Snake found a key from somewhere. Isn't that what you believe, Mouse? No, I doubt there's anything like that around. I'm pretty sure the closets were never intended to have anything to do with the game. They were just locked with the keys the teachers would have, which is why Snake shouldn't have been able to hide there. Come again? Don't play dumb with me. You're actually a teacher at the school, aren't you? Goodness, now this is an interesting accusation. I do believe I've said this before, but I'm an artist. You might also be that, but you're definitely the teacher here. How'd you come to that conclusion? Earlier, when we talked about the scene Dragon was dead at, you called it Mr. Galladay's classroom. An odd way of referring to it, wouldn't you say? I'd sooner call it an accurate one. How'd you know whose classroom? As I said, it was written on the whiteboard. But why would you remember that when in the room with a murder victim? My memory isn't quite out dead, but it's close. Even still, that's not how you refer to this room if you had no idea who Mr. Galladay was. No one else called it that. They all would have said the classroom Dragon died in like a normal people. I would consider my speech a bit more eloquent than normal people's. That's not all. You recognize Brian due to his butterfly tattoo, correct? Yes, I believe Monkey did as well. It makes sense why Monkey would recognize it. She's a therapist. What doesn't make sense is why you would recognize it, but your own admission you have no connection to this case. You were just a random witness, so how would you know immediately the son of a man who was executed based on testimony years ago had a butterfly tattoo? Did you not recognize the artistry in that tattoo? It was done by a friend of mine. She was showing off some of her work. I recognized the boy who got the butterfly tattoo. Out of curiosity, I asked him and realized who he was. It's a fairly notable memory, hence why I could identify him so quickly. What a lovely story. Why did none of this come out when we first talked about it? Why would it? No one asked, and I hardly thought relevant contribution to the discussion at the time. Is it not because you had him as a student? Could it be the teacher-student relationship have more to do with why you're chosen than your prior testimony? There are plenty of people here with seemingly weak reasons. Are they a part of the teaching staff? Oh, there's more. Throughout the day, there's been plenty of moments you've been more familiar with the school than you should have been. Again, all hearsay. Your teacher knew master the key to the closets. After setting up these books, you've slunk away the hiding spot and waited for more prey. Suppose for a second you are correct, then how to explain Tiger's murder? Would you blame that on me too? Damn right I will. Admittedly, changing up your pattern to throw me off a bit. That's just it, isn't it? Change the pattern. What happened? We were out of ideas for locker room mysteries, or just wanted to shake things up to confuse people? I believe those are questions you're supposed to be answering now. Here's one to ponder. How on earth did I kill Tiger? Certainly a task beyond my capabilities, don't you think? Tiger's strong, but she's not immortal. You're able to strangle her through one simple thing. Crime scene. You took advantage of the crime scene to strangle her. The crime scene, you say? This is certainly a new one. It's obvious she was strangled with a wire. Perhaps the one I found in the art classroom used for making sculptures. Perhaps, but instead of just wrapping around Tiger's neck, you formed a noose with that wire. You held the neck of the noose and dropped the rest of it down through the railings on the top floor. When Tiger walked by, you distracted her somehow and make her turn around. All you had to do was get the noose around, and it was curtains. You think you had the strength to strangle her? Well, think I had the strength to strangle her while she fought back? How highly? You didn't have the strength, but you had the weight. As soon as it was around her neck, you jumped over the railing and gripped into the wire. Your weight suddenly slammed Tiger's neck to the ground, and your entire weight pulled against her throat as her head was against the railing. She could probably lift your weight, but at that angle it happened so suddenly, there's nothing she could do to fight back. Like a cobra, you roped her way around her neck and strangled tightly. You're able to choke out someone who was 3 times stronger than you and 4 times the fighter. What a lovely creativity on display. Truly, Mouse, if you were to murder us all, I'd never be able to catch you. But there's a moment of truth. Did your worth convince anyone other than yourself? Well, let's find out. How about it, people? Do you think your story credible? There are weird parts here and there, but everything adds up. I don't know how else it could have happened. I was convinced as soon as you accused me of being a teacher here. I, too, have thought it strange how I referred to certain things. Now I have the explanation. I called him being a killer from the start. How can a creep like this not be a murderer? Yeah, it's definitely Snake. Good job catching the guy, Mouse. Personally, I am not fully convinced. Such an accusation would stand in court. However, we're in a civil case, I would rule in your favor. In other words, Snake, I'm siding with her on this one. I see. So there you have it. He stood there with his eyes closed for a few minutes and began to pace the floor. Are you going to say something? He stayed silent for a few moments there and then spoke in just a calm tone. I was surprised when I realized Brian chose me for this game. I wasn't surprised when I realized Brian had made the game. This is very much his style. Overly dramatic, mechanically complex, artfully violent, it all checked out. But I was a little offended he thought me worthy of a twisted revenge game. Even more so when I saw that my personality was ambitious. So I was right. Why were you offended? You were his teacher. Brian didn't show signs of hating you in class. At first, certainly. In fact, he confronted me about it quite early on. He accused me of horrible stuff, of fabricating testimony, of being an agent of evil, but I carefully explained to him I only said what I've seen. Everything in my testimony was supported by numerous other people. The only one I'd be lying is if a number of others were in on it. From there, he seemed to soften his view on me, even more so when I said I agree that his father might have been innocent. You think that? I certainly extend the possibility. Be the first to admit there was a chance to slight one, but certain things never sat right with me. For instance, I also saw Mr. Morris leaving the scene, and unlike Tiger's testimony, I would not describe his expressions particularly angry or scared. Confused, if anything. Then again, I was further away than Tiger, so maybe I didn't get a good look. So I entertained Brian's theories and got to know the boy. I would describe our relationship as rather good, hence I was slightly offended after realizing what happened. He took a few more steps. In case it isn't clear, Mouse was largely right in her deductions. I tried to make the murders perfectly orderly, but of course all didn't go according to plan. Nothing does in life. I thought I had learned that lesson long ago. Before I was in the military, I was starting out as an artist. I was obsessed with the idea of perfect art. I focused on being fully in control of my brush strokes as possible. I'd throw out pieces with the slightest imperfection. Then I wound up in the military due to various circumstances. For a while, things made sense to me there. It was an incredibly orderly environment. Everything was where it needed to be. Everything unlike the chaos of a battlefield. It was there I learned that as much control you might think you have, you can't control everything. In time, everything falls to chaos. I adopted this philosophy into my art. Even the piece I ended up giving to Bowen, the sculpture made up of broken pieces of my past failed projects. In teaching as well, I was a strict teacher of those who sought that, and a relaxed teacher of the rest. I knew enforcing order where it wasn't warranted was a fruitless task. What are you talking about? I thought we were on why you murdered those people. Yes, I suppose I did get a bit off track there. As could be expected, my parting thoughts are a bit rambly. Best for why I chose to prioritize my life? Well, this will ring as hollow as a hollow justification, and in main sense it is. I'm not nearly the evidence backing that should be required. Simply put, I could not trust you all. Trust us? I don't trust that even without my interference, there wouldn't be a villain who would not only kill the rest of you, but also go on to kill more. How could you think that? Who did something horrible? Instead of answering my questions, Snake took a few more steps and ended up chest table once more. He made a move and clicked his tongue. I see it now. Incredible. Mate and 10, no. Mine, no 10. To have decided the game so long ago, Black is truly wondrous. Hey, stop dodging the question. Why didn't you trust us? I didn't trust you for one simple reason. For all the games he likes to play, I happen to know Brian doesn't play a lick of chess. What? What does that have to do with anything? Where would the fun be if I just told you everything? Figured me out. Surely puzzle this miner's no match for you? With that, Snake tossed 3 tokens on the floor. Minor trinkets. The one is the one you gave me earlier. I found another myself, kept to myself for obvious reasons. The other belonged to Tiger. I think she just found one before I got her first. Lucky me. That should bring your count to 9. Although I guess the 7 we started with are more than enough without me. Without you? Oh, Mouse. I intend to take a graceful leave. I doubt history will remember me with much honor. I wish to at least have an honorable death. From his pocket, he pulled out an ornate gold knife. That knife I found in a dog's boot when I went back to the body library. Thought it might be useful. But this Brian would have not murdered a single person. A small grace, but a grace nonetheless. Hey, hold on. You don't have to do this. Oh, but I do. Not for any moral reasons, but because the alternative is to be executed. You wish to do me any favors, Mouse. Try and spin the story, tell the world to have some mercy on me. I know in your eyes I have no good reason to deserve it, but I'm more sure than ever that had I not done something, we would have ended in an even worse spot. So let us end things on a light note, shall we? Late act fabula. And with the last cry, Snake slashes with a single swipe of the knife. But it wasn't a beautiful death. It wasn't fast or painless. I heard him slowly sputter out, spilling the blood, or spasming for longer than he had likely intended to. His death was ugly as all deaths are. Mouse, have you input your action? Yeah, I did as the start of the round. Okay, just checking. It was round 12. Using the trinkets, we were on track for everyone to cross the finish line together. With Snake gone, we had no problem having a sense of unity again. Our only concern was the person with Hateful. However, checking the tablets, we discovered the person with the personality was one of Snake's victims. Everyone with a special win condition was gone. Okay, yeah, they it seems like each revelation is only supposed to be in a specific path, and so they intentionally keep it vague. So they didn't say it was dragon here because they want to reveal it was dragon in the other one. Although I guess in the other one we also learn about Snake. We could freely work together. It didn't take as much maneuvering to get everyone back together, and on the last turn, we could all make it to the finish line. It was fine. We'd all make it out alive. No, that wasn't right, because 5 of us were dead. So you're okay? Do I look okay? You know, you saved us with that whole Snake thing. There's nothing to feel bad about. I know, but I don't feel good about him taking himself out like that. Why? He was a remorseless serial killer who put himself above others. I don't know about remorseless. I think he really felt bad. He just wasn't good at expressing it. Okay, fine, remorseful. Still doesn't make it right. I know that, but I don't know if he's a bad person because of all that. It's not like he'd ever normally. He's as much a victim of the stupid game as everyone else. Perhaps. But I would mourn those he killed and not him himself. Of course I feel shit about the victims. Sheep, tiger, dog, dragon. Not one of them deserved to die. Then why are you so focused on Snake? I'm not. It's just, I still don't get why he did it. He made up some justification so he wouldn't feel bad about the fact he killed people to survive. That's not some grand mystery. What was he playing on set? Chess, does it matter? No, I think it does. He was talking about that earlier. The chessboards are supposed to be put away during Thanksgiving break. He must have known that for certain because he was a teacher. Oh, that's right. And yet there's a game in progress when we got here. Well, if he's right that Brian doesn't play chess, then who played? Did some random kids play during Thanksgiving break? And wasn't moving the white pieces throughout the race? It's like he was playing against someone. I turned to the group. Hey, was anyone moving chess pieces during the game? If that's the case, then who was he playing against? Mouse, I think you're thinking about this too much. What matters now, we're getting out of this alive. I guess you're right. There wasn't much to think about. We had won. This was our happy ending. The round 12 eventually came to a close, and everyone alive crossed the finish line. Our colors came off and we escaped. In the end, no, myself, ox, bunny, horse, rooster, monkey, and pig escaped alive. 7 of spades. If nothing's found in the first 3 rounds but weapons and trinkets, Snake will be assigned a role that forces him to act. If he's given a good opportunity, he'll begin to take measures against the group by murdering one at a time. Someone smart like Mouse could eventually catch him and lead the group to get out safely, but only if a number are dead. There's certainly far worse outcomes, but this path is unpredictable and deadly. Surely Mouse can make better decisions than this, right? Alright, looks like we're missing 1 at the ending, so let's go. I'm gonna prove your liability. What happens to be? Well, you know, you were hiding before, so I could use it, yes. How can this prove anything? Snake started to walk towards me. Mouse, please, I realize things are hectic, but you're eager to pin the blame. It's probably a natural reaction, but it's unhelpful. God, you haven't thought everything through yourself. Well, maybe, but you grab my hand. Look into my eyes. Are those eyes of a killer? Look deeply offended, I would suspect him. Was I in the wrong? Snake jerked my hand before I realized the other hand was on my neck. No, it wasn't a hand. It was a golden knife. What? Snake, you. No one settle down, settle down. We wouldn't want any accidents, now would we? Think with that, I commend you, Mouse, for being the smartest one in the room. Unfortunately for you, you weren't able to quite see through my work. Look, I take no pleasure in this than you. This is how it is, okay? It's what I must do. What kind of excuse is that? What do you want? Not nothing, simply to retreat with Mouse to a nearby room and continue strategizing. Honestly, if I thought my survival too unlikely, I planned on surrendering. In this case, an ugly victory would be worse than a beautiful defeat. He started accusing me. I thought it was the end of the line, but there was actually a line of play for me left. You're stronger than I thought he'd be, but not too strong. Settle down, will you? Allowing the disease chest can survive with me. Don't make me. Fortunately, them. And evenly. Before I knew what was happening, stripping. Oh dear, look what you've done. This is the worst outcome for both of us. Most unfortunate fate. At the very least, Snake would like to be captured for my death. 7 of Hearts. Snake is not an easy opponent face down. Mouse's logic needs to be flawless to convince the group to corner Snake. If there's room for doubt, he'll try something and it'll certainly lead to violence one way or another. A suboptimal plan can easily be avoided if Mouse can correctly speak. And there we go. We managed to get the other one. Sadly, we can't get the timeline where Mouse is the traitor tonight, but we'll be seeing that in a bit, because I definitely want to see what it's like to be the quote-unquote villain for once. That seems like an interesting path to take. But I've been going on for a while now. So until next time, thank you for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.